Welcome to Eerie Shadow. Travel is meant to be an escape, a chance to explore, unwind, and create memories. But sometimes the road leads to something far more unsettling. Abandoned highways, haunted hotels, eerie whispers in the dead of night. These are the stories that turn vacations into nightmares. Tonight, let these 50 terrifying travel horror stories take you on a journey you'll never forget. Dim the lights, relax, and listen closely. You never know what might be lurking just beyond the next stop. The last jeepney of the night rattled down the nearly deserted streets, its worn-out engine humming like a lullaby to the city's restless spirits. I climbed aboard, grateful to catch a ride before the roads emptied completely. The flickering streetlights cast long shadows through the open sides of the Jeep, making the empty seats seem eerily endless. There were only a few passengers, two old women whispering to each other in hushed voices, a man staring blankly out the window, and a hooded figure sitting quietly in the farthest corner. I was exhausted. College life had drained me, and all I wanted was to go home, take a shower, and collapse into bed. The warm glow of my phone screen was my only comfort as I scrolled through messages, occasionally glancing up to check the familiar landmarks along our route. Then something odd happened. A cold hand brushed against mine. Startled, I turned my head. The hooded passenger beside me held out a few old coins, the silver worn and dull. They didn't say a word, just an expectant tilt of the head, waiting for me to pass their fare to the driver. I hesitated, but out of courtesy, I accepted the coins and handed them over. The driver took them without looking, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. A chill ran down my spine as I turned back to the hooded passenger. They had shifted slightly, their face hidden in the shadows. I tried to shake off the creeping unease, telling myself it was just my exhaustion making me feel on edge. But deep down, something felt wrong. Minutes passed. I focused on the familiar bumps and turns of the road, trying to ground myself in the routine of my nightly commute. But then I noticed something that sent my pulse racing. We weren't on the usual path home. The familiar stores and street corners were replaced by empty lots and unfamiliar roads. The streetlights grew sparser, their dim glow barely illuminating the cracked pavement. My stomach twisted. I leaned forward and called out to the driver, my voice slightly trembling. "Manong, where are we? This isn't the usual way." The driver's grip on the wheel tightened. He glanced at me through the rearview mirror, and for a brief moment, his eyes widened in sheer horror. Then, without a word, he slammed on the brakes. The old women and the silent man scrambled out without hesitation, their faces pale with fear. My heart pounded as I turned to look at the hooded passenger, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over me. The figure sat completely still. Too still. My breath hitched as I realized something terrible. I couldn't hear them breathing. The jeepney driver turned to me, his voice barely above a whisper. "Anak, you received a payment from a passenger without a head when I looked in the rearview mirror." I froze. My mouth went dry. A slow, sinking dread settled in my gut as my mind tried to process his words. My hands felt numb, and for the first time I dared to glance down at the coins in my palm. They were colder than ice, heavier than they should have been. A sickening sensation crawled over my skin, as if something unseen had wrapped itself around me. The driver's eyes darkened. "Burn your clothes," he added urgently, "so he won't come home with you." A shiver racked my entire body. I wanted to scream, to throw the coins away, to run as far as I could from that jeepney and its unnatural passenger. But my feet wouldn't move. Slowly, I forced myself to turn my head toward the hooded figure. My breath caught in my throat. The space where their head should have been was empty, nothing but darkness beneath the hood, and yet I could feel something watching me, a presence, a heavy, suffocating energy pressing against my chest. "This is your stop," he said firmly. His hands trembled against the wheel, and his eyes darted nervously toward the empty seat where the hooded figure once sat. "Get off now. Don't look back." I bolted out of the jeepney, barely registering the driver's panicked shout. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body was sluggish, as if something unseen clung to me. My ears buzzed, my vision blurred, and for a horrifying second I swore I heard a whisper, low, garbled, and right next to my ear. I stumbled down the road, my heart hammering wildly. My home was still a few blocks away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Shadows stretched unnaturally long under the flickering streetlights, and every rustling leaf sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I didn't stop running until I reached my house. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped my keys. The coins burned against my palm, their weight unbearable. Without thinking, I dashed to the sink and turned on the faucet, desperate to wash them away. But no matter how much water ran over them, they remained ice-cold in my grip. Panic surged through me. The driver's words echoed in my head, "Burn your clothes." I ripped off my jacket, my shirt, my shoes, anything that might have been touched by that thing. I tossed them into an old metal basin in the backyard and lit a match. The fire roared to life, and as the flames engulfed the fabric, I felt a strange, almost inaudible sigh ripple through the air. I held my breath, watching as the fire consumed everything. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of something unnatural. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the feeling was gone. The weight on my chest lifted. The night returned to its normal quiet, and the shadows no longer seemed as oppressive. I didn't know if I had done enough to rid myself of whatever had boarded that jeepney with me, but I wasn't willing to take any chances. The next day, I took a different route home, and I never took the last jeepney of the night again. I always skied alone, not because I didn't have friends, but because I craved the silence. The kind of quiet that wrapped around you, vast and absolute, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind through the pines or the rhythmic crunch of snow beneath my skis. There was something sacred about it, the way the cold stung my cheeks, the way the world shrank to just my breath and the trail ahead. Out here, there were no deadlines, no buzzing notifications, no voices demanding my attention. Just me and the mountain, stretching wide and endless beneath the sky. I thought I knew this place. I thought I was safe. I was wrong. That night was supposed to be my final run. Just one last ride up before the lifts closed, a perfect send-off. The resort had mostly emptied, the laughter and chatter of skiers fading with the setting sun. Only a few figures remained in the distance, carving their way down the lower slopes, their silhouettes dark against the fiery glow of dusk. The sky bled orange and deep purple, the last sliver of daylight spilling across the snow like molten gold. The peaks stood jagged and sharp, their icy ridges catching the dying light, their shadows stretching long and thin like skeletal fingers. Something about the stillness felt off. The cold was different now, heavier, thicker, like a weighted blanket pressing down on the world. The wind had died, leaving an unnatural hush in its place. Even the snow beneath my boots felt wrong, too compact, too firm, as if it had been waiting, holding its breath. I almost turned back. I should have listened. The lift line was empty, almost. A lone figure stood ahead of me, waiting for the next chair. He didn't shift his weight, didn't stamp his feet to fight off the cold. He just stood there, rigid, unnaturally still. His heavy black jacket swallowed his frame, and his hood was drawn low, casting his face in shadow. Something felt off. The air was bitter, cold enough that my breath curled in thick white clouds, but his, non-existent. No fog of warmth escaping his lips, no rise and fall of his shoulders, just stillness. I shook it off. Probably just another skier, someone like me squeezing in one last run before the mountain shut down for the night. The lift creaked and groaned as it swung toward us. When the chair arrived, we boarded together, settling into the swaying seat. The metal bar clamped down across our laps with a dull, mechanical clank. Neither of us spoke. The lift lurched upward, and the ground slowly fell away beneath us. I exhaled, watching my breath drift into the crisp evening air, and welcomed the silence at first. The sky had deepened into a bruise-colored dusk, the last light of day stretching long, eerie shadows across the slopes. The wind whistled through the trees below, sending loose powder dancing across the trails like restless spirits. But as we climbed higher, something gnawed at my nerves. The ride felt longer than usual. The top station should have been in sight by now, the glowing lamps, the distant murmur of other skiers disembarking. But all I could see was white. Endless, stretching white, swallowing the world in every direction. I turned my head slightly, sneaking a glance at the man beside me. His ski goggles reflected the dimming sky, an unreadable, glassy sheen masking whatever lay beneath. His hood obscured most of his face. But then I saw his hands, bare, exposed to the brutal cold, resting motionless on his knees. His fingers were pale, too pale, almost bluish. The skin looked stiff, waxy, as if the cold had settled deep into the flesh, as if he had been sitting here too long. A slow, crawling dread tightened around my ribs. I cleared my throat, my voice too thin in the empty night. "Pretty empty tonight." No response. I forced a chuckle, though my mouth was dry. "Looks like we got the mountain to ourselves." Beside me, the man shifted. Slowly, painfully slow, he turned his head. The reflection in his goggles shifted too, no longer showing the snow-covered peaks, but something else, something dark. Not the mountain, not the sky, a void where the world should have been. My stomach twisted violently, my pulse hammering against my ribs. I turned away, forcing my eyes forward, gripping the safety bar so hard my knuckles ached. The ridge should have been close. The lift station should have been there, but the lift kept climbing. I leaned forward, scanning the horizon, my breath coming fast, shallow. The resort should have been visible by now. The warm glow of the lodge, the winding trails, the distant specks of skiers making their final descent. But there was nothing, no slopes, no buildings, no lights, just white, an endless, featureless expanse stretching in all directions, swallowing the world whole. A cold that had nothing to do with the wind settled into my bones. My fingers dug into the safety bar, gripping the icy metal so hard it burned. I tried to lift it, to prepare to jump if I had to. It wouldn't budge. I sucked in a sharp breath, my throat dry, my pulse hammering. Did we miss the stop? The silence stretched. Then, for the first time, the man beside me moved. A slow, deliberate turn. His head pivoted toward me, his shoulders following a moment later, as if he wasn't quite used to moving that way. The corners of his lips curled upward, stretching unnaturally wide. The smile kept growing, too far, too many teeth. "We're almost there," he said. His voice was wrong. Smooth, liquid, seeping into my ears like an echo from some vast, empty place. It didn't belong here. It didn't belong anywhere. I yanked at the safety bar again, harder this time. It held firm, unmoving, as if welded in place. A deep, visceral panic coiled in my gut. I turned my gaze downward, searching for anything familiar. My stomach lurched. The landscape below had changed. The snow was no longer pristine, no longer a smooth, untouched sheet of white. It was fractured, deep, black lines splitting across its surface, twisting and branching like cracks in shattered glass. Something shifted in the shadows, moving unnaturally beneath the ice, too fluid, too fast. The darkness stretched long, writhing like living things. I swallowed hard, nausea rolling through me. This wasn't the mountain anymore. This wasn't anywhere. I forced myself to look at him again, every nerve screaming to run, to fight, to wake up. His goggles were gone. His eyes, if you could call them, that were pits of darkness, twin abysses that swallowed the light. His smile split wider, his mouth stretching too far, the skin at the corners cracking, splitting like an open wound. "You wanted silence," he whispered. The lift groaned beneath us, the metal trembling. The world flickered, shifted. The mountain, the sky, the last remnants of reality, all of it peeled away like a curtain being dragged aside. I opened my mouth to scream, but there was no sound, only silence. I blinked hard, forcing my breath to steady. The resort was back. The slopes stretched beneath me, dotted with skiers making their final runs. The lodge glowed warmly in the distance, its lights flickering like a beacon against the darkening sky. Laughter and conversation drifted up from below, normal and mundane. The lift slowed. The safety bar released on its own. I stumbled off, my legs shaky, my head spinning. My fingers tingled with lingering cold, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. It had to be in my head. A trick of exhaustion, altitude, maybe even mild hypothermia. That had to be it. But as I turned back toward the lift, dread curled deep in my stomach. The chair I had just been sitting in swayed slightly in the wind, empty, no sign of him. No footprints, no proof that anyone had been there at all. I swallowed hard, the rational part of my brain grasping for explanations. I was alone when I got on. Maybe I had just drifted, lost in thought. Maybe the cold had made me sluggish, made time feel strange. It made sense. Didn't it? I shook it off, forcing my body into motion. I adjusted my goggles, pushed off, and started down the slope. The familiar rhythm of skiing, bend, turn, carve should have calmed me. But something gnawed at the edge of my mind, something I couldn't shake. That feeling, like I was being watched. By the time I reached the bottom, my muscles burned and my thoughts felt a little clearer. I exhaled, long and slow, trying to let the tension drain from my shoulders. And then, the ski lift groaned. I glanced up. One chair was still moving, rising. I frowned, expecting to see a late-night skier heading up for a final run. But the chair was empty, or at least, it should have been. The air felt different, heavier. The wind picked up, cutting sharper through my gear. It was nothing. Just a malfunction, just my imagination. I turned away. Unclipped my skis. Told myself I would forget about it by morning. And yet, as I stepped inside the lodge, shaking off the cold, I made the mistake of looking back one last time. The lift was still moving. And for the briefest second, I thought I saw something. A figure, or maybe just a shadow, near the top of the mountain, standing perfectly still, watching. You ever have one of those nights where exhaustion wraps around you like a heavy fog? Where the lines on the highway blur together, and every mile feels like sleep's about to win? Yeah, that was me. The dashboard clock glowed 2:13 a.m. I had been driving for hours, too many hours, fighting to keep my eyes open. The radio had long since given up on entertaining me, fading into static somewhere between two lifeless stations. Every muscle ached. I needed to stop. That's when I saw it. A flickering neon sign emerged from the darkness, buzzing like a dying insect. West Haven Motel below it. A single word blinked in weak, yellow light. Vacancy. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I wasn't expecting luxury. Just 4 walls and a mattress where I could close my eyes for a few hours. That's all. Just a few hours. The parking lot was nearly empty. One old sedan sat abandoned near the office, its windshield so dirty I doubted it had moved in weeks. The air smelled damp, like old pavement after a storm. Somewhere in the distance, a lone cricket chirped. Inside, the reception area was a time capsule of bad choices. Peeling wallpaper. A dull, yellowed lamp casting shadows too big for the room. The receptionist, an older man with sunken eyes and a face that had forgotten how to smile, didn't even look up when I entered. Name? His voice was flat, uninterested. I hesitated. My mouth felt dry. James Miller. He slid an old-fashioned key across the counter. Metal. Heavy. The number stamped into it read, Room 6. End of the hall. That was all he said. I muttered a thanks and made my way down the dimly lit corridor. The carpet beneath my feet was stained and uneven, the scent of mildew thick in the air. The overhead lights flickered. Not constantly, just enough to make me feel like I was walking through a place that had forgotten it was supposed to be alive. When I reached the door, I hesitated. There was something off about it. The number 6 on the plaque had been scratched at, like someone had tried to carve it away. I shoved the key into the lock. The mechanism groaned in protest and the door creaked open. The room smelled stale. Not just old, but untouched, like no one had stepped foot in here for a long time. The walls were bare, too bare. No artwork, no cheap motel paintings, just empty beige stretching endlessly. The bed was made, but when I ran a hand over the sheets, they were damp. My stomach twisted, but exhaustion won. Just sleep, I murmured to myself. Just a few hours. I clicked off the lamp and the room plunged into darkness, silence. Then a sound. A whisper-soft shuffle. My breath caught. I wasn't alone. My fingers fumbled for the lamp's switch, and when the light snapped back on, I swore. I saw something shift in the reflection of the old TV screen. A shape, a shadow that didn't belong to me. I turned fast, scanning the room, but there was nothing. Nothing except the closet door. It was open, just a crack. I hadn't opened it. I stared at it, my pulse pounding. I forced a weak laugh, shaking my head. I'm just tired. Too tired. I got up, crossed the room, and shut the closet door. The latch clicked into place. I exhaled. The second I turned back toward the bed, thump, a soft, deliberate knock. From inside the closet, I froze. My skin crawled. Every instinct screamed at me to run. The knock came again, then a voice. Faint, whispering, so close to the door it might as well have been breathing against it. James. My blood turned to ice. I never told the clerk my full name, and I was never alone in that room. The soft glow of daylight filtered through the thin motel curtains, stretching weak rays across the sheets. The old clock radio on the nightstand read 8:13 a.m. I let out a groggy sigh, stretching my aching limbs. I was still tired, but I had miles to cover. All right, I muttered, rubbing my face. Back on the road. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet pressing into the cheap, scratchy carpet. It was damp, the same way it had been when I first laid down last night. That was the first thing that felt off. I shook it off, just morning grogginess. Grabbing my things, I jingled the key in my hand, room 6, cold and solid between my fingers. I unlocked the door with a quiet click and stepped into the hallway, and that's when my stomach dropped. The hallway was different, not just slightly different, completely different. Last night, the hallway had been dim, the air thick with mildew, the carpet worn and faded with time. But now, the carpet was gone, replaced with polished tile that reflected the overhead lights, too bright and sterile. The vending machine near the stairwell, the one I had noted because I'd planned to grab a bottle of water before heading out, was just gone. I stood there, gripping the motel keys so tight my knuckles turned white. Wait, I mumbled under my breath. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was still half asleep. Maybe I had just misremembered. Still, unease curled in my gut as I walked toward the front desk. The old receptionist from last night, the one with the sunken eyes and monotone voice, was gone. In his place sat a young woman, bright-eyed and alert, typing away on a sleek computer. This front desk looked updated. Too modern. I cleared my throat. Hey, I checked in last night, room 6. She blinked at me, puzzled. Sir, we don't have a room 6. I let out an awkward chuckle, the kind you make when someone's obviously messing with you. No, I got the key from the guy last night. I slept there. Look, I can even show you. I turned, motioning toward the hallway, and froze. The layout had changed. Where room 6 had been was now just a blank stretch of wall, smooth, unbroken, like a door had never existed there at all. My breath came shallow and fast. No. I took a step forward, hand shaking as I reached out. I pressed my palm against the wall where the door should have been. Solid. No seams, no handle, no sign of anything ever being there. No, I was right here. The door was right here. The receptionist exchanged a glance with a security guard standing near the lobby. I was sweating now. My fingers trembled as I reached into my pocket, searching for the key. I'd just had it in my hand. It was just, my heart nearly stopped. The key was gone. All I found were a few loose coins. I turned them over in my palm, my breathing uneven. Where was the key? Where was room 6? I took a step back, shaking my head, my pulse roaring in my ears. What the hell was happening? I stumbled out of the motel, my legs unsteady, my breath coming fast and shallow. The early morning air was crisp, but my skin was slick with sweat. My car sat where I left it, parked beneath the flickering neon sign of the West Haven Motel, the only thing that still looked the same. I gripped the door handle with trembling fingers and yanked it open. Sliding into the driver's seat, I clutched the steering wheel, trying to ground myself. Okay, I'll prove it. My knuckles went white as I started the engine. The low rumble of the car was the only sound in the eerily quiet morning. I threw it into gear and peeled around the back of the building, because the room had to be there. It had to be. But as I turned the corner, my stomach dropped. The back of the motel was nothing but a solid brick wall. No windows, no doors, no sign that any room had ever existed there. No. The words tumbled out of me in a frantic whisper. I stared at the blank wall, my breathing uneven. The weight of something unseen pressed against my chest, something cold and suffocating. I had slept there. I had been inside that room. Hadn't I threw the car into park and bolted out, nearly tripping over my own feet as I sprinted back inside. The front desk looked the same, clean, modern, unfamiliar. The receptionist, the new one, sat there with a wary expression as I rushed forward. The guest book? My voice cracked as I lunged for it, flipping through the pages with shaking hands. I paid cash, I signed my name, I was here. I turned the pages frantically, my eyes scanning for something, anything. But my name wasn't there. My signature was gone. There was no record of me ever staying at the West Haven Motel. The receptionist's cautious eyes studied me, her hand inching toward the phone. "Sir," her voice was gentle but firm, "are you sure you stayed here?" I took a step back, my entire body trembling. A deep, sickening pit of dread settled in my gut. I turned on my heel and bolted out the door, nearly stumbling as I reached my car. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to go. The tires screeched against the pavement as I sped away, the neon sign shrinking in my rearview mirror. Because I knew, deep in my bones, I had slept in that room. My grip tightened on the steering wheel as I forced myself to breathe. I needed to clear my head, to ground myself in something real. A diner. Up ahead, its neon sign flickered weakly in the morning haze. The open 24 hours glow bled red across the empty parking lot, humming softly in the quiet. My hands trembled as I shut off the engine, my pulse a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I needed coffee. I needed air. I needed something, anything, to anchor me before I completely lost it. The bell jingled as I pushed open the door. Warm air, thick with the scent of fried bacon and fresh coffee, wrapped around me. A radio hummed softly behind the counter, some old blues tune crackling through the speakers. I took a seat at the counter, rubbing at the tension in my temples. Rough morning. I looked up. The waitress, late 50s, kind eyes, apron dusted with flour, was already pouring me a steaming cup. "You could say that," I muttered, wrapping my hands around the mug, letting the heat seep into my fingers. She gave me a knowing smile. "Haven't seen you around here before." I exhaled, still trying to steady myself. "Yeah, I stayed at the West Haven Motel last night. You know it." Her smile barely faltered, but something in her posture stiffened. She set the coffee pot down carefully, like she was weighing her next words. "You sure about that?" She asked, voice light but measured. I frowned. "Yeah, The words stuck in my throat. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing against the motel key. Cold metal. Solid, proof. I set it on the counter, the waitress stared at it, and then, slowly, she shook her head. "Son, West Haven burned down 20 years ago." A chill crawled down my spine. "No, that's not possible." My voice wavered. "I checked in room 6, I slept there." She didn't argue. She just looked at me, then, cautiously, she reached for the key. She turned it over in her palm, running her thumb across the tag. I watched her throat bob as she swallowed. Then, without a word, she placed it back down and slid it toward me like it was something fragile, something wrong. I barely breathed as I turned it over myself. And that's when I saw it, faint beneath the scratches, barely visible under the worn paint, a burn mark, blackened at the edges. Like it had been pulled from the wreckage of a fire long since burned out. I stared at it. The diner felt too bright, too loud. My pulse pounded in my ears. And outside, through the window, I could just make out the spot where the motel should have been. An empty lot, overgrown, twisted remnants of a foundation buried beneath time and decay. A shiver ran through me. I shoved the key back into my pocket, my hands suddenly cold. "Forget it," I muttered, forcing a tight smile. "Must have been a different place." The waitress hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, must have been," she said, voice gentle. She poured more coffee. Neither of us said another word. Every summer, without fail, my family took the same trip to a remote cabin deep in the woods. It was tradition, my parents always said. Something our family had done for generations. As a kid, I loved it. The endless trees, the crisp mountain air, the nights spent around a roaring fire. But as I got older, I started to question it. Why this cabin? Why never anywhere else? It wasn't until last year that I learned the truth, and I wish I never had. The drive to the cabin was long and uneventful, the same winding roads, the same landmarks my parents always pointed out. My younger sister, Alyssa, played on her tablet in the backseat, oblivious to the tension I felt growing in my chest. Something felt different this time. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just the monotony of it all, the predictability, or maybe it was the way my parents had been acting lately. Quieter, more serious. We arrived at sunset, the familiar creak of the cabin door greeting us as we stepped inside. The place hadn't changed in years. Same dusty furniture, same old family photos on the walls. But as we unpacked, I noticed my parents whispering in the kitchen, their voices hushed but urgent. Curious, I crept closer. "It's his turn to stay behind," my mother said. A chill ran down my spine. My father sighed. "He'll understand. He has to." I backed away before they could notice me, my heart pounding. What the hell did that mean? That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about their words, turning them over in my mind. What did they mean by stay behind? Were they talking about me? At some point, exhaustion took over and I drifted into uneasy sleep. A noise woke me up. A creak. A slow, deliberate creak like someone stepping on an old floorboard. I sat up in bed, my pulse hammering. The room was dark, but the hallway light was on, casting long shadows. Another creak. Closer this time. I swallowed hard and slipped out of bed, moving as quietly as I could. My parents' door was shut. Alice's room was dark. But down the hall, the front door was slightly open, a sliver of night visible beyond it. My breath caught. Someone was outside. I edged closer, peering through the crack. In the moonlight, I saw them, figures, standing just beyond the tree line. They weren't moving, just standing there, watching, my stomach twisted. There were too many of them to count, their bodies barely visible against the darkness. I wanted to scream, but fear kept me frozen. Then, as if sensing me, one of them moved. A step forward, then another. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands shaking. My parents' door flew open almost immediately. "What did you see?" my father demanded. My voice came out hoarse. "People outside watching us." His face paled. He turned to my mother. "It's too soon." "What's too soon?" I asked, but they ignored me. My mother rushed to Alice's room, scooping her up, still half asleep. My father grabbed my arm. "We're leaving now." The drive back was silent, tense. My father kept checking the rearview mirror. My mother clutched Alyssa tightly, whispering to her, though I couldn't make out the words. After what felt like hours, I finally found my voice. "What was that? Who were they?" My father exhaled slowly. "It's a bargain," he said. "An old one. Our family has always come to the cabin, and every few years, someone stays behind." The air left my lungs. "Stays behind." He wouldn't look at me. "A life for a life," my mother murmured. "So the rest of us can leave." I felt sick. They had planned to leave me there, and when I had seen the figures outside, they had come early, ready to collect. I thought of the past trips, of the relatives who had joined us when I was younger, only to never return. The ones my parents said had moved away. The ones we never spoke of again. I had been next. My chest tightened as rage boiled under my skin. "So you were just going to, what? Leave me?" "Let them take me." My father gripped the wheel tighter. "We didn't have a choice." "There's always a choice." My voice cracked, my hands shaking. "You were going to let them have me without even telling me why." My mother started crying softly. Alyssa, still groggy, whimpered in confusion. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, worn-out photo. It had been tucked into one of the old family albums in the cabin, hidden beneath years of dust. The photo showed my father, years younger, standing next to another boy, one I didn't recognize. "Who is this?" I demanded, holding it up. My father's face went ashen. He didn't answer. "He was your brother, wasn't he?" My voice was barely a whisper now. "And you left him behind." My father's silence was all the confirmation I needed. The weight of it crushed me. This wasn't just some ritual, this was a cycle, one that had been repeating for generations. And if I hadn't overheard them that night, I would have been the next forgotten face in an old photograph. I turned away, staring out at the dark road ahead. I had escaped this time, but next year they'd try again, and I wouldn't be caught off guard. I still drive the night shift, though I shouldn't. There are things on the road that don't belong in this world, but bills don't care if you're afraid of ghosts. That night, the rain drizzled, turning the road slick. My jeepney rattled along the nearly empty streets, headlights slicing through the gloom. The few passengers left were quiet, either dozing off or lost in thought. The city at midnight was different, less alive, more waiting. I barely noticed the stop at first. It was one of those old waiting sheds, its roof sagging under years of neglect. The rain cast shifting shadows beneath its tin cover, and for a second I thought I was alone. Then, from the darkness, she stepped forward, an old woman. She moved slowly, draped in a faded shawl, her face obscured by its hood. Her frail hands trembled as she reached into a small woven coin purse. When she handed me her fare, I felt a strange jolt in my chest. 2 crisp, golden 10-centavo coins. I hadn't seen centavos like that in years. The metal gleamed softly under the dim jeepney lights, the embossed figures impossibly sharp, as if freshly minted. I rubbed my thumb over one, feeling the raised edges. "Where to, Lola?" I asked, my voice slightly hoarse. She did not answer. Just nodded slightly, settling into the seat directly behind me. I swallowed and drove on. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof like fingers tapping impatiently. A deep, bone-chilling cold slithered through the jeepney, settling into my fingers. I adjusted my mirror to glance at her, but the glass had fogged over. When I wiped it clean, my breath hitched. The old woman was gone. A pothole jolted the jeepney, sending a ripple of gasps through my passengers. A woman in the back clutched at her seat, eyes wide with terror. "Kuya," she whispered. Where is the old lady?" I turned sharply. The seat where the woman had sat was empty, but it wasn't untouched. The fabric was damp, like someone had been sitting there only moments ago, and in her place something else remained, the coins. They sat perfectly still on the seat, unnaturally bright against the dull upholstery. I hesitated before reaching out, my fingers brushing their surface. They were warm. Too warm. A deep, suffocating dread bloomed in my chest. My breath came in short bursts as I turned to the woman in the back. Her face had lost all color. Her lips trembled before she finally spoke. "Mister," she whispered. "She's been dead for 20 years. Silence fell, heavy and unnatural. Then, from nowhere, a gust of wind curled through the jeepney's interior, though the windows were shut tight. It wound around us like invisible fingers, tugging at my collar, whispering in my ears. The woman swallowed hard. My grandmother told me stories about her. A woman who rode jeepneys late at night, always paying with centavo coins. A woman who disappeared before reaching her stop. They say she died in a storm just like this, still clutching those coins, trying to pay for her last ride home. A lump formed in my throat. My fingers curled around the coins, their heat searing into my palm. The air in the jeepney had changed, thicker, heavier. The shadows stretched unnaturally, as if something unseen was pressing in. I slammed the brakes. The coins slipped from my grasp, rolling onto the floor with a soft clink, clink. I didn't wait. I threw open the door, letting the rain rush in. "Get out." The passengers scrambled out without hesitation, their feet splashing into the puddles outside. My breath came in sharp, uneven gasps. I looked down. The coins were gone. Only a faint outline of something damp remained where they had landed. My heart pounded against my ribs as I stepped out into the rain. The wind howled around me, carrying a sound I can never unhear. I never believed in superstitions. At least, not until Sikwager. My name is Julio. I was on my first solo trip through the Philippines, eager to explore its beaches, waterfalls, and hidden wonders. Sikwager had always intrigued me, not just for its beauty, but for its infamous folklore. They called it the Island of Witches, a place where unseen forces roamed freely. I didn't buy into it. I wasn't there for ghost stories. I was there for an adventure. For the first few days, Sikwager felt like paradise. I swam in Cambugehe Falls, hiked through dense forests, and rode my rented scooter along the coastal roads, the wind a thrilling rush against my face. But then, I met the tuk-tuk driver who gave me a warning I should have taken seriously. "Never ride your scooter at night near the old balit tree," he said in a hushed voice. His eyes darted around nervously. "And if your scooter wobbles, don't look back. Just reverse your rearview mirrors and keep going." I chuckled, waving off his words. "Come on, man, it's just a tree." He shook his head, muttering something in the local dialect before driving off. I didn't think about it again. That was my mistake. That night, I lost track of time at a beach bar. Fire dancers spun flames under the starry sky, music thumped in the background, and I felt an intoxicating freedom. By the time I hopped on my scooter, the roads were empty. The only light came from my headlamp, carving a lonely path through the darkness. As I neared the balit tree, the air shifted. It became thick, suffocating, like the night itself was pressing against me. The massive tree loomed ahead, its gnarled roots spilling over the earth. A natural spring pooled beneath it, glistening under the moonlight. Then my scooter wobbled. My stomach dropped. It felt as if someone had just hopped onto the back, shifting the balance. A cold sweat prickled my skin. "Don't look back." The tuk-tuk driver's warning slammed into my mind. My breath quickened. The wobbling continued, subtle but undeniable. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the road. Something was behind me. I tightened my grip on the handlebars and dared a glance at my side mirror. Nothing. I let out a shaky breath. Maybe I was just imagining things. But then, as I passed a closed store with large glass windows, I caught a reflection. 2 figures, one was me. The other was perched behind me. A shadowy form, faceless and still, its arms wrapped tightly around my waist. A strangled gasp tore from my throat. My pulse pounded against my skull, and my fingers turned clammy on the throttle. I nearly lost control of the scooter. Reverse the mirrors. I forced myself to remember the driver's advice. My hands trembled as I reached up and flipped the mirrors downward. I couldn't see behind me anymore, but that didn't change the fact that I felt it. The weight remained. I twisted the throttle hard, speeding up. The road stretched ahead, an endless black void. The wind roared in my ears, but beneath it I swore I heard breathing. Slow, damp, right against my neck. My entire body locked up in terror. I couldn't scream, couldn't stop. All I could do was focus on the road, on getting back to safety, on escaping whatever had latched onto me. The night stretched endlessly, but finally the town's lights flickered in the distance. The moment I crossed the outskirts, the weight vanished. The scooter steadied. The air felt lighter. I didn't stop until I reached my hotel. I stumbled into my room, locking the door behind me, heart still racing. My hands trembled as I grabbed my phone, flipping to the front camera. Nothing. But when I opened my gallery to check my pictures from that night, they were gone. Every single one. The next morning, I returned the scooter. The owner, an old woman with knowing eyes, took one look at me and sighed. "You rode near the balit tree at night, didn't you?" she murmured. I swallowed hard. "How did you?" She tapped the seat of the scooter. "They always leave a mark." I hesitated before leaning in. Burned into the leather seat were the imprints of 2 hands. I signed up for the tour on a whim. It was my first time traveling alone, and joining a guided tour felt safer than navigating a foreign country by myself. A small group, just 15 of us, exploring ancient ruins and hidden temples. It sounded perfect. Our guide, a cheerful man named Mateo, greeted us with a warm smile at the airport. He took roll call as we all gathered by the shuttle bus, ticking off names on a clipboard. There was something comforting about the routine of it. We were a mix of solo travelers, couples, and friends. An elderly couple celebrating their anniversary, 2 college roommates backpacking through South America, a mother and her teenage son, and a handful of others like me, people who wanted to see the world but preferred not to do it alone. It didn't take long for us to bond over shared meals and long bus rides. The first few days of the tour were magical. The ruins we visited were breathtaking, and I soaked in every moment. I took pictures of the towering stone structures, marveled at the intricate carvings, and listened intently as Matteo shared the legends surrounding each site. I didn't think twice when he counted heads before we got back on the bus each time, but on the fourth day, something changed. We had spent the afternoon at an off-the-map temple, buried deep in the jungle. Matteo had explained that it wasn't a usual stop for tourists, but he wanted us to experience something special. It wasn't in the brochures, and there were no other tour groups around, just us and the silent, looming ruins. There was an unease to the place that I couldn't shake. The carvings on the temple walls felt wrong, twisted faces and wide, staring eyes. Unlike the serene figures from the earlier sites, these looked afraid. I snapped a few photos but felt a strange reluctance to look at them afterward. When we left the temple, I had this nagging feeling that we were missing someone. I even counted heads, but there were still 15 of us, just like before, or so I thought. By the next morning, something was off. The group dynamic had shifted. Conversations felt stilted, like an inside joke I wasn't part of. It was subtle at first. A missing voice at breakfast, a chair at the table that no one seemed to notice was empty. It wasn't until we boarded the bus that I realized it. There were only 12 of us now. I counted again, heart hammering in my chest. 12, not 15. I turned to Matteo, gripping the edge of my seat. Wait, weren't there 15 of us? His expression didn't change. If anything, he looked confused. 12? We've always been 12. No, that's not right, I insisted. Yesterday there were more of us. Some of the others glanced at me, their brows furrowed, but no one spoke up. I searched their faces, looking for confirmation, but all I got was polite, uncertain smiles. As if they weren't sure what I was talking about, but they didn't want to make a scene. I tried to remember their names, the people who were missing, but their faces blurred in my mind like smudges on a photograph. I checked my phone, scrolling frantically through the pictures I'd taken. But the ones from the temple, gone. The entire album was missing. I swore I had taken pictures of the whole group together, but every image showed just 12 people. That night, restless and unable to shake the sense of something being horribly wrong, I wandered into the hotel lobby. The concierge barely looked up as I made my way to a small bookshelf in the corner, stacked with local novels and travel guides. I picked up a worn paperback, the title catching my eye, The Temple That Takes. Heart pounding, I flipped through the pages. The book was old, the pages yellowed and fragile, but the story it told was eerily familiar. It spoke of a temple hidden deep in the jungle, where visitors were counted upon entering. But sometimes when they left, their numbers were fewer. And the worst part, those who remained never remembered who was gone. I slammed the book shut, my breath coming in quick gasps. This wasn't just a story, it was happening to us. The next day, during breakfast, I noticed the elderly couple whispering to each other, their faces pale. Mrs. Thompson clutched her husband's arm, her voice barely above a whisper. I know we weren't the only ones who noticed, she said, looking at me with wide, pleading eyes. I hesitated, then pulled the book from my bag and slid it across the table to them. Read this, I murmured. Tell me if it sounds familiar. Mr. Thompson adjusted his glasses and began flipping through the pages. As he read, his fingers trembled. He looked up at me, his expression one of quiet horror. This can't be real, but it explains everything, doesn't it? I nodded. I don't think we should say anything else. The others don't remember. If we keep pushing, I don't know what will happen. Mrs. Thompson closed the book with a shudder. Then what do we do? I didn't have an answer. And by the time we reached the last day of the tour, I had stopped asking questions. Because by then, there were only 10 of us, and no one remembered who was gone. It was supposed to be a relaxing family getaway. My parents had been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the monotony of daily life. Our destination, a quiet seaside resort tucked along the coastline, famous for its stunning views and all-inclusive luxury. It wasn't some massive, corporate-run hotel. It was family-owned, charming, and supposedly known for making guests feel at home. The first day was perfect. We checked in, settled into our suite, and spent the afternoon by the beach, soaking in the sun. The resort wasn't overcrowded, which made everything feel even more peaceful. By the time we returned to our room, the sky had turned a brilliant orange, the sun dipping below the horizon. That's when we first met them, the family in the suite next to ours. Lilith and Belil, the parents, seemed warm and welcoming. Lilith was tall, with deep brown eyes and an inviting smile, while Belil had the kind of quiet presence that made you feel instantly at ease. Their daughters, Annabelle and Balor, were around my age. Annabelle, about 12, had a mischievous grin, while Balor, a little older, carried himself with an air of curiosity. "You guys just got in?" Lilith asked as she leaned against their doorframe, watching as we fumbled with our keycard. "Yeah, just settling in," my mom replied with a friendly smile. "Oh, we've been here a couple of days already. You're going to love it here," Lilith said. "The staff are amazing and the food is to die for." "We were just about to head to the buffet," Belil added, his voice calm and assured. "Maybe we'll see you there," my dad nodded. "Sounds great." And just like that, we had new friends. That evening, we sat together at a large table on the open-air dining deck. The conversation flowed effortlessly. Lilith and my mom bonded over their mutual love for wine, while my dad and Belil discussed fishing and the best spots to catch something big. Annabelle and I laughed over the resort's silly entertainment shows, while Balor asked if we wanted to join them for a bonfire later that night on the beach. "It's not an official resort event," he said with a smirk, "but it's more fun that way." We agreed, excited at the idea. Later, as the fire crackled and waves crashed in the distance, we roasted marshmallows and swapped stories. The night stretched on in easy companionship, and by the time we finally parted ways, I felt like we had known them forever. The next morning, I ran into Annabelle and Balor near the pool. "You guys up for jet skiing later?" Annabelle grinned. "Our parents are booking a session." My parents agreed, and the afternoon was spent racing across the water, the wind whipping through our hair. Lilith cheered us on from the shore, while Belil snapped photos on his phone. Everything felt so normal, so real. That night we planned to meet for dinner again, but when we arrived at the restaurant, their table was empty. "They must be running late," my mom said, glancing around. We waited. 20 minutes, 30, nothing. Confused, my dad waved over a waiter. "Excuse me, have you seen the family that was staying in the suite next to ours? Lilith, Belil, their kids." The waiter's expression faltered. "Sir, which room did you say?" "The one right next to ours," my mom said slowly. "They've been here a few days. We had dinner together just last night." The waiter's brows knitted together. I'm sorry, but that room has been vacant all week." Silence fell over the table. "No, that's not possible," I blurted out. "We've been with them every day. We went jet skiing this afternoon. They invited us to the bonfire." The waiter hesitated before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but there's no record of that family being guests here." My dad pulled out his phone. "I'll show you the pictures." But as he scrolled through his gallery, his face paled. There were no pictures of Lilith, Belil, Annabelle, or Balor. Just empty spaces where they should have been. The bonfire, the pool, the dinner table. I felt a cold dread creeping into my stomach. "That's not possible." Shaken, we returned to our room. My parents knocked on the door next to ours, but there was no answer. When the staff finally opened it with a master key, we were met with an untouched suite. Pristine, unused, as if no one had ever been there. We left the resort the next morning. My parents refused to talk about it. I checked my phone obsessively, scrolling through my messages, hoping to find a text from Annabelle or Balor. But there was nothing. And then, just before we reached home, my phone buzzed. A single message from an unknown number. "We had a great time. Wish you could have stayed longer." I stared at the screen, my blood running cold. There was no name. No profile picture, and when I tried to reply, the number didn't exist. I should have never booked the trip. It started as a harmless getaway. Me, my girlfriend Sophia, and our friends Mark and Jenny. A remote resort nestled between misty mountains and a silent lake, promising tranquility and escape. The air smelled like damp wood and something older, something forgotten. We arrived just before dusk. Just as we walked into the lobby to check in, a couple rushed past us toward the exit. The woman clutched her partner's arm, her face pale and eyes wild. The man looked just as shaken, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Sophia asked hesitantly. "Just leave," the woman whispered. "Get in your car and go, don't stay here." Before we could ask anything else, they were gone, disappearing into the evening mist. A heavy silence followed, and I turned to see the receptionist watching us with an uneasy expression. The staff greeted us with smiles, though their eyes carried an unease I couldn't place. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with a tense jaw, handed over the keys with a hushed warning. "You'll be in cabin 6. Please, if you hear knocking after 3 a.m., do not open the door," Jenny scoffed, brushing her auburn hair over her shoulder. "Is this some kind of resort gimmick?" The receptionist's smile faltered. "No, miss, just please follow the rule." We laughed it off. Probably just some old superstition to scare tourists. Still, something in her tone gnawed at me, but Mark, always the skeptic, clapped a hand on my back. "Ghost stories, man, keeps the guests entertained." The cabin was cozy, wooden walls, a fireplace, thick curtains blocking out the forest. A perfect retreat from the noise of the world. After a few drinks, we settled in for the night. Later that evening, we headed to the dining hall, where a few other guests sat at round wooden tables. The atmosphere was dimly lit and quiet, save for the occasional murmur of conversation. An older man at a nearby table leaned toward us. "First time staying here?" I nodded. "Yeah, you." "Third time," he said, stirring his tea slowly. "Only because my wife loves this place, but if it were up to me, I'd never set foot here again." Jenny leaned forward, intrigued. "Why the 3 a.m. rule?" The man exhaled sharply. "They tell everyone about it, but they don't tell you why. People have vanished here. Strange things happen." Sophia shifted uncomfortably. "Like what?" A woman at the next table chimed in. Voices whispering from inside locked rooms. Shadowy figures moving through the halls. "And the knocking," she shuddered. "It doesn't always stop." We left the dining hall more uneasy than before. Then, at 11:42 p.m., a note slipped under our door. Sophia shrieked, jumping back. Jenny picked it up, unfolding the thin paper with trembling fingers. "It starts at 2:59. Ignore it, no matter what you hear." A chill ran through me. The handwriting was erratic, almost desperate. Mark laughed. "Jesus, they really commit to this bit, huh?" Jenny wasn't convinced. "Who even sent this?" Sophia locked the door, her hands shaking. "I don't like this, guys. What if—" A loud thump against the wall cut her off. We all froze. The fire crackled, but the cabin felt colder. "Probably an animal," Mark said, but his voice wavered. By 2:30 a.m., the air had thickened, pressing against our lungs. The wind outside had stopped. It was too quiet. Then, at 2:59 a.m., the first knock came. A single, hollow tap against the wood. We held our breath. Then another. Louder. Jenny grabbed my arm. "What if someone needs help?" Mark scoffed. "It's a prank. Ignore it." At 3:01, the knocking turned violent. The doorknob rattled. Something scratched at the wood. A long, drawn-out screech, Sophia whimpered. I could feel her nails digging into my arm. Then the whispering began, a voice just outside the door. "Let me in." It wasn't a request. It was wrong, like it didn't come from a throat but from the air itself. "Don't open it," Sophia mouthed. Jenny shook her head. "What if it's someone in trouble?" "Look at the peephole first," I whispered. Jenny hesitated, then stepped closer. Slowly, she peered through. She gasped and stumbled back, her face drained of blood. There's no one there." The knocking grew frantic. Bang, 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 then silence. Mark exhaled. "See, just—" The door unlocked itself. The latch slid open with a deliberate click. Sophia screamed. I lunged forward, slamming my weight against the door. Something pushed back. Not a person, it didn't feel like a person. It was strong. Mark and Jenny joined me, forcing it shut. The moment we did, the room dropped into suffocating quiet, no footsteps retreating, no breathing outside. Just silence. We stayed awake until the sun rose, too afraid to sleep. When we finally dared to open the door at dawn, the hallway was empty, except for a second note nailed into the wood. "You let it in." Jenny started shaking. But we didn't." Mark pointed at the window. "Then what's that?" We turned. The mirror above the fireplace had handprints on the inside of the glass. I don't know why I agreed to that late-night drive to Baguio. Maybe it was the thrill of the unknown, the cold breeze, or just wanting to escape the suffocating routine of life. Maybe it was the desperation to feel alive again after the emotional weight of the past few months. Either way, there we were, me, Adrian, Mark, and Jenny, speeding up the infamous Kennan Road at nearly midnight. It was supposed to be a healing trip. We had been through a lot together: school stress, breakups, existential crises. But what hit us hardest was losing Carlo, our childhood friend. He had passed away in a freak accident just weeks prior, a motorcycle crash that left us all reeling. Carlo had always wanted to take this trip with us, to chase the fog and drink cheap beer while watching the sunrise over Baguio's cliffs. Now, this trip felt like a tribute to him, a way to keep his spirit with us. The road was nearly deserted, winding like a snake through the mountains. The headlights barely pierced the thick fog rolling in from the cliffs, and the dark silhouettes of trees loomed over us like silent watchers. The only sound was the low hum of the engine, broken intermittently by the crackling radio struggling to catch a signal. A deep unease settled in my gut, but I ignored it. The night had a strange weight to it, like something unseen was pressing down on my shoulders. The cold inside the car felt unnatural, seeping into my skin despite the windows being rolled up. Adrian, who was driving, was the loudest of us, always trying to act fearless. "Damn, this place is creepy at night. You know they say a lady in white haunts this road, right?" He said with a grin, checking the rearview mirror. Mark scoffed. "You believe in that crap. It's just an urban legend. People just get spooked driving here alone." Jenny, sitting beside me, shivered and rubbed her arms. "Urban legend or not, can we not talk about ghosts while driving on a haunted road?" We laughed, but the atmosphere had changed. The laughter felt forced, like we were all trying to shake off an unspoken dread. The darkness outside seemed thicker now, swallowing the edges of the road. Then we saw her. A woman in a white dress stood at the side of the road, barely illuminated by the headlights. Her long, dark hair covered most of her face, and she raised a hand, thumb out, asking for a ride. My breath hitched. Hitchhikers at this hour? That wasn't normal. "Hell no," Adrian muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. "We're not stopping." As we passed her, a wave of nausea rolled over me. A metallic taste filled my mouth, and the air inside the car thickened, heavy and suffocating. My ears buzzed as if the pressure around us had changed. Then Jenny screamed. I snapped my head to look at her, and my stomach dropped. The woman, she was inside the car. She sat silently between Jenny and me, her hands resting gently on her lap. The white dress looked damp, clinging to her thin frame. The putrid scent of wet earth and decay filled the car, so thick I could taste it. My throat closed, and my breath came in shallow gasps. She moved slowly, like a marionette with invisible strings. Her head turned toward me, revealing sunken eyes and cracked lips. Her expression was void of life, yet something inside those hollow eyes felt aware, too aware. "Where? Are you going?" she whispered, her voice brittle, like the last breath of a dying ember. Jenny whimpered beside me, pressing herself against the door as if she could melt into it. Mark was frozen, his hands clenched around the fabric of his jeans. Adrian's knuckles were white against the steering wheel, his breathing shallow and uneven. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. The woman tilted her head, her gaze never leaving mine. "Take me home." "W where?" Adrian stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, slow and deliberate, and the temperature in the car dropped further. My teeth chattered, my skin breaking into goosebumps. "You've already passed it." The lights in the car flickered. The radio, which had been silent, burst into static and then whispers. soft voices speaking in a language none of us understood. The pressure in my ears intensified, and a piercing headache bloomed behind my eyes. Then, as suddenly as she appeared, the woman in white let out an ear-piercing shriek. The sound was inhuman, like metal scraping against bone, like wind howling through a hollow skull. Adrian yelled, yanking the wheel as the car swerved violently. "Hold on," he screamed. The tires screeched as we veered dangerously close to the cliff's edge. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, I saw the drop. Nothing but blackness below, a void waiting to swallow us whole. Then silence, she was gone, no trace. No lingering presence, just the cold, suffocating dread that coiled around my ribs like a vice. Adrian pulled the car over, his breath ragged. Jenny was shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Mark buried his head in his hands, muttering prayers under his breath. We didn't speak the rest of the way, not when we reached Baguio, not even after we got home. We just sat in silence, haunted by what we saw, what we heard, what we felt. But the worst part, when Adrian checked the rearview mirror before turning off the car, there was a single wet handprint on the backseat, and it wasn't ours. The cruise was supposed to be a break from reality, a well-earned vacation. 5 days at sea, stopping at various exotic islands along the way, soaking in the sun, drinking cocktails, and living without a single care in the world. But the last thing I remember before everything changed was the announcement over the loudspeaker. "Attention passengers, due to unforeseen circumstances, we will be making an unscheduled stop at a nearby island resort. Please prepare for disembarkation." The resort looked like paradise. Pristine white sand beaches stretched for miles, palm trees swayed lazily in the breeze, and the water was the clearest shade of blue I had ever seen. It seemed perfect. Too perfect. Marco, Jacob, and I had been friends since college. We had been talking about taking this trip for years, and now that we were finally here, it felt like the perfect escape from our stressful lives back home. Marco was the loud, adventurous one, always pushing us out of our comfort zones. Jacob was the planner, the one who made sure we didn't drink ourselves to death before noon. And me, I guess I was somewhere in between. "This place is insane," Marco said as we stepped onto the dock. "It's like something out of a movie." Jacob frowned, scanning his phone. "Weird, though." I tried looking up this resort, and there's nothing about it online. No reviews, no website, nothing. "Maybe it's new," I offered, trying to shake off the nagging unease that had started to creep in. "Or maybe it's exclusive," Marco grinned. "Either way, I'm not complaining." A group of staff members in crisp white uniforms greeted us with warm smiles and handed us each a glass of something cold and sweet. "Welcome to Elysian Cove," a woman with strikingly bright eyes said. "We hope you enjoy your stay." At first, everything seemed perfect. The food was exquisite, the drinks were endless, and the staff catered to our every whim. There was no check-in process, no credit cards required. We were simply given luxurious suites and told to enjoy ourselves. But as the day wore on, little things began to gnaw at me. The other guests seemed off, too cheerful, too perfect. Their laughter echoed strangely, and no one ever seemed to leave their rooms after dark. That night, Jacob knocked on my door. "Dude, I don't think we should be here." "What do you mean?" I asked. I asked one of the staff how long they've worked here, and they just stared at me, like I had spoken another language. Then they smiled and walked away. Marco wasn't convinced. "You're both overthinking it," he said, lounging by the infinity pool. "Look at this place, it's paradise." Jacob and I exchanged uneasy glances. Something wasn't right, we just didn't know what. The next morning, we decided to leave. It wasn't just unease anymore. It was an urgent need to get off that island. But when we approached the dock, our cruise ship was gone. A staff member approached us, smiling serenely. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Yes," Jacob said firmly. "We need to leave." The woman tilted her head as if considering his words. Then, with the same eerie calmness, she said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. No one leaves." Marco laughed nervously. "What do you mean? There has to be another boat, right?" She shook her head. "No one leaves." That was when we saw them, the other guests, standing perfectly still on the beach watching us, their eyes unblinking, their smiles frozen in place. Panic surged through me. We need to run. We sprinted back to the resort, our hearts pounding. Every hallway looked the same, every door led back to the same place. The resort was shifting around us, trapping us inside. Then we heard the whispers. Low, melodic, weaving through the air like a song. The staff, the guests. All of them chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. We locked ourselves in a room. Jacob was trembling. Marco, finally shaken, gripped my arm. This isn't real. This can't be real. I checked my phone. No signal, no Wi-Fi, no way to call for help. Then the lights flickered. And the door handle started to turn. We didn't sleep that night. We took turns keeping watch, listening to the sounds of footsteps just outside our door. The whispers never stopped. By dawn, Jacob made a decision. We're going to the beach. We're finding a boat. I don't care what they say. We ran. Down the hallways, through the empty dining area, past the perfect palm trees. The beach stretched before us, untouched. And there, in the distance, a small wooden boat. We didn't hesitate. We ran toward it, our feet kicking up sand, breath ragged. Then the staff appeared. Dozens of them, blocking our path, standing in perfect rows, smiling. No one leaves, the woman from before whispered. Marco grabbed a rock and hurled it. It hit one of them square in the head, but they didn't flinch. They didn't even blink. Jacob yanked my arm. Run. We veered off, cutting through the trees, tearing through thick underbrush. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but we ran. Deeper and deeper until we saw the other side of the island. The cliffs, and below, a mass of wrecked boats, old, rotted, decades worth of abandoned vessels. Marco cursed. This place, it's a trap. And then we heard the chanting again. I don't remember much after that. I remember jumping, falling into the water, gasping for air as we swam into the unknown. We were found days later, drifting in the open sea. A fishing boat picked us up. They said we were lucky to be alive. When we told them about the island, they only shook their heads. There's no island there, one of them said. Just open water. We didn't believe them until we checked the map ourselves. There was nothing, no record of an island, no Elysian Cove. It didn't exist, but I know what we saw. I should have left earlier. I knew that the last bus home departed at 10:45 p.m. sharp, but I had been too caught up in conversation at the cafe to check the time. By the time I reached the bus terminal, the large, rusted clock hanging over the waiting area showed 10:52 p.m. I had missed it. I sighed, pulling my jacket closer as a damp, musty smell filled my nose. The terminal felt abandoned despite still being open. The flickering neon sign outside cast shifting shadows against the cracked walls. It was unsettling, like something was moving just beyond my sight. A middle-aged booth teller sat behind a glass window, barely glancing up from an old newspaper. A half-filled coffee cup sat on the counter, but the coffee inside was cold, untouched. He looked like he had been there for decades, his skin weathered like an old leather seat. The small convenience store next to the booth was still open, though the cashier, a hunched old woman, watched me intently as if I shouldn't be there. "You waiting for a bus?" the teller finally asked, his voice raspy. "Yeah, I missed the last one," I replied, forcing a smile. "Is there another way to get home?" The man frowned, glancing up at the clock. For a moment, his expression wavered as if he had seen something he wasn't supposed to. "You sure about that?" he murmured. "Clock says 10:30. I turned sharply. The second hand on the clock was ticking backward. I let out a nervous chuckle. Must be broken. Or maybe time works different for the ones who stay past their welcome. A shiver ran down my spine. The cashier in the convenience store cleared her throat. I turned to see her setting a small paper charm on the counter. The red ink forming intricate symbols was unlike anything I'd seen before. "For protection," she said in a hushed voice. "If you have to stay, keep it close." I laughed awkwardly, but something about the way she avoided my eyes made my skin crawl. I reached for the charm anyway, stuffing it into my pocket. As I did, I noticed something strange. Behind the counter, she subtly placed another charm in the same spot, as if she knew someone else would need it soon. As I turned to leave the store, my stomach dropped. On the wall behind the cashier, barely visible under layers of faded posters, was a bulletin board covered in missing persons flyers, dozens of them. The faces were all different, but they had one thing in common. Each person had disappeared from this bus terminal. I took a seat on one of the cold metal benches, my phone showing 10:55 p.m. No missed calls, no messages. Outside the terminal, the streets were silent, empty. Not a single car passed. A student sat a few rows away, scrolling on their phone. A tired businessman rubbed his temples, staring at the clock. Then the whisper came, "You shouldn't be here." I shot up from my seat, scanning the terminal. The student was gone. The businessman had vanished. The booth teller was no longer in his glass enclosure. The old woman had disappeared from the store. The lights flickered again, buzzing like dying insects. I turned to the large clock on the wall. The hands were spinning now, slow, then fast, then slow again. Time made no sense anymore. Then a bus pulled in. The headlights washed over me, too bright, too artificial. The doors creaked open and a figure stepped out, a tall man in an old-fashioned uniform, his cap pulled low over his face. The logo on his chest was from a company that had shut down decades ago. "Last ride," he said. I hesitated. There was no one else around, no other passengers. The driver tilted his head as if waiting for me to make a choice. The paper charm in my pocket burned against my skin. I stepped back. The driver let out a slow exhale, his breath misting unnaturally in the warm night air. Smart one. As I backed away, I caught a glimpse of the bus's interior through the dusty windows. The passengers were motionless. Their faces were blank, devoid of features, just smooth, pale skin where eyes, noses, and mouths should have been. Some sat stiffly upright, while others seemed slumped over, lifeless. I turned and ran. My feet pounded against the cracked tiles as I bolted for the exit. The moment I passed through the rusted turnstile, the station lights snapped off entirely, plunging the place into darkness. The bus let out a low, mechanical groan before pulling away, its headlights flickering like dying candles. I kept running until I reached a nearby street, gasping for breath. The night air felt heavier, as if I had broken through some unseen barrier. When I finally glanced back, the terminal was gone. In its place was an empty lot, overgrown with weeds, the pavement cracked from years of neglect. No benches, no booth, no store, just silence. My phone buzzed, an unread text from an unknown number. "You were supposed to board." I never took the last bus again. A year later, I was riding a different bus home late at night. As I stared out the window, my reflection shifted. A man in an old-fashioned uniform was sitting behind me, his cap low over his face, watching, waiting. Then the whisper came again. "You made the wrong choice." I've been here before the first thing I noticed was the silence. Not the peaceful kind, the kind that wraps around you too tightly, pressing against your ears until even your own breath feels intrusive. I stood at the edge of the mountain trail, adjusting my backpack, inhaling the crisp morning air. The sun barely peeked through the thick fog, casting pale streaks of light through the towering pines. Beneath my boots, damp leaves crunched, brittle from the early chill. I needed this. A break from the noise, the emails, the endless stress. Just me, the trail, and my own thoughts. Or so I thought. A week ago, I was hunched over my laptop in my cramped apartment, the glow of the screen casting sickly shadows on the walls. The air was stale, thick with the scent of half-eaten takeout and coffee gone cold. I barely noticed. My mind buzzed, restless, fraying at the edges. Then Will called. "There's this old trail in the mountains. Barely anyone goes there. No service, no people, just you and nature." It sounded perfect, too perfect. A chance to escape the suffocating hum of city life, to clear my head. I packed up before I could overthink it. For the first few hours, it was exactly what I needed. The trail stretched ahead, winding through dense forest, the ground soft beneath my boots. The scent of pine and damp earth curled through the crisp air, grounding me in the present. Golden afternoon light filtered through the canopy, dappling the path with shifting patches of warmth. Every now and then, a bird trilled somewhere in the distance, a sound so fragile It barely disturbed the hush. And yet, something felt off. At first, it was a whisper at the edge of my mind. A prickle along my spine, the kind you feel when someone's watching. The deeper I went, the stronger it became, a tension in the air as if the forest was waiting. Then the silence settled, not the peaceful stillness of nature. This was different. The kind of silence that presses against your skin, stretching, listening. Even the wind seemed hesitant to stir the leaves. The trees loomed taller, their gnarled limbs twisting overhead like skeletal fingers. Then my GPS flickered. The screen dimmed, then died. No service. Typical, I wasn't worried. The trail was marked. I had supplies. I'd be fine. Then I found it. A campsite. At first, I thought someone had just stepped away. The tent still stood, sagging under the weight of rain and neglect. The fire pit was cold, ringed with charred wood and scattered ash. Footprints circled the site, half erased by time. Someone had been here not long ago, but long enough. Then I saw the journal. It lay half buried in the dirt, its cracked leather cover blending into the earth like it belonged there. My pulse quickened as I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the brittle pages. The first few entries were unremarkable. A solo hiker. No name, no dates, just short, clipped notes. Trail feels longer than expected. GPS useless. Something's wrong. I keep walking but end up in the same place. I frowned. The handwriting was steady at first. Then it changed, frantic, jagged strokes cutting into the page. I tried leaving markers. They disappear. I think I'm being watched. A gust of wind rattled the trees and I flinched, gripping the journal tighter. Then I turned to the last page and my breath locked in my throat. The handwriting was mine. The ink bled slightly at the edges as if written in a rush. Day 7, I found my own journal today. It was waiting for me in the clearing. If anyone finds this, please, the sentence stopped. Mid-thought. Mid-plea. My stomach twisted, a slow, sinking weight pulling me down. A cold, crawling sensation spread through my limbs, tightening like invisible fingers around my throat. No, that wasn't possible. I had never been here before. I had never written in this book. My breath came short, shallow, each exhale barely making a sound. Then a branch snapped. The crack echoed through the trees, sharp, deliberate. Too close. Too real. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I spun around, pulse hammering against my ribs, eyes darting through the shadows. Nothing, just trees, towering, watching, unmoving. The wind had died. The air hung thick and heavy, pressing in, suffocating. Even the birds, the ones that had been singing, distant but there, had gone silent. And that's when I realized the forest had never been silent before. The sun was sinking, its golden light bleeding into deep amber, then bruising into shades of violet and gray. Shadows stretched long and claw-like across the forest floor, twisting and shifting as if they had a life of their own. The trees seemed taller now, their jagged limbs reaching, curling inward, closing in. I needed to leave. Heart pounding, I grabbed the journal, shoved it deep into my pack and turned, but the book was still lying on the ground. Open. Waiting. A sharp chill slithered down my spine, cold as death. My breath hitched. Slowly, I looked down at my pack, my fingers trembling as I unzipped it. The sound of the zipper cut through the thick, suffocating quiet. I reached inside empty. No journal, no supplies, nothing. A hollow, sinking dread coiled in my gut. The world around me seemed to hold its breath. The trees stood still, unnaturally rigid, their jagged edges forming silhouettes against the dying light. Then the wind picked up again. But it carried something new, something wrong. A whisper, too faint to understand but unmistakable, and it carried my name. A shudder raked through me. Every instinct screamed run. I bolted. The trees blurred around me, streaks of black against the fading sky. My boots pounded against the dirt, but the path stretched on, endless, twisting, warping. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but no matter how fast I ran, no matter which direction I turned, I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs threatened to give out beneath me. But no matter how far I pushed forward, no matter how many twists and turns I took, I ended up back at the clearing. My stomach dropped. And then I saw it, standing at the edge of the trees, a figure. Tall, still me, not just similar, exactly me. Same clothes, dusted with the same dirt. Same stance, tense and breathless. Same wide-eyed terror frozen on its face like a reflection trapped in glass. It was watching me, with my own eyes. The world seemed to tilt beneath me. My breath came in ragged, uneven gasps, panic clawing up my throat, thick and suffocating. My legs wobbled, weak and useless, like I was standing on the edge of something vast, something endless, a void disguised as a forest. And then I looked down. The journal lay at my feet, its pages turning on their own. The final entry was writing itself. I stood frozen, my breath coming in short, uneven bursts as ink bled onto the brittle page in real time, scrawling jagged letters across the parchment like a wound splitting open. Day 8, I tried to leave. The path won't let me. I think I finally understand. A violent shudder raked through me. My knees nearly buckled. I wanted to shut the book, to tear the pages apart, to throw it into the darkness and run, but my hands refused to move. I could only watch, helpless, as the last sentence carved itself into existence, slow and deliberate. I've been here before. A sharp, icy dread coiled in my stomach, constricting around my ribs like invisible hands. My pulse pounded, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I opened my mouth to scream, to deny it, to break the suffocating silence. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat burned, lungs seized, but the silence held me in its grip, thick and suffocating. Then the wind howled. A hollow, mournful wail, threading through the trees like a warning, like a whisper from something unseen. But beneath it, almost swallowed by the eerie rush of air, footsteps. Not mine. A slow, deliberate crunch of leaves, of twigs snapping under weight. Close, too close. My body refused to move, locked in place by a terror too vast to comprehend. But my eyes betrayed me. I looked up, and it was there. The thing wearing my face. It stood just at the tree line, barely a breath away, half shrouded in the dying light. Familiar, identical, yet wrong, deeply, impossibly wrong, it smiled. Not a grin, not a smirk, something worse. A slow, patient curve of the lips, deliberate knowing. The kind of smile that had been practiced 1,000 times. The kind that meant something ancient, something inevitable. And in that moment, I understood. This trail wasn't a place, it was a trap. A cage woven from time and memory, bending reality into a loop with no seams, no doors, no escape. I wasn't lost. I was exactly where I was meant to be, because I had already been here, and I would be here again. 3 days later, a group of hikers stumbled upon a vacant campsite, swallowed by the eerie hush of the forest. The towering pines loomed overhead, their gnarled branches creaking like old bones in the wind. Shadows stretched long and unnatural, twisting over the damp earth as if the forest itself recoiled from what had been left behind. A cold fire pit sat in the center, its charred embers dusted with a fine layer of ash, untouched for days. The scent of burned wood lingered, stale and lifeless, mingling with the damp rot of fallen leaves. A weathered tent stood partially unzipped, its fabric fluttering weakly. Inside, the hikers saw a tangle of crumpled blankets and an overturned lantern, its glass cracked. A single boot lay outside, half buried in the dirt as if its owner had left in a hurry or had been taken. Then they saw it. A leather journal lying open on the ground, its pages warped from the mist, edges curling with the kiss of decay. One hiker knelt, hesitating before reaching out. Their fingers trembled as they brushed the cover, rough and cold to the touch, as though it had absorbed the fear of its owner. The final entry simply read, "If anyone finds this, please." The unfinished plea sent a ripple of unease through the group. The words, written in a shaky, frantic scrawl, seemed to claw at the page as if the writer had been interrupted, as if they had been watching something approach. A sudden gust of wind tore through the clearing. The journal's pages flapped violently before being ripped away, spiraling into the air like desperate whispers lost to the void. The hikers flinched, their eyes darting to the trees, watching as the pages scattered, shreds of a story never meant to be finished. And then the forest fell silent once more, not peaceful, not still, listening. I always thought I was a rational person. The kind who could hear a noise in the dark and chalk it up to the wind, an old pipe, or my own imagination. But there are things that defy reason, and I learned that 35,000 feet above the ocean. It started as any other flight. I was on a red-eye from Los Angeles to Tokyo, a long-haul flight meant for sleeping through the night. I settled into my window seat, wrapping myself in a thin airline blanket while the hum of the engines droned in the background. To my left, a man in his mid-40s gave me a polite nod before adjusting his seat. He had short, graying hair and glasses perched on the edge of his nose. His boarding pass read Michael Reynolds, a common enough name. Across the aisle, a woman in business attire typed furiously on her laptop. Amelia, I remembered. She had introduced herself briefly before takeoff, though she seemed too busy to talk. The flight attendants did their usual rounds, securing trays and dimming the lights. I drifted off, lulled by the rhythm of the aircraft. Then it happened. A deep, resounding thud. It came from beneath us, somewhere in the cargo hold. I opened my eyes groggily, unsure if I had imagined it. But then it came again. A slow, deliberate knock. Michael shifted in his seat. Amelia stopped typing. The subtle change in the cabin's atmosphere was undeniable. A few rows ahead, someone whispered something, but the sound was swallowed by the hum of the engines. A flight attendant walked down the aisle, her face carefully composed. She was young, with dark hair tied into a neat bun. As she passed, Michael stopped her. "Excuse me," he said, keeping his voice low. "Did you hear that?" The attendant's polite expression faltered. "Sir, the noise," he clarified. "It came from below us." Her lips pressed into a thin line. She glanced around before leaning in. "We're not supposed to hear that." A chill ran down my spine. Amelia closed her laptop. "So you did hear it," she whispered. The attendant straightened. "Please don't worry, ma'am. I'll check with the crew." She walked briskly toward the front of the plane. A few minutes later, another knock, louder this time. Several passengers stirred, exchanging uneasy glances. Amelia unbuckled her seatbelt. "This isn't normal," Michael exhaled sharply. "Could it be turbulence?" I shook my head. "Turbulence doesn't knock." A voice crackled over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're experiencing minor technical difficulties. There's nothing to be alarmed about." The pilot's tone was measured, too measured. I looked toward the flight attendant, now stationed near the galley, whispering to another crew member. Their faces were pale. Then the knocking sped up. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythm was frantic, like something was trying to get out. Passengers started murmuring. One man called for the flight crew, demanding answers. Another knock, louder, more forceful. Michael tensed beside me. "They need to open the hold." Amelia scoffed. "Are you insane? What if it's, I don't know, a stowaway?" Michael ran a hand through his hair. "A stowaway wouldn't have made it past security. What if it's something worse?" I muttered, though I wasn't sure what I meant. The plane suddenly dipped. People yelped as overhead compartments rattled. The seatbelt sign flickered back on, accompanied by a chime. A mother across the aisle clutched her child, whispering reassurances neither of them believed. Another announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated." The knocking stopped. Silence flooded the cabin. It was almost worse than the sound itself. A shared breath held by every passenger, waiting. Then a metallic creak. Amelia clutched my arm. That came from inside. My pulse pounded in my ears. The flight attendants were frantically making calls. One of them, a middle-aged man, walked toward the back. We waited. And then a scream. It came from the back of the plane, a sharp, primal sound that made my skin crawl. The flight attendant who had gone to check, he wasn't there anymore. Someone ran past us, a passenger, wild-eyed, gasping for air. "It's—" He didn't finish his sentence before another sound cut through the chaos. A low growl. The plane lurched again. People screamed as oxygen masks deployed. The lights flickered, casting long, shifting shadows. The cabin was in chaos now, people yelling, scrambling, searching for something, anything, to explain what was happening. And then, for the first time, I saw it. The door to the cargo hold just beyond the galley was slightly ajar. Something dark moved within, shifting just beyond the dim light. The flight attendants tried to secure it, but it wouldn't budge, or something was keeping it from closing. The knocking returned. But now it wasn't just knocking, it was scratching. I grabbed Michael's wrist. "We need to land, now." Amelia clutched her seat, knuckles white. "What if we don't make it?" The plane jolted again, descending rapidly. The captain's voice came through the speakers, but the static swallowed his words. And then the final blow. The cargo hold burst open. Darkness spilled into the cabin, swallowing the back rows. The screams were cut off abruptly, like a switch flipped. I saw shadows moving, shifting in ways that made no sense. The growling grew louder, a chorus of inhuman sounds reverberating through the plane. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The plane stabilized. The lights flickered back to full brightness. The cargo hold door was shut, and there was no one in the last 10 rows, just empty seats. The remaining passengers were silent, shaken, eyes darting toward one another as if questioning whether they had imagined it. But we knew. We all knew. The flight attendants didn't say a word. They simply walked up and down the aisle, collecting masks, straightening trays, as if nothing had happened. When we landed, no one spoke. The flight crew ushered us off quickly, avoiding eye contact. And as I stepped into the airport, I turned back for one last look at the plane. The cargo hold door was dented, from the inside. I always took the same bus home. Same route, same stops, same forgettable faces. Tonight was no different. Or at least, I thought it wasn't, call me Lara. If you passed me on the street, you wouldn't remember me. If I sat next to you on the bus, I'd just be another face in the crowd, someone unremarkable, forgettable. And honestly, I liked it that way. Routine made life easier. I woke up, went to my mundane office job, answered emails, sat through meetings that could have been handled in a single message, then came home and watched crime shows until I fell asleep. I had unread messages from friends I kept meaning to answer, but never did. Not because I didn't care, just because it was easier to let the days blur together in their predictable rhythm. That night was supposed to be like any other. Same bus, same seat by the window, same quiet ride home. I popped in my earbuds, half listening to a podcast about urban legends, my fingers tapping absent-mindedly against my bag. I counted the stops like I always did, 4 away from home, then 3, then 2. Then something changed. The bus slowed, but it wasn't my stop. I glanced up just in time to see a brightly lit gas station roll past the window. Its neon sign flickered erratically, buzzing like a dying insect. The wet pavement gleamed under the artificial glow. Behind the counter, a lone cashier sat behind bulletproof glass, staring blankly out at the night. I frowned. Had I seen this gas station before? Probably. I wasn't always paying attention during my commute. Maybe I had just never noticed it. The bus rumbled forward, and I shook off the unease creeping at the back of my mind. Just a gas station. Just another landmark along the way home. But then, a few minutes later, the bus slowed again, and we passed the same gas station. Same flickering sign. Same empty lot. Same cashier, still staring out with the exact same vacant expression. My stomach twisted. I sat up straighter, pulling out one earbud. The low murmur of the bus engine filled the quiet space between passengers. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual. A man in a business suit scrolled through his phone. A teenage girl, earbuds in, tapped her foot along to a song only she could hear. An elderly woman gazed out the window, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The bus continued on. I glanced back at the window, watching the blurred city lights streak past. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe there were 2 identical gas stations along this route. That had to be it, 3 stops. Then 2. Almost home, I leaned my head against the cool glass, exhaling slowly. I was overthinking it. Then the bus slowed again. I turned my head, and there it was. The gas station. Same neon glow, same wet pavement, same blank-eyed cashier. I sat frozen, my pulse pounding in my ears. This wasn't normal. I pulled out my phone, checking the time. 11:43 p.m. The same time it had been 5 minutes ago. The bus shuddered forward again. I turned to the nearest passenger, a woman in her 30s, staring blankly at her phone. "Hey," I whispered, my voice dry. "Hey, did you see that?" "We just passed the same." She turned her head ever so slowly, her lips parted. No words came, just a thin smile. A chill crawled up my spine. The bus lurched forward. I clutched the seat to steady myself. I sat up, pressing my hand against the glass, the flickering neon sign. The lone cashier still scrolling. The single car still parked in the same spot. No, that wasn't possible. I turned my head towards the driver, a man with graying hair, his face expressionless in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. Excuse me. I called, my voice coming out drier than I intended. Didn't we just pass that gas station? He glanced at me through the rearview mirror and a slow smile tugged at his lips. Oh, that's so. His tone was light, too light. The smile lingered too long. I waited for him to explain, but he didn't. He just kept driving. A chill crawled up my spine as I scanned the other passengers. Blank faces, lost in their own worlds. Not a single reaction, not even a flicker of recognition. I turned back to the window, my pulse quickening. The bus rolled forward, picking up speed, and then it slowed. And there it was again. The gas station, the same flickering sign, the same lone cashier, the same parked car. As if time had folded in on itself, trapping me in an endless loop. I gripped the seat in front of me, my breathing shallow. What the hell is going on? No one answered. No one even turned their heads. It was as if I was the only one seeing it. A nauseating dread settled in my stomach. I had to get off this bus. But what if there was nowhere left to go? I should have reached my stop by now. The bus rumbled beneath me, its engine humming a monotonous drone that filled the silence between the occasional bumps in the road. Rain streaked down the windows in endless rivers, distorting the city lights outside into smears of color. The air inside was stale, tinged with the faint scent of damp fabric and something metallic I couldn't quite place. I gripped the metal pole, my knuckles white. My breath came shallow, uneven. Something was wrong. Maybe someone else noticed. Someone had to. I turned toward the nearest passenger, a woman in her 30s, her face bathed in the cold glow of her phone screen. My voice came out thinner than I expected. Hey, did you see that? We passed the same. She turned her head toward me, slowly, too slowly. Her lips parted, but no words came. Just a thin smile, a smile that didn't quite reach her empty, glassy eyes. I jerked back, my heart hammering. A cold sweat dampened my palms as I clutched the seat beside me, trying to steady myself. The bus lurched forward again, the lights flickering overhead. My stomach twisted. I had to get off this bus. Now, I stumbled toward the doors, my fingers slamming against the stop button over and over again. The tiny light beneath it blinked red. The request had been made, but the bus didn't stop. I turned to the driver. Hey, I need to get off. No response. His hands gripped the wheel tightly, knuckles pale, gaze locked straight ahead. The road outside was a blur of darkness and rain stretching endlessly into nothing. I turned back, scanning the passengers. No one moved, no one spoke. A sense of dread coiled deep in my stomach. The bus rumbled forward, carrying me deeper into the unknown, and I wasn't sure it would ever stop. The gas station passed again. My stomach twisted into knots, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The same neon sign flickered in the rain-drenched night on, off, on, off. I pressed my back against the bus doors, my pulse hammering in my ears. No one moved. No one reacted. It was like they were all in on something I wasn't. Let me out, I choked out, my voice barely above a whimper. Silence. The driver finally turned his head toward me. The amused smile he had worn earlier was gone. His eyes, shadowed and unreadable, locked onto mine. You can't leave, Lara, he said, his voice smooth but final. The route isn't done yet. My blood ran cold. How did he know my name? The bus plunged into darkness. Every light inside flickered and died, swallowing us in an abyss. My breath hitched, the air suddenly thick and suffocating. The only thing glowing now was the neon sign through the window. On, off, and then I screamed. The security footage is grainy, marred by static lines running across the screen. It captures the gas station in the dead of night, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly above empty fuel pumps. A light drizzle coats the pavement, making it glisten under the harsh glow. The timestamp in the corner flickers, 2:37 a.m. A bus is parked at the far end of the lot. The engine hums softly, exhaust curling into the night air. Behind the counter, the cashier, A middle-aged man with tired eyes and a grizzled beard looks up from his magazine. His expression stiffens. His fingers twitch against the counter. Something outside has caught his attention. The bus doors hiss open. A woman stumbles out barefoot, her clothes clinging to her like a second skin. Wet hair sticks to her pale face, her eyes wide and unfocused. She moves like she's just learned how to walk, her steps unsteady, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The cashier's stomach knots. He has seen this before. His voice is barely above a whisper. Another one. I never considered myself particularly adventurous. I liked structure, plans, and knowing exactly where I was going. But after quitting my corporate job and breaking off an engagement that was going nowhere, I told myself I'd take a trip, something spontaneous, just to shake off the past. That's how I found myself in this old European city, wandering through its labyrinthine streets, trying to feel something other than regret. Jenna tried, master of schedules, was now winging it, and I was failing spectacularly. I grew up in a small town where everyone knew each other, and routines were sacred. My parents ran a bookstore, the kind with a bell over the door and a sleepy old cat named Dickens. I was expected to take over one day, but instead, I pursued a career in marketing in a big city. It was fast-paced, thrilling, and everything I thought I wanted, until I realized I was drowning in deadlines and spreadsheets. Then came Mark. He was stable, predictable, and safe. Too safe. We planned everything, date nights, vacations, even the exact month we'd try for kids. But somewhere along the way, I started feeling like a passenger in my own life. The wedding invitations were printed when I finally admitted to myself that I didn't want the life we'd mapped out. So I packed a bag, booked a ticket, and here I was, trying to redefine myself in a city I barely knew. I stumbled upon the flower shop by accident, lured in by the smell of fresh roses and something citrusy. The florist was an old woman with a smile too wide for her tiny frame. She studied me as I hovered by the sunflowers, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "You're lost," she said in a thick accent, her voice like crumpled parchment. I laughed. "I wouldn't say lost, more pleasantly disoriented." She snorted. "Tourists always are, but you look like someone who's looking for something." I hesitated. "Maybe got any life advice with those tulips?" She grinned. "No, but I have a story. You like stories?" I nodded, curious. "There is a staircase," she began, lowering her voice. "Hidden in the old part of town, near the alley where the walls whisper. You step down and the world shifts." I raised an eyebrow. "The walls whisper." "Only to those who listen." She wagged a finger at me. "But be careful, people who go down don't always come back." I chuckled. "Sounds like a horror movie," she winked. "Maybe it is." I paid for a small bouquet, thanked her, and left, the conversation lingering in my mind like a ghost. I didn't believe in urban legends, but part of me, maybe the part that was still trying to prove I wasn't a boring planner, wanted to find that staircase. That evening, as I wandered through the dimly lit streets, I found it, just like she said. A staircase, hidden in the shadow of an old stone building, leading downward. There was no sign, no indication of where it led. My stomach twisted with unease, but curiosity gnawed at me. I took a step forward, then another, and the world around me changed. The air grew heavier, thick like a fog had settled beneath the city. My footsteps echoed strangely, the sound warping in ways that didn't make sense. The stone walls closed in, uneven and cracked, and the scent of damp earth filled my nose. My phone had no signal. I turned back, expecting to see the alley where I'd entered, but there was no exit, just more stairs leading further down. Panic crept up my throat. I took a deep breath. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn. Maybe it was a tourist attraction I hadn't read about. I descended further, running my fingers along the stone wall for stability. The deeper I went, the more unnatural everything felt. The lights, if there had ever been any, had vanished. My phone's flashlight barely cut through the dark. Then I heard it. A whisper. At first, I thought it was my imagination, the florist's words playing tricks on me. But it came again, soft and breathy, like wind through a crack in the wall. "Turn around." I froze. My chest tightened. I wasn't alone. I spun around, my flashlight catching movement just at the edge of my vision. A shadow darted out of sight, my breath hitched. "Hello!" Silence. I forced a laugh, trying to steady myself. "Okay, Jenna, you're officially freaking yourself out. It's just an old staircase. Probably some weird acoustics." I turned back and took another step, and then the whisper returned. Louder, right next to my ear. "You shouldn't be here." My scream lodged in my throat. My flashlight flickered, and for a split second I saw something in front of me. A figure, tall, gaunt, its face obscured by shadows. Its body was impossibly thin, elongated. It stood motionless, head slightly tilted, as if studying me. Then the flashlight died. Everything went black, my heartbeat pounded in my ears. I fumbled with my phone, shaking fingers trying to turn the light back on. A sound echoed from the darkness. Footsteps, coming closer. I turned and ran. Blindly, desperately, I stumbled, catching myself against the rough stone walls, my hands scraped against something wet. The smell of earth and rot grew stronger. The footsteps behind me quickened. I reached forward, hoping, praying for an exit. My fingers found only more stone. A wall. The staircase had vanished. I spun around, pressing my back against the cold surface. My breath came in sharp gasps. The footsteps had stopped, and then the whisper came again, right in front of me. "You walked too far." My vision blurred with fear. My body trembled. And then, something cold touched my face, a hand, and I screamed. My scream barely echoed before something wrenched me forward. The sensation was impossible to describe, like being yanked through cold water without getting wet. My stomach twisted, my limbs jerked, and suddenly I wasn't where I had been. I wasn't anywhere. The blackness around me wasn't just darkness. It was absence, soundless, airless, a space that rejected my very presence. My breath caught in my throat, a strangled sob escaping as my hands flailed, searching for something, anything, to hold on to. Then a voice, not whispered this time, not in my ear. It came from everywhere at once. "Who are you?" I shuddered, my body convulsing with dread. It wasn't just a question. It was a demand. And I, Jenna Tried, who once had everything planned, who had left to find herself, felt utterly insignificant in its presence. I squeezed my eyes shut. I had to think. Had to move. Had to. The ground returned beneath me in a single, nauseating lurch. The absence of space collapsed around me, replaced by solid stone. Cold air rushed back into my lungs. I gasped, my body shuddering violently, and I saw it. The staircase, but it wasn't the same. It spiraled now, twisting impossibly downward, steps stretching far beyond what should have been possible. The walls dripped with something thick and dark, the stone slick beneath my palms. And at the very bottom, barely visible in the weak glow of my flickering phone light, a figure stood waiting. Not the one from before. This one was different. It looked like me, a perfect mirror. Same jeans, same jacket, same terrified expression. But its eyes were hollow. It lifted a hand. I didn't wait. I turned and ran back toward the world I had left behind. My feet barely touched the steps as I sprinted, my heart slamming against my ribs. The walls whispered. No, they shrieked. Words twisted into something inhuman, clawing at the edges of my sanity. "Leave. You don't belong. You were never meant to find this place." The steps grew steeper, my legs burning with every movement. The air thickened, resisting me, pulling me backward. The thing that looked like me wasn't chasing me, but I felt its presence rising, growing, stretching toward me. I burst forward, lunging for the last step. My vision blurred, and suddenly I was back. The alley was silent. The cold night air stung my skin. My phone buzzed weakly in my palm, screen cracked. I turned, heart hammering, expecting the staircase to still be there. It wasn't. Only a smooth stone wall, as if the stairs had never existed. I staggered backward, my breath coming in short, ragged bursts. A laugh, soft, knowing, echoed in my mind. I whirled around. The florist stood at the entrance of her shop, watching me. Her smile was small, knowing. "You found it," she murmured. I swallowed hard, unable to form words. She stepped closer, tucking a stray petal into her pocket. "You should be careful where you step," Jenna Tried. "Some places don't let you leave so easily." I opened my mouth, then shut it again. I had no proof of what happened. No staircase, no whispers, no figure. just my own mind reeling from whatever that place had been. The florist gave me a final glance, then turned back inside, leaving me standing there, alone. But as I turned to walk away, the wind shifted. A whisper brushed against my ear, soft, almost amused. "You almost stayed." I didn't look back. I didn't run. I just walked away, my hands shaking in my pockets. And as I disappeared into the night, I realized something that chilled me to my core. I didn't remember how I got out. As I walked through the unfamiliar streets, my mind still foggy, something else became apparent. This wasn't where I had started. The city around me felt wrong. The streetlights were in different places. The air was damp, heavy, as if a storm had just passed. And then, "Jenna," a voice. Distant at first, then clearer. Urgent. I turned, my heart slamming against my ribs. Mark. He stood across the street, his face pale, his expression twisted with something between disbelief and relief. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days. "Jenna." He ran toward me, grabbing my arms, searching my face. "Oh my God, we've been looking everywhere for you." I blinked, still dazed. "What, Mark? How did you?" He shook his head. "Where the hell have you been?" "What do you mean?" My voice sounded weak, distant. I was just walking." He exhaled sharply, gripping my shoulders. "Jenna, you were missing for 2 days." The words didn't make sense. They shouldn't have made sense. I stepped back, my stomach lurching. No, that's impossible. I was only down there for," my voice caught. I didn't know how long I had been down there. Mark's jaw tightened. "We checked everywhere. The police, the embassy. We thought, Jesus, Jenna, we thought you were gone." A hollow, numbing dread seeped into my bones. My phone, I fumbled for it, my fingers shaking as I unlocked the screen. The date. I had lost 48 hours. A shuddering breath escaped me. Mark studied my face. "Where were you?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I had no answer. Behind him, just over his shoulder, the florist stood in her shop doorway, watching and smiling. I turned away before she could see the fear in my eyes. I didn't tell Mark about the staircase, about the whispers, about the thing that had worn my face. I just let him take my hand and lead me away. I should have listened to Nora. She warned me. She always did. But I laughed it off, just like I always did. Because curses weren't real and ancient temples were just old stones with forgotten stories. At least that's what I thought. Until now, the jungle was alive with noise. Cicadas screamed from the treetops, and the humid air clung to my skin, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Every step we took sent something scurrying into the undergrowth. Tiny lizards, unseen insects, things I didn't want to think about. The deeper we ventured, the more the light dimmed, the towering canopy swallowing the sun whole. Ahead of us, half consumed by vines and thyme, loomed the ruins of the temple. Its crumbling facade bore the faded scars of a civilization long gone, the carved symbols worn and unreadable. Even in its decay, it was breathtaking. "Are you sure we should be here?" Nora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. She hugged her arms to her chest, eyes darting around like she expected something to leap out at us. "The guide said this place is cursed." I scoffed, brushing dust from my hands as I stepped over a pile of broken stones. "Come on, Nora, it's just a story. Besides, we've come all this way, might as well check it out." I didn't believe in curses. Not really, I believed in history, adventure. Stories lost to time, waiting to be rediscovered. Nora hesitated before following, her steps slow and reluctant. The deeper we went, the heavier the air felt. It pressed against my chest, making each breath thick, sluggish. The silence beneath the buzzing jungle grew loud, a kind of waiting stillness that made my skin crawl. Then I saw it. A small, rusted pendant half buried in the dirt. I crouched, brushing away the soil to reveal its shape, round, with a strange symbol etched into its center. It was simple, yet something about it felt wrong. Like it didn't belong here, like it shouldn't have been disturbed. "What's that?" Nora's voice came from behind me, sharp with unease. "Looks like an old pendant," I said, turning it over in my fingers. It was warm, too warm. Almost like it had been held just moments before. Nora took a step back. "Put it back, Sky." I looked up at her, raising an eyebrow. "Seriously? Yes, you don't mess with stuff like that." I rolled my eyes. It's just a trinket. But as I slipped it into my pocket, a sudden gust of wind howled through the ruins. The trees shuddered, their leaves whispering in frantic rustles. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Nora grabbed my arm. Sky, a deep, guttural sound rumbled from somewhere within the temple. Not the wind, not an animal. Something else, something awake. And then the ground beneath us trembled. I should have never taken that pendant. The thought burrows into my mind as I sit on my bed, scrolling mindlessly through my phone. My head is heavy with exhaustion, a dull ache pressing against my temples. The day's adventure lingers in my muscles, the lingering humidity of the jungle still clinging to my skin despite the shower. I swipe through my photo gallery, reliving the trip, the towering ruins, the ancient carvings, the eerie silence of the temple, and then I see it. My thumb hovers over the screen, my breath catching in my throat. The photo staring back at me is impossible. It's a picture of me, asleep. Taken from the foot of my bed, a cold wave of nausea grips me. My heartbeat slams against my ribs. The timestamp reads 2:47 a.m. a minute ago. My stomach twists. I'm alone in this room. I have been since I got back. My fingers tremble as I grip the phone tighter, my vision blurring with sheer disbelief. I didn't take this. I couldn't have. Then the screen flickers. A new image appears. My breath hitches. The photo is the same, except this time something else is in the frame. In the corner of my darkened room, barely distinguishable from the shadows, stands a figure. It's tall, almost humanoid, but its form is wrong, blurred at the edges, its face an empty void. The phone slips from my fingers, hitting the bed with a dull thud. My pulse pounds in my ears, a deafening rush of fear. I don't move. I can't. The silence in my room suddenly feels suffocating, pressing in on me like an invisible weight. Then my phone vibrates. The sound makes me jolt violently. I fumble for it, my fingers slick with sweat. It's Nora. I answer immediately. Nora, something's wrong. My voice is barely a whisper, shaking. Her voice is thick with sleep. Sky, it's 3 a.m. What's going on? There's a picture of me. I breathe, my throat tight. Sleeping on my phone, I didn't take it, and there's something else. A beat of silence, then a sharp inhale from the other end. Oh my God, she whispers. Sky, do you remember what the guide said? My mind races, disoriented. What? About the temple, about taking things. Her voice is urgent now, no longer groggy. You took that pendant. It's just a stupid pendant, Nora, I snap, but my voice wavers. That doesn't explain. It's part of the legend, Sky. Her voice is strained, the words coming fast. The spirit of the temple follows those who disturb it. It doesn't attack, it watches first. It makes itself known through reflections, shadows, pictures. My blood runs cold. The phone screen flickers again. A new image appears. This time, the dark figure is closer, crouching at the edge of my bed. My vision tilts. My breath comes in shallow gasps, my body locked in place. My skin prickles as a suffocating stillness settles over the room. I feel it before I hear it. A whisper, so close it's as if someone is leaning in, their lips inches from my ear. You took what is mine. The voice is not human. I spin around, my chest seizing with terror. Nothing. Just the empty darkness of my room. Sky, Sky? Nora's frantic voice yanks me back. I clutch the phone like a lifeline, my whole body trembling. I couldn't breathe. The room was silent except for the pounding of my heart. The last image on my phone burned into my vision. A dark figure crouching at the foot of my bed, hollow eyes fixed on me. My body refused to move, paralyzed by a fear so primal it felt ancient. The whisper still lingered in my ear, as if something unseen had pressed its cold lips against my skin. You took what is mine. I needed to put it back. My fingers trembled as I dug into my bag, fumbling past my keys, wallet, there. The pendant. The rusted charm felt unnaturally cold against my palm, as though it had been sitting in ice. My breath hitched. It was heavier than before, as if something was inside it, watching, waiting. I turned to my window. Beyond the faint reflection of my terrified face, the night stretched, quiet and endless. But the shadows in the corners of my room seemed to shift, deepen. I swore something moved, just a flicker, just enough for my mind to register it but not understand. Nora's voice crackled through my phone speaker. Sky, are you still there? I have to take it back, I whispered. I think it's already here. A pause, then, come over, now. We'll go together. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Clutching the pendant, I slipped on my shoes and grabbed my keys. The air in my room had turned thick, suffocating. Every second I lingered, I felt it watching. The drive to Nora's was a blur. The streets were empty, swallowed by the kind of quiet that felt unnatural. Even the usual hum of the city seemed distant, muffled. I didn't dare check my phone, didn't dare glance in the rearview mirror. I knew what I would see. By the time I reached Nora's, she was already outside, waiting. Her face was pale, eyes darting over my shoulder. You need to get rid of it, now. We didn't waste time. We drove through the night back to where it all started. The temple ruins loomed ahead, half hidden by the jungle's embrace. The air was thick with humidity, but underneath it was something else, something wrong. The moment I stepped onto the path, the wind picked up, whispering through the trees like distant voices. The pendant in my hand pulsed, a slow, rhythmic throb as though it had a heartbeat of its own. We need to leave it exactly where you found it, Nora said, her voice tight. I swallowed hard and took a step forward. My skin prickled with the feeling of being watched. The ruins loomed before me, ancient symbols barely visible in the moonlight. I reached the spot where I had first picked up the pendant. My fingers curled around the charm one last time before I placed it on the ground. The moment I let go, the air shifted. The jungle seemed to exhale, the heavy presence lifting, retreating. But before relief could wash over me, something moved in the trees. A figure, tall, hollow-eyed, watching. Nora grabbed my arm. Don't run, she whispered. Just walk. We backed away, slow, deliberate. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its gaze burrowing into me, searing something deep inside my bones. The pendant lay in the dirt, untouched, but somehow waiting. As we reached the car, I dared one last glance back. The figure was gone, but the feeling wasn't. We drove in silence, the weight of what happened pressing against our chests. I should have felt relieved. I should have felt safe. But as I pulled into my driveway hours later, my headlights flashed against my bedroom window. And in the reflection, I saw it, a shadow standing in the corner of my room, waiting. I should have landed in Denver 3 hours ago. But instead, I'm here. Wherever here is, my name is Mario, and I've always considered myself an average guy. I work a regular office job, I travel occasionally for work, and I always stick to a routine. I'm not particularly adventurous, and I like things to be predictable. That's why I always double-check my flight details, plan my layovers carefully, and make sure everything is in order. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. I had been on a long-haul business trip, exhausted from back-to-back meetings. My final layover was supposed to be just a couple of hours before I could finally return home. When my flight got rerouted to a different terminal, I wasn't too worried. Airlines make changes all the time. But as I followed the airport signs and arrived at Terminal 13, something felt wrong. The lighting was dim, flickering in long, empty corridors. The air smelled stale, like a room that hadn't been used in years. The signage looked outdated, yellowed with time, the font slightly wrong, like a close but unsettling imitation of the real thing. The flight number on my ticket wasn't listed on any of the screens, and the people, they just didn't seem right. Their clothes were slightly outdated and they barely spoke. Their movements were slow, deliberate, like they were waiting for something. I approached an information desk, but the attendant just stared at me with vacant eyes and a forced smile. "Your flight will be called soon," she said. But no announcement ever came. I sat down, glancing at my watch. 15 minutes passed, then 30, then an hour. The same people sat in the same positions, barely moving. The man reading a newspaper never turned the page. An elderly couple sat perfectly still, their hands folded in their laps, their faces frozen in eerie calmness. A child held a stuffed animal that looked like it had been through decades of wear and tear, yet the child was expressionless, staring straight ahead. I tried to leave, but every hallway led me right back to the waiting area. I pulled out my phone. No service. The Wi-Fi wouldn't connect. I asked a janitor pushing an old cart where the main terminal was, but he didn't even acknowledge me. Just kept pushing that cart, the wheels squeaking rhythmically against the floor. The air felt heavier, like I was breathing through damp cotton. The distant murmur of an intercom announcement echoed through the halls, but the words were garbled, unintelligible. Then I heard it. A rhythmic tapping. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing down the hallway behind me. I turned. Nothing, just empty chairs and flickering fluorescent lights. I swallowed hard. Maybe I was just overtired. But when I looked back at the passengers, they had moved, just slightly. Not enough to notice right away, but enough to send ice down my spine. I needed to get out. Now, dragging my suitcase behind me, I approached the counter again. The attendant was gone. The screen displaying departures now showed my flight number, but something was wrong. The destination was a series of symbols, letters that didn't make sense. A woman in a blue dress stood up from a nearby seat. "You shouldn't be here." Her voice was barely a whisper, but I heard it clear as day. Then the intercom crackled to life. "Final boarding call for flight 666. That wasn't my flight number before. I turned back to the woman. She was closer now. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. The other passengers were watching me. Smiling, I grabbed my bag and ran, down the hall past the empty kiosks. But no matter where I turned, I ended up back where I started. The same blinking signs, the same gate numbers, a never-ending loop of nowhere. I tried the elevators, pressed every button. Nothing. I found a row of payphones, each one out of order. The televisions overhead played news clips from a decade ago. The vending machines held snacks with expired labels. The sense of wrongness pressed against my skull. Then I saw it. A door, emergency exit. I ran for it, slammed my hands against it. Locked. The intercom buzzed again. "You are already boarded." I turned. The passengers were right behind me. Closer. Their eyes, black, empty voids. Their smiles stretched too wide, as if their faces had been cut and pulled into permanent grins. The static from the intercom grew deafening, a low, guttural hum filling my head. I ran past an abandoned security checkpoint, past empty luggage belts. My heart hammered against my ribs, my breath ragged. Then a door. I didn't hesitate. I pushed through. Darkness. I stumbled forward, my breath ragged. The hallway ahead stretched endlessly, but I ran anyway, desperate to escape. The walls flickered, like an old film reel on the verge of burning out. My reflection in the glass panels wasn't quite right, distorted, twisted. Then a hand grabbed my wrist. I screamed, yanking away, but there was no one there, just a whisper in my ear. "Your flight is waiting." I bolted, turning down another hall, and suddenly I was back. A normal terminal, crowded, loud, normal. I spun around, the door I had come through. Gone, just a blank wall. I checked the boards. My flight to Denver was listed again. The gate was real. My boarding pass scanned without issue. I hurried onto the plane, gripping my carry-on like a lifeline. The moment I sank into my seat, I let out a shaky breath. Maybe I had dozed off somewhere. Maybe exhaustion had gotten the best of me. But as we taxied down the runway, I turned toward the window. In the reflection, among the passengers, I saw her, the woman in the blue dress. Sitting calmly in the row behind me, watching. I don't remember falling asleep. But when I woke up, I was in Denver. As I walked through the airport, I glanced back at the flight departure screens. No record of Terminal 13. No flight 666. I never believed in urban legends. I thought they were just stories, tales passed around to thrill tourists or scare children into behaving. But there's something different about seeing one unfold before your own eyes, about stepping into a story you were never meant to be part of. I was in Budapest, a city of history, architecture, and hidden secrets. Traveling alone had always been my thing. Nothing felt more exhilarating than wandering unfamiliar streets, getting lost in cultures I barely understood. That's what led me to the alley. It was my third evening in the city. I had been walking along the Danube, admiring the way the water reflected the golden glow of streetlights, when I decided to take a shortcut back to my hotel. I turned down a side street, then another, each one narrower than the last. The streets of Budapest were like veins, some leading to the heart of the city, others to dead ends. Then I saw it. A narrow alley wedged between two buildings, so thin I almost missed it. It wasn't marked on my map, and no street signs indicated its name. The entrance was framed by two old-fashioned lampposts, their dim bulbs flickering weakly. Curiosity tugged at me. It wasn't on any of my travel guides, but that only made it more appealing. Hidden gems, those were the best finds. The moment I stepped in, the city's noise disappeared. No footsteps, no chatter, no distant hum of traffic. Just silence. The air smelled different, too. Not the usual mix of exhaust and fresh bread, but something musty, like old paper and rain-soaked stone. Shops lined both sides of the alley, their windows filled with strange trinkets. A tailor's shop displayed outdated suits on mannequins, their glassy eyes too lifelike. A bookstore had shelves filled with leather-bound tomes covered in dust, their titles in a language I didn't recognize. A candle shop flickered with an unsettling glow, though I saw no customers inside. And the people, they weren't right. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as if they were underwater. Their faces were blank, eyes unfocused. The eerie part wasn't that they were silent, it was that they were too synchronized. A woman in a heavy fur coat lifted her hand to examine a porcelain doll, just as a man in a gray suit did the same with a pocket watch. Their motions mirrored each other perfectly. A shopkeeper from a jewelry store caught my gaze. She was an older woman, her skin drawn tight over her cheekbones. Her lips barely moved as she whispered, looking for something lost, or something that should stay forgotten. A chill ran down my spine. I shook my head and kept walking. At the end of the alley stood a small shop with a wooden sign that simply read, "Curiosities." The door was slightly ajar, as if waiting for me. Inside, the dim light cast long shadows on shelves filled with antique objects. A brass key, a porcelain doll with a cracked face, a pocket watch, its hands frozen at 11:59. The shopkeeper stood behind the counter, watching me. He was an impossibly tall man, dressed in a deep green velvet coat. His face was smooth, not in the way of youth, but in the way of something unfinished, as if time had forgotten to carve lines into his skin. His eyes were dark and depthless, reflecting nothing. "You came farther than most do," he murmured, voice like rustling parchment. I swallowed. "I was just looking." "Yes," he said, tilting his head slightly. "Just looking." My fingers tingled as I picked up a book resting on a small table in the center of the shop. Its leather cover was cracked and worn, but I could still make out the title, The Forgotten Street. The pages were yellowed, the ink faded, but the words sent a chill down my spine. Once you have seen the street, you belong to it. The city will forget you. The people will forget you. And soon, you will forget yourself. My heart pounded. I snapped the book shut and turned to leave, but the shopkeeper was suddenly right in front of me. I hadn't heard him move. "It is already starting," he said, his lips barely parting. I bolted past him, shoving the book back onto the table. The alley was darker now. The lampposts flickered erratically, casting shadows that twisted unnaturally. The silent people turned as I ran past, their blank faces stretching into something too wide, too unnatural. The synchronized shoppers were now standing still, staring directly at me. One of them, the man in the gray suit, lifted his hand in a slow wave. His fingers curled unnaturally, his joints bending in the wrong direction. I stumbled out of the alley, gasping for breath, and nearly crashed into a man on the main street. He gave me a strange look, muttered something in Hungarian, and walked away. The normal sounds of Budapest returned, the honking of cars, the laughter of tourists. The alley behind me was gone. The space where it had been was now a solid brick wall. I backed away, shaking. I asked the nearest vendor about the alley, about the street I had just walked through. He frowned. "There is no alley there." I turned to another local, a woman sitting on a bench. "That street, Curiosities, the bookstore." She shook her head. "You must be mistaken, that does not exist." I pulled out my phone, desperate to prove I hadn't imagined it. I had taken pictures, I knew I had. But as I scrolled, my stomach turned to ice. The pictures were gone, not corrupted, not blacked out, just gone. The only photo left was the one I had taken before I entered the alley. A perfectly normal shot of Budapest's quiet streets. That night, I barely slept. My mind kept replaying the words from the book. Once you have seen the street, you belong to it. Days passed, then weeks. I tried to forget, to convince myself it was a trick of the mind, an overactive imagination fueled by exhaustion. But the city didn't let me go. Little things changed. People hesitated when I introduced myself, as if struggling to remember my name. My barista at the cafe looked at me blankly one morning and asked, "Have you been here before?" I had been coming every day for 2 weeks. And then, the worst part, one evening, as I walked back to my hotel, I saw a narrow alley between 2 buildings, one that hadn't been there before. The same flickering lampposts, the same eerie silence, and deep within, the glow of a shop sign, Curiosities. The ocean stretched endlessly beyond the cliffs, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. The lighthouse loomed against the bleeding sky, its weathered frame standing defiant against the crashing waves. The rental listing had called it a secluded getaway with a view. I had called it perfect. A weekend of solitude, free from the constant hum of city life, free from people. But by the second night, I wasn't alone. The first night passed uneventfully. Just me, the howling wind, and the distant moan of a foghorn, its mournful cry rolling over the dark waves. The lighthouse had character, aged wooden beams, the scent of salt and decay, a spiral staircase that groaned beneath my weight. It was old, sure, but it was mine for the weekend. Then the knocking started. At first, I barely registered it, mistaking the sound for the wind pressing against the wooden frame. But as I sat by the dim glow of an oil lamp, journal in hand, I heard it again. Deliberate, measured, a slow, rhythmic pattern that sent a cold thread of unease through my spine. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3. I set my coffee down, the porcelain clinking against the saucer with an unsteady hand. The clock read 2:13 a.m. No one should be here. The lighthouse was isolated, perched on the edge of the cliffs with nothing but the restless sea beyond. I stood, my pulse quickening. Each step toward the door made the air feel heavier, as if the very walls of the lighthouse were holding their breath. The knocking didn't stop. It wasn't urgent, it wasn't angry, it was patient. I gripped the doorknob, hesitated. Then, with one sharp breath, I yanked it open. Nothing. The wind rushed past me, carrying the scent of damp earth and salt. The darkness beyond the threshold stretched, empty and unyielding. The ocean roared below, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints in the thin layer of mist curling at my feet. Just the lighthouse standing alone against the night. "Hello!" My voice barely broke the wind. No answer, no movement, just silence. I shut the door and locked it, but I wasn't alone, because that night something knocked from inside the lighthouse. I should have never come here alone. The lighthouse was supposed to be my escape, a weekend of solitude, cut off from the noise of the world. No emails, no meetings, no responsibilities. Just me, the sound of waves crashing against the cliffs, and the steady, reassuring beam of light cutting through the night. By the second night, I wasn't alone. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness in its place. I lay in bed, staring at the dark wooden ceiling, my body tense with exhaustion but my mind refusing to rest. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the isolation was messing with my head. But just as I started to drift off, knock, 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 pause, knock, knock, knock. My eyes snapped open. My breath caught in my throat. The rhythmic knocking was impossibly deliberate, too measured to be the wind. My hands trembled as I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand, its cold metal sending a shiver through my palm. The floorboards creaked beneath me as I stood, every step toward the door slow, uncertain. I wasn't dreaming. It was real. And this time, I wasn't opening that door. The peephole was useless, just blackness on the other side. Not the kind of darkness that came from the night, but the kind that felt wrong, thick, waiting. "Who's there?" my voice barely carried silence. Then scratch, 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 a slow, deliberate scraping along the doorframe. Fingertips, or nails. A cold wave of dread surged through me. My mind raced. The lighthouse was isolated. No roads led here. No boats docked below. There wasn't another soul for miles. Then, from the other side of the door, a whisper. "Let me in." I stumbled back, the flashlight slipping from my grip. It clattered against the wooden floor, spinning wildly, casting jagged shadows across the walls. My breath came in short, panicked gasps. I wanted to believe it was the wind, but wind doesn't whisper, and wind doesn't wait. Thump, thump, thump. The door shook violently. The old hinges groaned under the force, the wood straining. I lunged for my phone, fingers fumbling over the screen. No signal. No lifeline. I was completely alone. I had to make it to morning. Heart pounding, I shoved the heavy wooden desk in front of the door. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I sank to the floor, pressing my back against the barrier, hands clenched into fists. The knocking stopped. The whispering stopped. But something was still out there, and it was waiting. I needed to stay awake. My body was trembling from exhaustion, but the fear, the sheer, ice-cold dread, kept my mind sharp. The knocking had stopped, but that didn't mean it was gone. Whatever was out there, waiting. I rummaged through the lighthouse's old bookshelf, desperate for distraction, something, anything to keep my thoughts from spiraling. My fingers brushed against cracked leather. A journal. Old, worn, the pages yellowed and brittle. It belonged to the last keeper of this place. And the entries were unsettling. I held the journal close to the dim glow of the oil lamp and flipped through its pages, my pulse quickening with every word. They come when the moon is high. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to keep reading. They knock in threes. A cold prickle spread down my spine. Never open the door, never answer. My breath hitched. A knock, distant, deliberate, echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. I froze. The journal trembled in my hands. I turned the page. The handwriting was uneven, frantic, as if written in haste. Dark stains smeared the edges. If you hear them whisper your name, it is already too late. A whisper slithered through the cracks in the wood. I slammed the journal shut. My skin burned with fear, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't move from my spot, back pressed against the heavy wooden desk I had shoved in front of the door. The oil lamp flickered, shadows stretching unnaturally along the walls. I waited. Dawn. A single shaft of golden light pierced through the window, illuminating the room in a fragile glow. I was still here, still breathing. Morning brought a shallow sense of relief, but I wasn't foolish enough to believe I was safe. I had to check, I had to see. Hands trembling, I slid the desk away from the door. The wood groaned in protest, heavy against the floor. I hesitated, fingers hovering over the doorknob. Then, slowly, I turned it. The door creaked open, and the footprints in the salt-stained floorboards told me I had not been alone. I didn't make it to the third night. The morning air was sharp with salt as I pulled the door open, my pulse hammering in my ears. I didn't know what I expected. Footprints? Some proof that someone had been there, but there was nothing. Just the wind, the empty wooden porch, and my own footprints from the night before. I swallowed hard, stepping forward. The cold bit through my jacket, but that wasn't why I was shaking. Then I saw the door, scratched. Deep grooves torn into the wood, uneven and rough, like someone had dragged their nails across it. I froze. The door had been fine yesterday. I was alone, wasn't I? My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I fumbled for it. Service restored. That was all I needed. I didn't pack. I didn't double-check anything. I grabbed my keys, got in my car, and drove, fast. The lighthouse shrank in my rearview mirror as I took the winding road down the coast, every muscle in my body tense. The farther I got, the easier it was to breathe, like I had just barely slipped out of something's grasp. And then I glanced in the mirror. The lighthouse still stood, quiet and unshaken. and I will never come back to that place ever again. The marketplace was alive with color and chaos. Vendors called out, haggling with tourists over hand-woven fabrics, hand-carved figurines, and strings of glistening beads. I had spent the last hour weaving through the maze of stalls, taking in the intoxicating mix of incense, roasted spices, and aged wood. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the crowded paths. That was when I saw it. A small, ornate trinket sat on a dusty wooden shelf. It was an antique keychain, its metal rusted, shaped like an eye encased in intricate engravings. Something about it made my skin prickle, but the elderly vendor's warm smile pushed my unease aside. "Very special," she murmured, her voice raspy with age. "It calls to you, yes." I wasn't sure how to respond. It was cheap, and I needed a souvenir, so I handed over a few bills and tucked it into my pocket. That night, my name was whispered in my sleep. I jolted awake, my breath shallow, my heart hammering against my ribs. My hotel room was pitch black, save for the faint glow of the city lights bleeding through the curtains. I lay there, listening. Nothing, just a dream. But then I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of something watching me. Shivering, I reached for my phone and checked the time. 3:14 a.m. My fingers brushed against the keychain, and a cold jolt shot up my arm. I yanked my hand back, staring at the object in the dim light. Had it always felt this cold by morning? My unease had settled into the pit of my stomach like a stone. I forced a laugh at myself, a whisper in the night. Cold metal. Maybe I was just exhausted from traveling. That thought kept me sane until the nightmares began. The first night I dreamt I was back in the marketplace. The vendor stood behind her stall, but this time her eyes were milky white, her lips pulled into a twisted grin. Her voice was no longer warm but hollow, distant. "You took it. It sees you now." The second night I was trapped in darkness. I couldn't see, but I could hear something breathing. Slow, heavy, right beside me. By the third night I wasn't sleeping at all. I returned home, thinking distance would help. It didn't. The whispers followed me, first in the quiet moments before sleep, then in the white noise of my apartment. My reflection in the mirror seemed to lag just for a second. Objects weren't where I had left them. The air carried an unfamiliar scent, damp earth and decay. I convinced myself it was paranoia. But then, the shadows started moving. One evening, I saw a figure in the corner of my living room, not clearly, just a shifting presence that disappeared when I turned the lights on. My cat, usually calm, hissed at the empty space. I sat on the couch, trembling, keychain in hand. If I threw it away, would it return again? I stopped leaving the apartment. My phone rang with numbers I didn't recognize. The messages I received were nothing but static. Every night, I felt it standing at the foot of my bed. I refused to look, but I knew it was there. One night, I caved. I turned on my bedside lamp and forced myself to look. Nothing. But my closet door was open. Desperation drove me to seek answers. I scoured the internet, searching for anything similar. Folklore from the country I visited spoke of watcher relics, objects that were not cursed in the usual sense, but served as vessels for unseen things. I found a discussion thread from someone who had bought a similar item years ago. Their advice chilled me to the bone. Don't try to get rid of it. It will come back. You have to find a new owner, someone it chooses. I tried to ignore the advice. Instead, I went to an antique dealer specializing in unusual items. The moment he saw the keychain, his expression darkened. "You didn't just buy this," he said. "It chose you." He refused to touch it, wouldn't even let it stay in his shop. "Whatever it wants," he whispered. "It's not done yet." The next few days were unbearable. I started seeing the figure more clearly. A gaunt, shadowy being standing in doorways in reflections at the edge of my vision. It whispered, but now the words were almost clear. One night, I awoke to the sound of scratching. Something sharp dragged against my wooden floor. I stayed still, breath frozen in my throat. Then it spoke. "Give it away." I had no choice. I took the keychain back to the same marketplace during another trip months later. I found a stall run by a different old woman. I placed the keychain on the counter and asked, "Do you know what this is?" She glanced at it, then at me, her face unreadable. "You wish to pass it on." I hesitated. I had to be sure. "What happens if I keep it?" I asked. She sighed. "You already know." A young man browsing the stall noticed the keychain and picked it up. "Hey, this looks cool," he said, showing it to his friend. The woman looked at me. "Your burden is lifted." I turned away, guilt twisting in my stomach. I had done what I had to do. That night, for the first time in months, I slept without nightmares. The highway stretched into the darkness, a two-lane road surrounded by nothing but emptiness. The cracked asphalt shimmered under the cold moonlight, its faded lines barely visible. The wind howled, rattling the dry branches of leafless trees that lined the roadside like skeletal sentinels. I had passed a gas station about 20 miles back, its flickering neon sign barely clinging to life, and since then, there had been nothing but darkness and desolation. My car sputtered, the engine choked, and then silence. I coasted to the side of the road and turned the key again. Nothing. Just the distant echo of the wind. My dashboard glowed weakly, my phone's screen showed no service. That was when the first message came. "I see you." I blinked. My breath hitched as I checked again. The message had no number, just a blank sender. My hands shook as I tapped the screen. No signal. That didn't make sense. How was I receiving messages? I rationalized. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe the message had been sent earlier and just now arrived. But deep inside, something twisted. I tried calling anyone. My best friend, my mom, even 911. Nothing went through. My mind raced. I remembered my dad's old warning. Never stop on a deserted road at night. Keep driving, even on a flat tire if you have to. Too late for that. A new message buzzed. "You shouldn't have stopped." I swallowed hard, looking around. The headlights were off, leaving the world outside as nothing but shifting shadows. Was someone watching me? I locked the doors, suddenly hyper-aware of how vulnerable I was. The wind picked up again, or at least, I thought it was the wind. There was another sound, just beneath it, like faint footsteps approaching the car, slow and deliberate. Then, 3 sharp knocks on my window. I screamed and jerked back, clutching my phone like a lifeline. My heart pounded so loudly it drowned out my thoughts. I forced myself to look. There was no one there. I stared into the night, my own reflection staring back at me. My fingers fumbled with the phone as I turned on the flashlight. I scanned the road, the bushes, nothing. Then, in the distance, faint headlights. Relief flooded me. A car. I flicked on my hazard lights and stepped out, waving desperately. The car approached slowly, too slowly. Its headlights illuminated my dead vehicle, revealing the empty road behind me. Then, as it drew closer, my stomach dropped. The driver's seat was empty. The car passed, engine humming smoothly, and vanished down the road. No driver, no passengers, just gone. I scrambled back into my car and locked the doors again. My phone buzzed once more. That was close. Don't leave the car. I squeezed my eyes shut. I was dreaming, hallucinating. Maybe exhaustion was getting to me. The gas station, maybe I had fallen asleep there and was just imagining this. I checked the time, 3:12 a.m., but something didn't add up. I scrolled back to the messages. The last one read 3:12 a.m., the first one, 3:12 a.m. Every message had been received at the exact same minute, down to the second. My phone buzzed again. Look at the backseat. I refused. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating. Then I heard it. A faint rustling. Inside the car, behind me, I squeezed my eyes shut, my pulse hammering in my ears. Don't look, don't look, don't look. My phone vibrated violently against my palm. Turn around. I whimpered. My muscles refused to obey. The air in the car felt heavier, charged with something unseen. The rustling stopped. I wasn't alone. The engine roared to life on its own. The headlights beamed into the darkness as if something had decided I wasn't supposed to be here anymore. I didn't question it. I slammed the car into drive and sped off. The road ahead was endless, stretching far beyond what I remembered. I checked the rearview mirror once, just once. There was someone sitting in my back seat. My phone buzzed again. This time I didn't check. I gripped the wheel, pushing the accelerator to its limit, refusing to breathe, refusing to blink. The road looped, the night stretched on, and still I drove. Finally, a gas station appeared. Light. Civilization. I veered off the road and screeched to a halt. I turned. The back seat was empty. My phone had one unread message. See you next time. I stumbled into the gas station, pale and shaking. The clerk eyed me warily. Rough night, I nodded, struggling for words. My phone slipped from my hands, clattering onto the counter. The screen lit up. The clerk glanced at it, then froze. Where'd you get that message? He asked, his voice unnervingly flat. I swallowed hard. I don't know. His eyes darkened. That stretch of highway, you're lucky to be here. I frowned. Why? He hesitated. Then, almost whispering, he said, because last year, a guy just like you got those same messages. I braced myself. And the clerk looked at me dead serious. They never found his car. I needed this cruise more than I cared to admit. After months of stress, heartbreak, and feeling like life had slowly chipped away at me, I finally decided to do something for myself. The cruise was a last-minute splurge, a week away from everything, floating between tropical islands with nothing but oceans stretching endlessly in every direction. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a way to clear my mind. I arrived at the ship alone, dragging my suitcase up the boarding ramp while watching families, couples, and retirees excitedly snap pictures. I had always dreamed of taking a cruise, but I never imagined I'd be doing it solo. Still, the idea of disconnecting, of being unreachable for a while, was the one thing keeping me sane. My cabin was on the lower deck, a cozy space with a large circular window overlooking the ocean. I pressed my hand against the glass, staring at the endless waves. The sight should have been peaceful, but something about all that water, the sheer depth of it, made my stomach twist. I shook off the feeling and unpacked, determined to enjoy the trip. Later that evening, as I was wandering the deck, a crew member caught my attention. He looked young, probably in his early 20s, with a nervous energy about him. His name tag read Lucas. First time on a cruise? He asked, stopping beside me as I leaned against the railing. Yeah, I admitted. It's surreal. He nodded, then glanced at the darkening horizon. Listen, I don't know if anyone told you yet, but there's a rule on this ship. An old tradition, really. I raised an eyebrow. A rule. Lucas hesitated, lowering his voice. Don't look at the water after midnight. I let out a small laugh, assuming it was some kind of initiation prank. Why? Before he could answer, an older crew member walked by, a woman in her 50s with a sharp gaze. She shot Lucas a warning look before turning to me with a practiced smile. Miss, I hope you're enjoying your evening, she said smoothly. Don't let the new hires fill your head with superstitions. Lucas' jaw tightened, but he said nothing as the woman walked away. I turned back to him, suddenly more intrigued. Superstition, he exhaled sharply, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, some of the older crew don't talk about it, but just trust me. If you hear something, if you feel something, don't look. I should have asked more. I should have taken it seriously. But at the time, it was just a story. Just another ghost tale meant to scare tourists. I wish I had listened. That night, something knocked on my cabin window from outside. I sat up so fast that my head spun. My heart pounded as I stared at the window, half expecting to see a seagull or some drifting debris hitting the glass. But there was nothing. just the endless blackness of the ocean beyond. Then it knocked again. Slow, deliberate. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Rationality told me it was just the ship shifting against the waves, some trick of sound carried over the water. But deep down, something instinctual screamed at me, "Do not look." I pulled the covers up to my chin and squeezed my eyes shut. The knocking stopped. Silence stretched on for what felt like hours. Eventually, exhaustion won. I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream. Sleep deprivation, the motion of the ship, my mind had played tricks on me. I even laughed about it over breakfast. But as I walked back to my cabin, I noticed something odd. Tiny, wet footprints trailed along the hallway carpet, leading directly to my door. I froze, my stomach twisting into a knot. It wasn't possible. The lower deck cabins were well above sea level. And yet, I glanced around, but no one else seemed to notice. With a racing heart, I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. I told myself it was nothing, that it had to be nothing. That night, the knocking returned. This time, it was more insistent, a rhythmic tap-tap-tap against the glass, my breath caught in my throat, and then a whisper, muffled, barely audible over the sound of the waves. "Look!" Every muscle in my body locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The whisper came again, more urgent this time. "Look at me!" Something about that voice felt wrong, not human, not natural. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to stay frozen. I didn't look. I would not look. The knocking grew frantic. The whisper turned into something else, something guttural, desperate. My window began to rattle as if something was clawing at it, begging me to turn my head. I curled into a ball, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it would burst from my chest. Then, suddenly, it stopped. The room fell into silence. I stayed awake until morning, refusing to so much as glance at the window. The next day, I sought out Lucas. I found him in the crew's mess hall, looking pale and exhausted. The moment he saw me, his expression darkened. "You heard it," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, my mouth dry. "What happens if someone looks?" He hesitated, then swallowed hard. "They don't talk about it, but sometimes people go missing. A few passengers every year. No one ever sees them again." I felt my blood run cold. "And the crew just ignores it." His gaze darted around nervously. "It's easier that way." I spent the rest of the trip avoiding my cabin as much as possible. When I had to sleep there, I faced the wall, pulling the covers over my head like a child hiding from the monster under the bed. The knocking didn't come again, but on the last night of the cruise, I made a mistake. I woke up thirsty and reached for the glass of water by my bedside. As I did, my eyes flickered just for a split second toward the window, and I saw it. A face, pale, bloated, eyes black as the abyss. It grinned at me with too many teeth. A scream caught in my throat as I slammed the curtains shut, my hands shaking violently. My pulse roared in my ears. I didn't sleep again. When the ship docked, I practically ran off, dragging my suitcase behind me with trembling hands. I didn't stop until I was safely on dry land. I never spoke of it to anyone, never told a soul what I saw. Because deep down, I knew the truth. I remember booking the tour months ago. It was supposed to be a simple cultural excursion, just a few stops at old heritage sites. Call me Joseph. I've always been drawn to history, not in the way scholars or collectors are, but in a quieter, more personal way. I'm not an academic, just an overworked accountant who finds solace in old places where time moves slower, where stories seem to linger in the walls. After years of long hours and unpaid overtime, I finally allowed myself this trip, a chance to disconnect from spreadsheets and endless email chains. A cultural tour seemed like the perfect escape, low effort, rich in history, and just structured enough to keep my anxious mind from overplanning. I dreamt of a relaxing, guided experience for the tour, but somewhere along the way, things changed. It started with a detour. Our guide, Martin, an overly enthusiastic man with a thick accent and a worn-out safari hat, announced that we were taking a special route. "Off the beaten path," he said. A hidden gem. The bus rumbled down a narrow dirt road, the dense forest pressing in on both sides, swallowing the sunlight. No one objected. If anything, we were intrigued, but that intrigue soon turned to discomfort. The village was quiet, too quiet, not abandoned, just wrong. The people were there, standing in doorways, peeking from behind wooden shutters, but they didn't speak. They didn't smile. They simply watched. I felt at the moment we stepped off the bus, that thick, pressing silence that seemed to swallow even the sound of our footsteps. The air was heavy, damp with the scent of wet earth and something faintly metallic, like rust or old blood. My skin prickled. I had signed up for this trip months ago, a cultural tour through forgotten villages, a chance to disconnect from the numbing monotony of my job. I'd always been drawn to history, to places that held echoes of the past. But now, standing in the middle of this town, I wished I had stayed home. The wooden houses lining the street were ancient, their once colorful facades faded to peeling gray. A wind chime clinked lazily in the distance, though there was no wind. A single stray dog sat in the shadows, staring at us, motionless. Martin, our guide, stood ahead of us, gesturing toward the town square. "This village," he said, his thick accent rolling over the hushed air, "has been here for centuries. Not many outsiders visit, but you are lucky to see it." Lucky. That word clung to me, sour and wrong. We followed him toward the heart of the village, past narrow alleys that seemed to twist in on themselves. The further we walked, the heavier the silence became. I stole a glance at the others in our group. No one spoke. Some looked around uneasily, shifting from foot to foot. Then we reached the square. A single rusted bell hung from a crumbling archway, its once grand structure now leaning as if it had grown weary of standing against time. The ground beneath it was cracked and uneven, as though something had tried to claw its way free from beneath the earth. That's when we realized Martin was gone. I spun around, my heart slamming into my ribs. Just seconds ago, he had been right in front of us. There was nowhere he could have gone, no doors opening, no alleyways deep enough to swallow a man whole in an instant. A thick, suffocating dread coiled around my lungs. The villagers were still watching, unmoving, unblinking. I swallowed hard. "Did anyone see where he went?" My voice sounded too loud, an unwelcome intrusion in the stifling quiet. No one answered. A slow, creeping realization settled into my bones. The bus was back at the entrance of the village. If Martin was gone, who was going to lead us out? And then, the bell rang, not a gust of wind, not a passing bird. Something had struck it. A deep, hollow sound, shuddering through the air like a warning. That was the moment the villagers finally moved. They turned, all at once, and began walking toward us. At first, we laughed it off. A prank? A part of the experience? Maybe Martin was trying to add some mystery to the tour, give us a story to tell when we got home. But as the minutes stretched on, unease settled over us like a thick fog. The bus was still parked at the village entrance, right where we left it. But our driver was gone too. I tried to keep my breathing steady, telling myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe Martin just stepped away for a moment. Maybe the driver went looking for him. But deep down, I felt something gnawing at my gut, a slow, cold dread crawling up my spine. Sarah, one of the other tourists, decided to ask for help. "Maybe the locals know where he went," she suggested, forcing a nervous smile. We watched as she approached an elderly woman sitting by a small wooden stall. The woman's skin was leathery and thin, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Dried herbs hung behind her, swaying slightly in the still air. Sarah cleared her throat and spoke carefully. "Excuse me, have you seen our tour guide? Martin?" The old woman didn't respond. She just stared, not blinking, not breathing. Sarah shifted uncomfortably. "Hello," she tried again, her voice tight, and then, finally, the woman moved. A slow, deliberate tilt of her head. Her lips curled upward in a smile that wasn't warm or welcoming. It was wrong, stretched too wide, holding too long, as if she wasn't quite sure how human expressions were supposed to work. "There is no tour guide," she whispered. A cold shiver shot through me. Sarah let out a nervous chuckle. "Oh, what?" The woman kept smiling. "No Martin, no bus driver, only you." Sarah took a step back. "But we," she turned to us, her face pale, as if she was hoping one of us would chime in and prove this was all some weird misunderstanding. Before she could finish, the woman raised a hand and pointed a single, gnarled finger toward the archway in the town square, the rusted bell. It swayed gently, though there was no breeze. I swallowed hard. "We need to leave," I muttered. The others nodded, some already turning back toward the road we came from. But as we started moving, something shifted. The villagers, dozens of them, silent and unmoving until now, stepped forward. They didn't run, didn't shout. Just walked toward us, slow and synchronized, their faces expressionless except for that same eerie, stretched-out smile. Sarah's breath hitched. "Guys," I grabbed her arm. "Move, now." We turned and bolted, feet pounding against the cracked earth, hearts slamming in our chests. The bus was in sight, just a little further, and then the bell rang. Loud, hollow. Wrong. The moment the sound echoed through the air, the world around us seemed to shift. The sky dimmed. The village warped, stretching at the edges of my vision like something from a fever dream. And when I looked back, the road we came from was gone. Panic spread through the group like wildfire. It started as quickened breaths, darting glances, but within seconds, it became full-blown fear. We bolted toward where the bus had been, stumbling over uneven dirt, hearts slamming against our ribs. But when we reached the entrance of the village, it was gone. No bus, no road, just trees. Endless, suffocating trees stretching into the distance like a wall of ancient sentinels. Tom, one of the older men in the group, yanked out his phone. "No signal," he muttered, his voice tight. He held it up, turning in frantic circles. Not even a single bar. Rachel, a woman in her late 20s, fumbled with her GPS. She tapped the screen over and over, her breathing growing shallow. "It's not," she swallowed. "It's not showing anything, just blank." I turned slowly, my skin prickling with something primal, something instinctual. The villagers were still there, watching. Their expressions had changed. They weren't blank anymore. There was something else now, something far worse. Amusement, like we were a joke. Like we were children playing at something we didn't understand. A lump rose in my throat. "We need to go," I said, forcing my voice to stay even. "Now." Tom turned toward me, eyes wild. "And go where exactly?" I didn't have an answer. None of us did. Night fell too fast, too sudden. One moment the sky was a dull, overcast gray, the kind that stretched endlessly, suffocating the sun behind thick, unmoving clouds. The next it was black. Not the soft, familiar darkness of twilight, but an abyss. A void that swallowed the world whole, and we heard it. A low, rhythmic chanting. Faint at first, carried on the air like a whisper, but growing, rising. The sound came from the center of the village, from the rusted bell tower. The bell began to swing, back and forth, a hollow, metallic groan echoing through the silent streets. But there was no wind, nothing to push it. I turned to Sarah, to Tom, but neither of them spoke. Their faces were drained of color, their eyes locked on the villagers, because they were moving now. Stepping forward in unison. Their bodies swayed with the rhythm of the chant, too synchronized, too precise, like puppets on invisible strings. The air around them felt wrong, thick and charged, pressing against my skin like a suffocating weight. Tom's breath hitched. "We need to run." His whisper barely reached my ears, but I felt the urgency like a knife to the spine. We turned, ready to flee, ready to break into the trees if we had to. She was there. The old woman from the market stall, right in front of me. Her eyes, black, endless pits, reflected nothing. No light, no soul. "Just hunger. The tour is over," she said, but it wasn't just her voice. It was layered, deep, and echoing, as if 100 voices spoke at once. A slow, sickening smile crept across her lips. "You belong to the village now." I don't remember much after that, just flashes like fragments of a nightmare slipping through my fingers, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the sting of branches slicing my arms as I ran. The suffocating darkness pressing in from all sides, shadows in the trees moving too fast, someone screaming. Maybe Sarah, maybe Tom, maybe me, then a blinding white light. I woke with a sharp inhale, my chest heaving, the ghost of that scream still caught in my throat. I wasn't in the village. I was in my hotel room. The soft hum of traffic buzzed faintly from outside. Warm morning light filtered through the curtains, painting the walls in gold. The air smelled of fresh linen and faint traces of brewed coffee. For a few seconds, I just sat there, breathing hard, my hands gripping the sheets. My clothes were clean, dry. My suitcase was still packed by the door. My phone rested on the nightstand, fully charged. Everything was exactly how I left it, except Sarah and Tom were gone. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling against the screen. No missed calls, no messages, no proof they had ever been here. My return flight was in a few hours. Had it been a dream? A fevered hallucination from exhaustion, I forced myself to stand, my legs unsteady as I turned toward the door. That's when I saw it, a note, sitting on the bedside table, not hotel stationery, not something I had written in a half-asleep haze. A torn piece of parchment, old and yellowed, the edges frayed as if time had gnawed at them. My breath hitched as I picked it up. The ink was deep black, written in elegant, deliberate strokes. You left the village, but did the village leave you? A chill crawled up my spine. With a shaking hand, I flipped it over. There, written in the same perfect cursive, Martin. I staggered back, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Martin, the tour guide who disappeared. The man who, as far as my phone, my hotel, and the entire world seemed to believe, had never existed. I was late for my train, and it saved my life. I should be dead. I know that now. Every night I replay the moment in my head, my feet pounding against the cold tiles of the train station, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The train doors sliding shut just as I reached out, 1 second too late. And then the text message, "That wasn't your train." At the time, I thought it was a prank, a wrong number. But what happened after made me realize I wasn't supposed to get on that train. No one was. It was a freezing December evening. Snow flurries swirled under the flickering yellow station lights. I had just finished a late shift at work and was desperate to get home. Shit, 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 I muttered, sprinting toward platform 7. The train was already there, humming with a quiet menace. The doors were closing. I threw myself forward, reaching, but the hiss of pressurized air sealed them shut. The train started pulling away, its windows black, too dark to see inside. I stood there, panting, watching it vanish into the tunnel. And then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. That wasn't your train. My stomach twisted. I glanced around. The platform was nearly empty except for an old man sitting on a bench watching me. His skin looked gray under the flickering light. He shook his head. "You should be grateful," he muttered. "Not many get second chances." I opened my mouth to ask what he meant, but my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a news alert. "Breaking, train 107 missing after entering tunnel. Authorities investigating." My blood ran cold. I checked the train schedule. Train 107 was the one I had just missed, but trains don't just disappear. I ran to the ticket counter, breathless. "The train that just left platform 7, I said. "Where is it now?" The clerk frowned, looking at her screen. "Sir, there hasn't been a train on platform 7 for the last hour." I felt my knees go weak. "That's impossible. I just saw it leave." She gave me a look, the kind reserved for lunatics or drunks, then turned back to her work. But I wasn't imagining it. I saw that train. I nearly stepped onto it. I spent the next few days obsessing over the disappearance. No bodies, no wreckage. The authorities claimed the train had derailed, but there was no sign of a crash. Only a stretch of empty tracks leading into a tunnel that, according to historical records, had been closed for decades. Yet I saw that train. I heard it. Felt the wind as it passed. I started digging deeper. An old newspaper article from 1984 mentioned a nearly identical event, a commuter train that disappeared on the same line under the same circumstances. The passengers were never found. Another case. 1961. Same story. Every few decades it happened again. A train that arrived when it shouldn't have. A train that left but never arrived anywhere. A train that took people somewhere else. I wasn't the only one who had seen it. I found an online forum discussing unexplained train phenomena. A user named ghost77 posted a thread. "Missed the train, got the text, who else?" I messaged him. His reply sent chills down my spine. "If you missed it, you were supposed to. They can't take everyone, just the ones marked." Marked. I didn't like the sound of that. Another user, Railway Echo, wrote, Ever seen the passengers inside? Look closely. Their faces don't move. They don't blink. They're not real. A cold sweat broke out on my skin. I had tried to see inside the train that night, but the windows were too dark. Had I been spared from something much worse than death? Things started getting strange after that. I began seeing shadows moving in reflections. Subway maps would change when I looked away. One night I received another text. "You weren't supposed to be here." My apartment started feeling off. The air smelled metallic, like rust or blood. My phone alarm would ring at odd hours, always at the exact time I missed the train. Then the dreams started. I'd find myself on the train, sitting among motionless passengers. Their faces were featureless, blank. The train would slow, the doors would hiss open to darkness, a void stretching infinitely. Something outside would whisper my name. I always woke up just before I stepped off. The text stopped for a while. I almost convinced myself it was over. Then one night while waiting for a late train, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A train pulled into the station. Not my train, but that train, the one I missed. The windows were dark, but this time I could see faint outlines of figures inside, and one of them was me. I stood frozen as the doors hissed open. The air felt wrong, thick, and unnatural. My phone vibrated violently in my pocket. "Don't board." My reflection inside the train turned its head, not in the smooth motion of a person, but like a glitch, a broken frame skipping forward. I ran. As I sprinted up the stairs, I heard it, a voice like static, whispering from the open train doors. "You were supposed to be on this train." I don't take trains anymore. I moved to a different city, far from any subway or railway station. I never believed in ghosts, legends, or things that lurked in the dark. They were just stories, things meant to scare kids and entertain the overly imaginative. That night changed everything. It started as a simple road trip. My best friend Danny, my girlfriend Sarah, and I were driving back from a weekend trip to visit his cousin in the countryside. We left a little later than planned, and now the long stretch of highway was empty except for us. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional static from the radio, failing to hold a station. Danny was at the wheel, Sarah was dozing off in the backseat, and I was messing with my phone, trying to find a playlist that wouldn't put me to sleep. That's when Danny suddenly tensed up, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Hey, do you see that?" His voice was tight, barely above a whisper. I glanced up, expecting a deer or something in the road. Instead, Danny was staring at the side mirror, his face pale. I followed his gaze. Something was moving alongside us. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the moon or trees. But then I saw it clearly. A massive, pitch-black horse was galloping beside the car, keeping perfect pace with us at 80 miles per hour. I laughed, shaking my head. "Nice try, Danny. If you're trying to scare me, you gotta do better than that." Danny's grip tightened on the wheel. "I'm not joking, man. Look again." I rolled my eyes but turned back to the window. My heart nearly stopped. The horse was there, and worse, the rider was too. A figure sat astride the horse, clad in tattered armor that looked centuries old, rusted and battered as if it had seen hundreds of battles. But what made my blood run cold was what was missing, its head. "Holy shit," I gasped, sitting up straight. "Danny, speed up." I'm already going 80, Danny stammered, his knuckles white against the wheel. Sarah stirred in the back, rubbing her eyes. "What's going on?" The moment she looked outside, she let out a blood-curdling scream. The headless rider was now closer. Its armor clanked eerily, and though it had no head, it somehow felt like it was staring straight at us. The horse's hooves pounded the pavement, louder than they should have been, like echoes of something ancient and angry. Then the rider did something that sent my stomach into free fall. It leaned forward, gripping the reins tightly. The horse surged ahead, pulling just in front of our car, its hooves barely touching the ground. It was racing us. Danny's breathing became erratic. "This can't be real. This isn't real." The black horse twisted its head toward us, as if daring us to go faster. Danny clenched his jaw and slammed on the gas. The speedometer jumped to 90, then 100. The wind roared past us, and the tires screeched against the asphalt. The horse and rider matched our pace effortlessly, galloping just ahead, their movements impossibly smooth, fluid, inhuman. Then, without warning, the rider twisted in the saddle and raised its arm. In its gauntleted grip was a rusted, jagged sword. The metal gleamed under the moonlight as it lifted the weapon high, as if preparing to strike. "Danny, swerve!" I shouted. Danny yanked the wheel, the car veering violently onto the shoulder. Gravel spat in all directions as we skidded dangerously close to the ditch. When we looked up again, the rider had vanished. The road stretched ahead, empty as if nothing had ever been there. For a few moments, none of us spoke. The silence in the car was deafening, save for Sarah's shaky breathing. We didn't stop until we reached a gas station on the outskirts of a small town. Danny practically fell out of the driver's seat, shaking as he lit a cigarette with trembling hands. Sarah refused to leave the car, curled up in the back seat, whispering to herself. I went inside to pay for gas, trying to steady my own nerves. The station was nearly empty except for the teenage attendant behind the counter. He looked up from his phone when I approached, his eyes flicking to our car, then back to me. "Y'all look like you saw a ghost," he muttered, leaning on the counter. I hesitated. "I think we did." His expression darkened. "Let me guess, black horse, rider with no head." My stomach dropped. "You know about it?" He nodded slowly. "My grandpa told me about it. Used to drive this road back when he was young. Said he saw the same thing twice. Both times it chased his car for miles before disappearing. Said it's an omen." I swallowed hard. An omen of what? The kid's face was grim. "Death." I felt my pulse quicken. "And did something happen to him after?" The boy exhaled, shaking his head. "Not to him, but the people he was with, they weren't so lucky." A cold chill ran down my spine. I turned back toward the car, suddenly overwhelmed by a sickening dread. "Hey," the kid called after me. "Just be careful, all right?" I nodded numbly and walked back to the car. Sarah and Danny looked at me expectantly. "Well?" Danny asked. "What did the guy say?" I hesitated, then shook my head. "Nothing, let's just get home." We made it back safely that night. But 3 days later, Danny was in a car accident. He didn't make it out alive. I should have trusted my instincts. The first moment I laid eyes on the ski lodge, nestled deep in the mountains, surrounded by miles of untouched snow, I felt something off. Something just beneath the surface of my understanding, like a whisper lost in the wind. But I ignored it. I wanted this, needed this. A break from work, from responsibilities, from people. A weekend alone, where the only sound was the crunch of fresh powder beneath my skis. And for a while, that's exactly what I got. But looking back now, I should have turned around the moment I saw the fire. As I pushed through the heavy wooden doors, a wave of warmth engulfed me, the scent of pine and something faintly sweet, like old books and embers, filling my lungs. The interior was exactly what I had hoped for, rustic beams stretching across the vaulted ceiling, deep leather chairs pulled close to the massive hearth, and the low murmur of conversation blending with the occasional clink of glasses. A perfect escape. But my eyes kept drifting back to the fire. Up close, it was almost hypnotic. The flames moved strangely, twisting too fluidly, too deliberately, as if responding to something unseen. Shadows leaped and recoiled, stretching impossibly long before snapping back like they were breathing. And still there was no wood, just fire roaring in an empty stone maw. I shook off the unease and approached the front desk, where an older man with silver-streaked hair greeted me with a polite but distant smile. "First time here." His voice had a quiet rasp to it, like someone who had spent years speaking just above a whisper. "Yeah, just needed a break from everything," I said, forcing a smile. "Some solo skiing, some quiet." His gaze flickered just for a second toward the fire. It was so quick I might have imagined it, but something in his expression made my skin tighten. Then he nodded and slid a heavy brass key across the counter. "Room 302, third floor, end of the hall. Best view in the lodge. I hesitated. Hey, random question, what kind of fireplace is that? His fingers twitched against the polished wood. What do you mean? I turned slightly, nodding toward the hearth. The flames snapped higher as if they'd heard me. There's no wood, no gas line either, I checked. For a moment, the man didn't move. Then, with a slow exhale, he forced a thin smile. It's been burning as long as I've worked here, he said. Some things don't go out. The way he said it, too careful, too neutral, sent a ripple of unease through me. I laughed lightly, trying to shake off the creeping chill under my skin. So what? You're telling me it's magic? He held my gaze. If that helps you sleep at night. I swallowed, fingers tightening around my room key. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I wanted to stay. I swallowed hard, the lingering heat pressing against my skin like unseen fingers. The fire's glow pulsed, casting warped shadows that stretched too far, twisted at odd angles. I tore my gaze away, scanning the room. No one else had noticed. Laughter bubbled from a nearby group, their mugs steaming, their cheeks flushed with warmth and contentment. The bartender wiped down a glass, humming softly to himself. A couple by the window whispered to each other, oblivious. Everything was normal. Except it was. I turned back toward the fire, my pulse still unsteady. The flames hadn't settled. They still moved strangely, writhing, bending, as if something inside them was shifting. Watching, I forced a chuckle, shaking my head as if to clear it. Probably just tired, I muttered to myself. A long drive, the cold, the altitude. My mind was playing tricks on me. Still, unease clung to my spine like frost. I grabbed my bags and headed toward the front desk. The clerk, a woman with sharp, dark eyes, greeted me with a practiced smile. Welcome to the lodge, she said, sliding a heavy brass key toward me. Room 302, third floor, end of the hall, beautiful view. I hesitated. Hey, weird question, I said, nodding toward the fireplace. What's the deal with that? No wood, no gas, how does it stay lit? For the briefest second, her smile faltered. Then it was back, polite and unreadable. Oh, that old thing, it's always been like that. That doesn't answer my question, I pressed. She glanced at the fire. The flames shifted, the shadows twitched. And though her expression didn't change, I swore I saw her fingers tighten slightly against the desk. Some things here, she said lightly, almost too casually, just don't go out. A lump formed in my throat. Her gaze flicked to me, her smile fixed, her voice gentle but firm. Enjoy your stay. A shudder ran down my spine. The footprint wasn't just burned into the wood. It looked sunken, the edges curling like old parchment caught in a flame. A deep, smoldering black against the polished floor. I knelt down, hesitating, my breath shallow. The air around it was ice-cold, a stark contrast to the searing image it left behind. I reached out a trembling hand, hovering just above the charred imprint. No heat, no embers, just emptiness. A sudden creak echoed down the hall. My head snapped up, heart pounding. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with heavy wooden doors, all closed. Dim sconces flickered along the walls, their glow feeble and thin against the darkness that seemed to pool in the corners. Someone was there. I could feel it. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stand. My breath came ragged as I peered down the hall, every nerve screaming for me to shut my door, to pretend I had never seen the footprint at all. But I had seen it. And the whisper, "You're next," still coiled in my mind like a smoldering ember waiting to ignite. I stepped forward, my bare feet soundless against the wooden floor. Then another creak. This time closer. I froze. The air around me felt heavier, as if the lodge itself was holding its breath. My fingers twitched at my sides. A shadow moved. Not a person, not something explainable. It flickered at the end of the hall, shifting against the dim light, stretching, pulling itself toward me. It moved like the fire had, writhing, unnatural, hungry. I stumbled back, my pulse hammering in my ears. The moment I did, the air shifted, the heavy scent of smoke curling around me again. I turned, my hands fumbling for the doorknob. And then, just before I wrenched it open, a whisper, inches from my ear, breathless, amused, waiting. Run. A chill settled deep in my bones as I stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin. I kept my back to the lodge, refusing to turn around, refusing to give the fire, or whatever was inside it, another glance. I told myself it had been my imagination, a trick of exhaustion. Maybe the altitude was messing with my head. Maybe the way the flames had moved was just some quirk of airflow, nothing more. But as I reached my car, I hesitated. The windows had frosted over in the night, a delicate film of ice coating the glass. But there, on the driver's side, a patch was clear, melted, as if something warm had been pressed against it from the outside. My breath hitched. I leaned in, peering closer. It looked like a handprint. Faint, uneven, the fingers slightly blurred, as though whoever, or whatever, had touched it had lingered just long enough for the heat to leave its mark. I swallowed hard, my pulse thrumming in my ears. Maybe someone had passed by in the night, brushing against my car. Maybe it was nothing. Or maybe I climbed in, locking the doors out of habit, and started the engine. The heater kicked on with a low hum, filling the cabin with warmth. I gripped the steering wheel, forcing my hands to stop shaking. As I pulled away, I kept my eyes on the road, refusing to look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see the lodge shrinking in the distance. And I definitely didn't want to see if someone was standing outside, watching me leave. We had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road stretching endlessly under the dull glow of our headlights. The GPS had lost signal somewhere back, and we were relying on road signs to guide us. That's when we saw it, a handmade detour sign, its letters unevenly painted in bold red strokes. It pointed down a narrow road leading off the highway, a shortcut, we assumed. The main road ahead was under construction, or so it seemed from the barricades and warning cones. "Looks sketchy," I muttered, shifting uneasily in my seat. "Better than turning around and losing an hour," Jake, my best friend, reasoned. He was behind the wheel, tired but determined to get us home before sunrise. Lisa, my girlfriend, sat in the back, scrolling through her phone lazily. She was the one who had planned this whole road trip. As we took the detour, the atmosphere shifted. The trees on either side of the road seemed denser, their gnarled branches casting eerie shadows over the cracked pavement. A thick mist rolled in, swallowing the road behind us. The further we drove, the more unsettling it became. Then, the town appeared. At first glance, it seemed normal rows of old-fashioned houses with neatly arranged porches and manicured lawns. But something was off. Every window flickered with candlelight, and the people standing outside their homes, they didn't move. Their expressions were blank, their eyes reflecting the candle flames without blinking. It was as if they were frozen in time. "This place," Lisa whispered. "I've seen it before." "What?" I turned to look at her, and she was already pulling up a video on her phone. It was on that true crime documentary. "Remember, about the cult?" Her voice was trembling now. "They called it the Hollow Faith. This town, it was one of their locations." A chill ran down my spine. I had heard about them, a doomsday cult that had vanished overnight. Their leader, a man known only as Father Elijah, had convinced his followers that true enlightenment required complete surrender of the self. The documentary had mentioned the disappearances, the strange symbols, and the rumors of rituals that no one had ever proven. Jake's hands tightened around the wheel. "We're turning around," but the road behind us was gone. The mist had thickened, swallowing everything in sight. Even the detour sign was nowhere to be seen. "Guys," Lisa's voice cracked. "Look, the townspeople had moved." They were no longer standing on their porches, but were now slowly walking toward us. Their movements were synchronized, deliberate, and they were whispering. A low, droning chant filled the air, the words foreign and guttural, almost mechanical in their repetition. "Lock the doors." I barely got the words out before Jake slammed his foot on the gas. The car lurched forward, tires screeching as we sped through the empty streets. The people didn't run, but they didn't need to. No matter how fast we went, they always seemed to be just behind us, their figures flickering in and out of the mist like shadows in a dream. Then we saw it, a massive structure at the town's center, something that hadn't been shown in the documentary. A towering chapel with stained glass windows that glowed eerily, casting distorted figures of the cult's supposed saints. A massive door stood open, waiting. No way. Jake turned the wheel, trying to find any way out, but every road led back to the chapel. It was as if the town itself was steering us toward it. And then the chanting stopped. Silence wrapped around us like a suffocating fog. The candles in the windows snuffed out in unison, leaving only the glow from the chapel's windows. The car sputtered and died, the engine completely unresponsive. That's when we saw him. A figure stepped from the chapel's entrance. Clad in tattered robes, his face was obscured by a hood. But we knew who he was. The leader of the Hollow Faith, the man who had supposedly vanished decades ago, Father Elijah. He raised a single hand, and the townspeople, no, his followers, began to move again. This time they were coming straight for us. Jake tried the ignition frantically. Lisa was hyperventilating in the back, and me, I was frozen, staring at the horror unfolding before us. Jake, drive, try again. I shouted, snapping out of my trance. Jake twisted the key one last time, and by some miracle, the engine roared back to life. Without hesitation, he floored the gas, tires screeching as we tore through the mist-filled streets. The figures didn't chase us. They only stood, watching, as if they knew we would never truly escape. Somehow, after what felt like an eternity, we broke through the mist, and the familiar glow of the highway lights appeared ahead. Jake didn't stop until we were miles away. When we finally pulled into a gas station, the three of us sat in stunned silence. Lisa was shaking, clutching her phone like a lifeline. Jake's knuckles were white against the steering wheel. I turned on my phone, checking the map. There was no town, no detour, nothing. Just endless forest where we had just come from. Lisa's hands were trembling as she scrolled through the documentary again. Then she gasped. "Look," she whispered, turning the screen toward us. It was old footage, grainy and flickering, taken from a reporter's hidden camera years ago. The chapel was there, its stained glass windows casting eerie light. And standing at the entrance was Father Elijah, his face shadowed under the same hood. But the part that made my blood run cold was the final clip. The reporter had panned to the streets, to the cultists standing still, their unblinking eyes glowing in the candlelight. And there, at the bottom of the screen, the timestamp read, "Yesterday." It was supposed to be a fresh start. A family tradition carried on for years. The first sunrise hike of the new year, a way to cleanse ourselves of the past and welcome the future. My dad, ever the optimist, picked the trail. Something new this time. He had said, waving around an old hiking guide he'd found in a second-hand bookstore. Mom hesitated. "Are you sure it's safe? Never heard of that trail before." "That's the point, less crowded," Dad grinned. By the time we parked near the trailhead, the sky was still a deep indigo. My younger brother, Jerry, grumbled about the cold, stuffing his hands in his jacket pockets. Mom adjusted the straps of her backpack, sighing. "All right, let's do this before I change my mind." I should have paid attention to the sign. It was barely readable, the wood aged and splintered. Some letters had faded, but I could make out. Summit Trail 6.5 miles stay on path. Below, a smaller sign, words scratched out but one phrase remaining, "Turn back by nightfall." I remember glancing at Dad, but he was already leading the way. We followed, our boots crunching against the dirt, the air crisp and fresh. For most of the morning, it was just another hike. We laughed, took photos, and marveled at the untouched beauty of the forest. The trees here were massive, their gnarled roots breaking through the ground like skeletal fingers. A soft mist clung to the earth, curling around our ankles. About 2 miles in, we spotted movement ahead. A man, old, wearing a thick coat and a weathered hat, was sitting on a fallen log whittling a piece of wood. His face was leathery, lined with deep creases, his hands rough from years of labor. "Morning," Dad greeted, always eager to chat. The man looked up, his gray eyes sharp. "Mornin'." "Ain't seen folks come this way in a long time," Dad chuckled. "Trying a new trail for the new year. Beautiful out here." The old man studied us, his knife gliding smoothly against the wood. Aye, it is, but some places ain't meant to be disturbed. Jerry shifted uncomfortably. What do you mean? The woodcutter set his carving down, tapping the blade against his knee. This trail, it don't lead where you think. It'll take you up, sure, but it don't always bring folks back. Mom frowned. Is it dangerous? The old man exhaled slowly. Depends on what you call danger. There's something up there past the summit, older than any of us. It don't like visitors. A silence settled over us. Even Dad, ever the skeptic, seemed uneasy. You'd be wise to turn back before sundown, the woodcutter added. And whatever you do, don't stray off the path. I swallowed hard. The way he spoke, his tone, not as a warning but as a fact, sent a chill through me. Dad forced a laugh. Well, we'll be careful. Thanks for the advice. The old man just nodded, returning to his carving as we continued past him. The forest seemed darker after that, the air heavier. By noon, something changed. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead. The sun, once bright and warm, barely pierced through the thick canopy. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, and the silence became deafening. No birds, no rustling of leaves, just our own footsteps, our own breathing. Jerry shivered. Feels weird here. Mom nodded. Like we're being watched. Dad brushed it off. We're deep in the woods, it's just quiet. But it wasn't just quiet, it was too quiet. By the time we reached the clearing near the summit, the sun was dipping lower than we expected. The air carried a strange, metallic scent. Before us, stone pillars jutted from the ground, arranged in a perfect circle. They weren't natural. Each one was carved, worn by time but still eerily symmetrical. Jerry touched one. It's warm. Mom pulled him back. Don't touch anything. I turned to Dad, expecting him to take another picture, but he was frowning. Wasn't in the guidebook. We lingered for only a few minutes before deciding to head back. That's when we saw it. The path was gone. The dirt trail we had followed for miles, the markers nailed onto trees, it had disappeared. In its place was untouched forest, thick and impenetrable. Mom's voice was tight. Okay, stay calm. Maybe we took a wrong turn, Jerry whimpered. No, we came from that way. I remember that tree. We turned in circles, searching for any sign of the trail. Then, as the first hints of twilight settled over us, we heard it, chanting, low, rhythmic murmurs coming from the stone circle. My blood turned to ice. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone, the deep, guttural resonance felt old. Ancient. Dad grabbed my arm. We need to move. Now. We stumbled through the undergrowth, branches clawing at our clothes. The chanting grew louder, layered, voices overlapping in a sinister harmony. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. Then Jerry screamed, we spun around, shadows moved between the trees. Figures, tall, thin, wrapped in tattered cloaks. Their faces were obscured, but their eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Mom yanked Jerry close. Go, run! We ran blindly, breath ragged, lungs burning. The trees twisted, their shapes warping, closing in. The air smelled like rust. My vision blurred, move, just move, then silence. When I opened my eyes, we were standing by the car. The sun was rising. We never spoke about what happened, not on the drive home, not the next day. The photos on our phones were gone, like the hike had never happened. But at night when the world is quiet, I still hear it, the chanting. Curiosity gnawed at me. One night, unable to ignore the unease any longer, I searched online for information about the trail. It was hard to find, buried under outdated maps and abandoned forums. But eventually, I stumbled upon an old news clipping. Missing hikers reported on Summit Trail, no traces found. There were accounts, eerie and fragmented, describing voices in the woods, strange symbols carved into trees. Some mentioned figures watching from the shadows. Others claimed the mountain was cursed. One comment chilled me the most. If you hear the chanting, it's already too late. I never believed in ghosts, or curses, or any of the weird folklore my grandmother used to whisper about before bed. My world had always been one of logic and history, things that made sense. That's why, when I found myself in a museum, staring at an ancient relic that seemed to whisper my name, I told myself it was nothing. A trick of the mind, A misunderstanding, but I was wrong. Everyone knows me as Robert James Lee, but just call me Robert. I had been traveling for months, backpacking across Europe, killing time between jobs. Fresh out of a long-term relationship, I wanted distractions. Museums had always been a safe place for me, places of quiet contemplation, filled with stories already written and finished. No surprises. No mysteries, just history. So when I stumbled upon a small, lesser-known museum in a quiet corner of town, I decided to step inside. It wasn't flashy, just a narrow building with aged stone walls and a modest sign that read, House of Lost Histories. The museum was quiet in the way that felt unnatural, not peaceful, but heavy. The kind of silence that pressed in, swallowing sound before it had the chance to fully exist. I had wandered in on a whim, drawn by the sign outside advertising an exhibit of rare, unearthed artifacts. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged paper and dust, the weight of time itself woven into the very walls. Dim lights buzzed overhead, casting flickering shadows that danced across glass cases. Most of the displays were what you'd expect: weathered pottery, rusted coins, fragments of history that had been lost and rediscovered. I moved slowly past them, my footsteps muffled by the dark wooden floors. And then I saw it, a small, blackened mask. It sat alone in its case, surrounded by nothing but emptiness, as if the other artifacts had been placed deliberately far from it. Cracked with age, its hollowed-out eyes bore into the room, its wooden lips frozen in a shape that hovered between a snarl and a grin. I stepped closer. The plaque beneath it was faded, the letters unevenly carved, as if the person who etched them had been in a hurry. The Whispering Mask of Ebra, origin unknown. A dull chill crawled up my spine. Something about the name, the Whispering Mask, unsettled me in a way I couldn't explain. I glanced around the exhibit hall. The few other visitors were on the opposite side of the room, their murmured conversations too distant to make out. I was alone in this section, just me and the mask. And yet, as I stood there, staring into its hollowed-out eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't. The lights above me flickered, just once. A brief, stuttering blink. I let out a slow breath and leaned in, studying the mask's features, the cracks running through the wood. The way its carved lips curled slightly upward, as if amused by something I couldn't see, and then a whisper, right by my ear. Low, faint, like someone was standing just inches behind me. Robert. I froze. The name had been clear. Not a distant echo, not an imagined sound, clear. Close. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. Nothing. The room was empty, the air heavy with silence. The few other visitors were still across the hall, flipping through brochures, completely unaware that my entire body had just gone cold. I swallowed hard, my pulse hammering against my ribs. I misheard it. I had to have misheard it. Maybe it was an audio effect, something meant to make the exhibit more immersive. Even as I tried to reason with myself, my hands were clammy. I turned back to the mask, willing my nerves to settle. But as my eyes landed on it, I felt my stomach drop. The lips had shifted, not much, just slightly, just enough like it had spoken, like it had whispered my name. I took a step back, heart hammering, my breath uneven in my chest. The mask hadn't moved. It hadn't changed. And yet, I could still feel the whisper curling around my ears, my name slipping from lips that shouldn't exist. A sharp jolt ran through me as I nearly collided with someone behind me. An elderly man stood there, so still I almost mistook him for one of the exhibits. His face was worn, deep wrinkles carving into his skin, his eyes dark and unreadable. He hadn't been there a moment ago, I was sure of it. You hear it, don't you? His voice was soft, barely above a breath. A chill coiled around my spine, I swallowed. Hear what? The old man didn't blink. The mask. It speaks to those it chooses. I let out a nervous laugh, though it barely sounded like my own. That's some trick, some recording in the case or something. He didn't smile, didn't move. I tried to force logic into my thoughts, to tell myself I had imagined it. But the way he looked at me, the way he knew, made my skin crawl. My gaze flickered back to the mask. It sat motionless, silent behind the glass. But my ears still burned with the whisper, the weight of it too real. I clenched my jaw. "What is it?" The old man exhaled slowly, his eyes dropping to the display. Only then did I notice the journal, worn, its pages yellowed with age, lying beside the mask. His fingers barely brushed the glass. That belonged to the last man who heard it. Something about the way he said it made my chest tighten. I hesitated, then stepped closer, eyes scanning the fragile pages. The last entry was written in jagged, uneven script. It knows my name. It follows me even when I leave. It wants something. But I don't know what. A lump formed in my throat. I forced a dry chuckle, desperate to shake the unease creeping up my spine. "And what happened to him?" The old man's expression darkened. He disappeared. A pause. 2 weeks later. I left the museum that evening feeling off-kilter, my mind looping back to the mask, the whisper, and the curator's warning. The streets were busy, filled with tourists and locals, their voices blending into a rhythmic, distant hum. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The sensation clung to me even as I reached my hotel. I told myself it was exhaustion, that my brain was still processing everything. A hot shower. A few hours of sleep. That's all I needed. At least that's what I thought. I woke to silence. The kind of silence that's wrong. Heavy, pressing, and then Robert. A whisper. Right beside my ear, my body seized up, my skin prickling with the kind of fear that doesn't give you time to rationalize. I bolted upright, breath catching in my throat. The room was still, the city lights casting faint golden bars across the carpet. The windows locked, the door latched. I was alone, or at least I should have been. "Robert." The sound came again, but this time from across the room, from the mirror. I turned my head slowly, pulse hammering. The dresser mirror stood tall, its surface reflecting my stiff, breathless form in bed. My face was pale, my eyes wide with sleep-fogged fear. But there was something wrong. My reflection, it wasn't moving. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the headboard. My reflection sat frozen, staring at me, my own face, my own eyes, but not mine. Then it blinked. But I didn't. I shot out of bed, heart slamming against my ribs, my breath turning ragged. Every part of me screamed to look away, to not see what happened next, but I couldn't. Because my reflection tilted its head. Just slightly, just enough, like it was curious. Like it was studying me. I swallowed hard, my throat dry as sandpaper. And then it smiled. Not a normal smile, not mine, something wider, something that stretched just a little too far. I lunged for the bedside lamp, flicking it on in a desperate attempt to banish the shadows. The moment the light hit the mirror, my reflection snapped back to normal. No eerie smile. No frozen, watching figure, just me. Shaking, breathing too hard. I didn't sleep after that. Morning came, but it didn't bring relief. If anything, it made the fear worse. Because it didn't stop at the mirror. The first time I saw it again was in the elevator. I stepped in, rubbing sleep from my eyes, trying to convince myself that I had imagined everything the night before. That's when I noticed it, the faint reflection on the elevator doors. There were 2 people inside, me and something else. A tall, shadowy figure standing just behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly tripped. Nothing. But when I turned back to the doors, the figure was still there, closer now. I stumbled out of the elevator before it could close. My pulse wouldn't slow. I told myself not to look in any more mirrors, but it didn't matter. Every glass surface, shop windows, car doors, even the damn reflection in my coffee's surface, it was there, each time a little closer. Each time more solid. By the time I reached the airport, I could feel it without even looking. That cold, sinking weight pressing against me like a presence I couldn't shake. I boarded the plane, exhausted, drained, ready to put this behind me. The overhead lights buzzed softly. The engine hummed beneath my feet. The flight attendant gave a rehearsed smile as I took my seat. For a brief moment, I almost convinced myself it was over. Then, out of habit, out of pure, gut-wrenching dread, I glanced at the window beside me. The city lights glittered below, shrinking into the night, and in the reflection, the shadow was in the seat beside me, still, watching, closer than ever. I didn't sleep. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the edge of my hotel bed, the lights on, the curtains drawn, every reflective surface covered with whatever I could find, towels, jackets, even the pages of a torn-out notebook. It didn't matter, because even when I closed my eyes, I felt it. Watching. Waiting. By morning, I'd had enough. The museum doors had barely opened when I stormed inside. My skin felt stretched too tight, my nerves raw from exhaustion and fear. The curator was already there, standing behind the front desk as if he'd been waiting for me. His lined face was unreadable, his eyes dark with something like knowing. I want to know how to stop it. My voice was hoarse, my throat dry. He didn't ask what I meant. He just nodded. Wordlessly, he led me through the dimly lit halls, past the eerie glass cases, past the mask. I didn't dare look at it. Instead, we moved deeper into the museum, through an old wooden door that groaned as he pushed it open. The air here was different. Heavier. Dust swirled in the weak light from a flickering bulb overhead, casting long, twisting shadows against shelves of forgotten things. Artifacts stacked haphazardly, some wrapped in faded cloth, others left exposed, objects that felt misplaced, like they didn't belong anywhere. The curator moved with purpose. He reached for a small, unmarked box on one of the higher shelves, pulled it down, and set it in front of me. The lid was worn, the edges splintered with age. He dusted it off. Then, without a word, he opened it. Inside was a bundle wrapped in yellowed linen. My stomach twisted the second I saw it, like something in me already knew. I swallowed hard. "What is that?" The curator didn't answer. He just unwrapped it, slow and careful, as if afraid to touch whatever was inside. And when the cloth peeled back, revealing what lay within, I felt sick. A small pendant, rusted, ancient, simple, yet strangely unnerving. "This," the old man murmured, "was taken from the burial site of the mask. Centuries ago. I could barely find my voice. By who? The first man who claimed to hear it." His gaze flickered to me. "You aren't the first, and you won't be the last." I forced myself to breathe, my chest tight. "What happens if I don't return it?" The curator's face darkened. "Then it will keep calling you." His voice was quiet but firm. "Until you listen." I gritted my teeth. "And if I do?" For the first time, the old man's expression softened. "Then maybe it will finally rest." That night I went back. The museum was closed, the halls empty. The silence was thick, the air still. It felt wrong being there, like I was stepping into a place I shouldn't be. I moved quickly, my footsteps barely making a sound on the marble floor. My heart pounded as I reached the display, the mask. It sat behind the glass, its blackened wood cracked with age, its carved mouth slightly parted, as if it were waiting. I hesitated, my breath unsteady. Then, slowly, I knelt down. My fingers trembled as I set the pendant on the pedestal beside it. I don't know why, but I whispered something. A quiet apology, maybe to the mask, maybe to whatever was inside it, and then the air shifted. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. A pressure easing, a weight lifting. For the first time in days, the feeling of being watched was gone. I didn't wait. I didn't look back. I left the museum and never returned. I should have taken the bus. The thought nagged at me as I stood on the dimly lit dock, watching the black waves slap against the side of the ferry. It was an old vessel, too old maybe. The paint had faded into a sickly shade of gray, and rust streaked along the metal hull like dried blood. The air smelled wrong, not of salt and sea, but of something stale, metallic, and faintly rotting. I just wanted to get home. The ferry ride was supposed to be quick, an hour at most. The last trip of the night. The only reason I took it was that I had missed the last bus, and I didn't want to wait until morning. The ferry was nearly empty, just a handful of passengers scattered across the deck, huddled in their coats, avoiding eye contact. I boarded, ignoring the unease twisting in my gut. A ferry is just a ferry, I told myself. It's only an hour. But that was 5 hours ago. I first noticed something was wrong when the lights flickered. The overhead bulbs buzzed, casting harsh yellow light that pulsed like a dying heartbeat. Then there was the crew, silent, unresponsive. They moved through the ship like shadows, never making eye contact, never speaking. When I tried to ask one how much longer, he just stared through me, lips slightly parted as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Then there were the other passengers, or rather, the lack of them. I could have sworn there were at least 8 or 9 when we departed. Now I only saw 3. A woman clutching a faded red scarf, her knuckles white as she stared out at the endless water. A man in a business suit who sat stiffly in his seat, eyes darting nervously toward the door every few minutes. And an older gentleman who rocked slightly, mumbling under his breath, whispering words I couldn't quite catch. The windows showed nothing but darkness. No shoreline. No distant city lights, just black water stretching forever. I checked my phone. No service. My battery, which had been at 50%, was now at 12% and dropping rapidly. I stood and made my way to the front of the ship, gripping the icy metal railing. The sea was too still. The waves had disappeared, leaving the water as smooth as glass. The air was thick with something unseen, pressing against my skin like unseen hands. I turned to one of the remaining passengers, the woman with the red scarf. "Hey," I whispered. "You know what's going on?" She barely reacted, only shifting her gaze to me with hollow eyes. "We've been here before," she muttered. "We just don't remember." A shiver ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" She didn't answer, just pulled the scarf tighter around her neck and turned away. I needed answers. I forced myself to walk down the empty hallway leading to the crew's quarters. The air felt colder here, the metal walls sweating with condensation. My footsteps echoed strangely, like they were being swallowed by something just out of sight. The first door I tried was locked. The second creaked open. Inside, a row of small bunk beds lined the walls, each one meticulously made. But something was off. The beds were occupied, not by people, but by things, personal belongings. A child's stuffed bear. A woman's purse, contents spilled onto the floor. A suitcase with clothes neatly folded inside. But no people. As if they had been lying down just moments ago and had simply vanished. My breath hitched. A noise, low, gurgling, rose from behind me. I spun around. The hallway was empty, but I wasn't alone. I ran. The ship was wrong. The halls twisted in ways that didn't make sense. I passed the same doors again and again, my own footsteps overlapping in a way that made my head ache. The windows no longer showed water. Instead, they reflected something moving in the dark, shapes that shouldn't be there, stretching and shifting like distorted shadows. I turned a corner and nearly slammed into the businessman from earlier. His face was pale, sweaty. His hands trembled. "You see it too, don't you?" he whispered. "See what?" My voice came out hoarse. He didn't answer, just grabbed my arm. His fingers were ice cold. "You have to jump. It's the only way." "What?" Before I could react, he turned and sprinted toward the railing. I lunged to stop him, but he was too fast. He climbed over, gave me one last desperate look, then let go. The splash never came. I stared over the railing, expecting to see his body in the black water. But there was nothing. Just the reflection of the ship stretching downward into an abyss with no end. The whispers started then. Not from the crew, not from the remaining passengers, from the ship itself. The walls pulsed like lungs inhaling and exhaling. The floor beneath my feet felt soft, almost alive. The woman with the red scarf began to cry, rocking back and forth. The older man had gone silent, his eyes blank. I grabbed the woman's arm. "How do we stop this? How do we get off?" She looked at me with tears streaming down her face. "We don't. The ferry always leaves. It never arrives." A hand gripped my shoulder. I whirled around. It was a crew member. His face was wrong, stretched, elongated, his eyes 2 empty pits. "Please take your seat, sir," he said in a voice that sounded like a recording played in reverse. The world tilted. The walls closed in. I screamed. I woke up to the sound of waves, real waves. I was lying on the shore, soaked to the bone. The morning sun burned my eyes. The ferry was nowhere in sight. I staggered to my feet, coughing up salt water. A few beachgoers gave me strange looks but didn't say anything. My phone, miraculously still in my pocket, was dead. I stumbled to the nearest road and found a gas station. The clerk eyed me warily as I asked for a phone charger. When I powered my phone back on, my breath caught in my throat. The last message on my screen was from an unknown number. "You got off. This time." I never found out what happened to the others. The ferry wasn't listed on any schedule. The Coast Guard had no record of a ship sailing that night. But sometimes, when I pass by the harbor, I see it. I've always been able to sleep on flights, no matter how turbulent or noisy. It's almost like my body knows that when I'm in the air, I have no control over anything, so I might as well rest. But this time, when I woke up, something was wrong. The plane was silent. Too silent. I blinked groggily, the overhead light casting a dim glow over my seat. The hum of the engines was still there, a low vibration beneath my feet. But the murmur of passengers, the rustling of snack bags, the occasional cough or laugh, all of it was gone. I turned my head and felt my stomach drop. Every seat around me was empty. Just a few hours ago, I had been squeezed between an older woman in a floral blouse and a teenager with oversized headphones. We had exchanged nods when I first sat down, nothing more. The flight attendants had moved up and down the aisles, passing out drinks, asking if we needed anything. I had texted my best friend Ryan before takeoff. He was the reason I was on this red-eye flight, heading back home after visiting him for the weekend. "Made it on board. See you soon." His reply had come seconds later. "Safe flight, man. Try not to drool on your seatmate." I had laughed, turned my phone to airplane mode, and settled in for a nap. And now everyone was gone. I swallowed hard and turned in my seat. Maybe the passengers had moved to another section of the plane. Maybe there had been some sort of emergency landing and I had slept through it. But then I saw him. A man sat directly across the aisle from me, his hands folded neatly in his lap. He was dressed in a gray suit, the kind that looked expensive but not flashy. His face was pale, too pale, and his eyes were open wide, staring at me. Not blinking, not moving, just staring. I forced out a shaky breath. "Hey, do you know what's going on? Where did everyone go?" He didn't respond. The silence pressed against my ears, thick and suffocating. My pulse pounded as I fumbled to unbuckle my seatbelt. I stood, gripping the armrest to steady myself. The man's head turned slowly, following my movement. I took a step back. "Sir, do you hear me?" His lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. That was when I noticed something else. His chest wasn't moving. He wasn't breathing. I stumbled backward, heart hammering against my ribs. This had to be a dream, a trick of my sleep-deprived brain. I just needed to get to the cockpit, find a flight attendant, anything. I turned and bolted down the aisle. Row after row of empty seats stretched ahead of me. The curtains separating first class were drawn shut. I reached them and yanked them aside, nothing. No one. I spun, feeling the cold grip of panic squeeze my throat. The man in the gray suit was still in his seat, but now he was smiling. His lips stretched too wide, revealing teeth that were slightly too sharp, too perfect. And his eyes, they were wrong. Too dark, too hollow, like twin pits of shadow in his pale face. The plane gave a sudden, violent jolt. I grabbed a nearby seat to keep from falling as the lights flickered overhead. And then from the cockpit, a voice crackled over the intercom. "Please return to your seat." It was distorted, low, almost inhuman. "Please return to your seat." The voice repeated itself, but this time I heard something else beneath it, a faint whisper layered under the words. I strained to hear, my breath caught in my throat. "You never should have woken up." My vision blurred with panic. I turned back toward my seat, but the man was gone. Just gone. I stumbled down the aisle, gasping for air, reaching for the emergency exit, only to find my own reflection staring back at me in the tiny window. And behind me, just inches from my shoulder, was the man's grinning face. "Go back to sleep," he whispered. I don't remember what happened next. A sharp, unbearable pressure filled my skull, like something was forcing its way inside my head. My vision darkened, my limbs turned sluggish. My body wasn't my own anymore. I felt myself sinking, falling, drowning, and then I woke up. Sunlight streamed through the airplane window. The cabin was full. Passengers were chatting, flight attendants were moving up and down the aisles, offering coffee and snacks. I sat up with a gasp, my breath ragged. The older woman beside me turned with a concerned expression. Are you all right, dear? You were having quite the nightmare. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry as sandpaper. My hands were trembling. Yeah, I'm fine. I turned my head slowly toward the seat across the aisle. It was empty. But as I reached for my phone to check the time, my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. A single, neatly folded note sat on my tray table. My blood ran cold as I unfolded it, the words scrawled in precise, inhuman handwriting. Next time, don't wake up. I love taking pictures when I travel. Not the kind of touristy selfies that flood social media, but real moments, candid snapshots of life in unfamiliar places. The way light catches on market stalls, the expressions of street performers, the tiny details most people overlook. Photography lets me capture the stories of the places I visit, freezing them in time. This trip was no different. I had spent my afternoon wandering through the bustling alleyways of an old town, camera slung over my shoulder. I took photos of vibrant hanging lanterns swaying in the breeze, an elderly woman rolling out fresh dough at a street-side stall, a group of kids playing an intense game of soccer in a dusty lot. Then I saw him. An old man sat alone on a wooden bench near the market square. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, his clothes old but neat. There was something about him that made me hesitate, a stillness that felt out of place in the lively street. He wasn't talking to anyone, wasn't selling anything. He just sat there, hands resting on his lap, eyes staring ahead as if he were waiting for something or someone. I lifted my camera and snapped a picture. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another face in my collection of fleeting moments. That night he was sitting in the hotel lobby, watching me. I froze. My heart hammered in my chest as I tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. I had checked into the hotel earlier that afternoon, a quiet, old-fashioned place near the edge of town. The lobby had a warm glow from its antique chandeliers, the air thick with the scent of polished wood and something faintly floral. It wasn't a big place, not the kind where strangers could blend into the crowd unnoticed. And yet, there he was. The same old man from the market, sitting in one of the high-backed chairs near the front desk, his posture unchanged. His gaze was locked onto me. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move. My footsteps echoed as I crossed the marble floor, willing myself not to look at him again. I handed my key to the receptionist, who barely glanced up as she took it. I almost asked her about him. Did she know him? Had she seen him come in? But something stopped me. I told myself I was overreacting. I took the elevator to my floor, hurried down the hallway, and locked my door behind me. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, that blank, waiting expression. The way his eyes had tracked me across the room. I turned on my camera, scrolling through the photos from earlier. The street vendors, the lanterns, the kids playing soccer, then the old man. I paused. In the picture, his face was slightly blurred. The other people in the background were sharp, vendors mid-sale, tourists examining souvenirs, but his features seemed to smudge at the edges as if he hadn't been fully there when I took it. A chill ran through me. I shook it off and kept scrolling. Then I stopped again. At the edge of another photo, one I had taken hours after the first, there he was, far in the background, almost hidden among the crowd. His face was still blurry, still wrong. I hadn't seen him when I took that picture, but he had been there, watching. I barely slept. Every noise outside my door made me jump. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that the old man was probably just another guest, or maybe a local who liked to sit in the hotel lobby. But my gut told me something else. The next morning, I went downstairs, my camera tucked into my bag. The lobby was empty except for the receptionist from last night. I hesitated, then walked over. "Hey," I said casually. "There was an older man sitting here last night. Did you see him?" She frowned. "Older man," I nodded. "Thin, gray hair, dark jacket. He was sitting right there." I gestured toward the chair. The frown deepened. "I don't remember anyone like that. Were you expecting someone?" "No," I said quickly. "Just thought I saw someone." She gave me a polite but confused smile, then went back to her computer. I stepped outside, the morning air crisp against my skin. The streets were already alive with movement, shopkeepers setting up, the distant hum of mopeds weaving through the narrow alleys. I spent the day trying to lose myself in the city, pretending I wasn't looking over my shoulder every few minutes. By noon, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined everything. Almost. That night, the knocking started. I had just turned off the lights when I heard it. A slow, deliberate tap-tap-tap against the glass of my window. I froze. I was on the 4th floor. Tap-tap-tap. I turned my head slowly, my breath locked in my throat. The curtains were drawn, but the knocking continued. I reached for my phone with trembling fingers, turned on the camera, and raised it toward the window. Slowly, I pressed record. Tap-tap-tap. I didn't move. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped. I didn't open the curtains. I didn't move until morning. When daylight finally streamed through the gap between the fabric, I forced myself to check. The glass was clean. No fingerprints, no marks, nothing. I left that afternoon. Cut my trip short and booked the first flight home. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. As I sat in the airport, I pulled out my camera one last time. I had decided to delete the pictures from that day, convinced they were part of whatever nightmare I had walked into. But when I scrolled to the photo of the old man, my stomach turned to ice. His face wasn't blurry anymore. He was smiling. I had been in the city for a business trip, exhausted from a day filled with endless meetings. My flight home wasn't until the next morning, so I decided to go out for a late dinner. By the time I stepped out of the small restaurant, the streets were nearly empty. A light drizzle had begun, and the air smelled of damp asphalt. I waved down a taxi, thankful for the ride back to my hotel. The driver was an older man with sunken eyes and a calm demeanor. His uniform was slightly wrinkled, and the dim glow of the streetlights cast eerie shadows across his face. There was something oddly unsettling about him, but I brushed it off as exhaustion playing tricks on me. "Where to?" he asked in a gravelly voice. I gave him the name of my hotel, and he nodded. "I know a shortcut," he added, pulling into the street. At first, I didn't question it. The city was a maze of streets and alleys, and taxi drivers usually knew their way around better than I did. The first few turns seemed reasonable, but soon, the city's familiar lights and sounds began to fade. The roads became narrower, the streetlights fewer and farther between. I rolled down the window slightly, trying to get a better sense of our surroundings. The air smelled stale, as if it hadn't moved in years. A chill settled over me as I glanced at my phone. No signal. "Hey, this doesn't look like the way back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The driver didn't answer. His face was unreadable, his eyes fixed on the road. The pavement turned to cracked asphalt, then dirt. The buildings disappeared, replaced by looming trees that bent under an unseen weight. A thick fog rolled in, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The cab's headlights flickered, and for a moment I thought I saw movement in the trees, tall, indistinct figures shifting in the mist. "Where are we?" I demanded, my voice rising in panic. "Shortcut," he repeated, his tone unchanged. My heart pounded as I reached for the door handle. Locked. I fumbled for my phone again, but the screen was black. Not dead, just unresponsive, as if frozen in time. My breathing grew shallow as I forced myself to stay calm. "Look, just turn around, I'll pay extra," I said, forcing a chuckle. "This is way out of the way." The driver remained silent. Then he turned the wheel sharply. The car twisted, but there was no road, just darkness. My stomach lurched as the vehicle seemed to dip into something endless. The street had simply vanished beneath us. It felt as though we were floating, weightless, in some void that shouldn't exist. "Stop." I screamed. The headlights flickered again, and this time I saw them clearly, figures in the fog, too tall, their limbs too long, their faces smooth and expressionless. They didn't move, but I felt their attention shift toward me. The weight of their gaze made my skin prickle. The driver was humming now, a slow, monotonous tune that made my stomach turn. I yanked at the lock, pounding on the window, but my body felt sluggish, like I was moving underwater. The car kept driving, floating through an abyss where nothing existed but the fog and the whispering figures outside. Then the whispers reached inside. It wasn't the driver's voice. It wasn't my own thoughts. The voices seeped into my ears, my bones, murmuring things I couldn't understand. My name. My name repeated over and over, in different tones, different pitches, as if 1,000 mouths were calling me at once. I closed my eyes, whispering prayers I hadn't said in years. I thought of my family, my friends, anything that could anchor me back to reality. Just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. I jolted awake to the sound of a horn blaring behind me. The taxi was parked in front of my hotel. The driver was gone. I stumbled out, my legs weak, my breath shallow. The street was normal, bustling with people. The neon sign of my hotel flickered above me. I turned to the cab, but it was different, older, rusted. As if it hadn't moved in decades, my phone buzzed in my pocket, a flood of missed calls and messages. My watch read 11:45 p.m. I had left the restaurant at 10:30. I had been gone for over an hour. Shaking, I stepped back, trying to make sense of what had happened. A valet from the hotel approached me, eyeing the cab warily. "You okay, sir?" he asked. "This taxi, where did it come from?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The valet frowned. "That old thing. It's been sitting there for years. Nobody drives it. The owner vanished ages ago." I turned back to the taxi, but it was empty. The fog had lifted. The city was as normal as ever. It started as a fun detour. We were just travelers looking for a quick stop at the town's infamous tourism mall, a sprawling, slightly outdated shopping center that seemed to be the pride of the locals. The townspeople, however, weren't as enthusiastic. Several of them hesitated when we asked for directions, some even warning us that closing time comes early here. The employees inside were friendly but strangely insistent that we take our time browsing, almost like they wanted us to stay longer. Then the security gates slammed shut. And we were locked in. At first it was funny, an annoying inconvenience. We figured it was a mix-up, maybe a lazy security guard locking up early. But as we looked around, we noticed something unsettling. The mannequins weren't where they had been before. There were 4 of us: Daniel, Lisa, Mark, and me. We were backpackers, just passing through on our way to the next city. Lisa immediately pulled out her phone to call the guest hostel where we were staying, but there was no signal. Mark suggested we check the security office, find the CCTV footage, and figure out who locked us in. It sounded logical, so we headed toward the mall's security room, our footsteps echoing eerily in the empty corridors. But as we walked, I noticed something odd. The mannequins in the window displays had shifted again. I was sure that the ones wearing summer dresses had been inside the boutique earlier. Now they stood right at the glass, their featureless faces tilted slightly in our direction. I tried to shake the feeling off. We had more important things to worry about. We found the security office at the far end of the mall. Surprisingly, the door was open, the monitors still running. Mark took the chair, scrolling through the playback footage. What we saw made my stomach twist. The footage showed us entering the mall, browsing, joking around. Then, at exactly 9:57 p.m., the cameras glitched. When the feed returned, the timestamp still read 9:57, but the mall was empty. We weren't on the screen anymore. Lisa grabbed my arm. "That doesn't make sense. We're still here." Before we could process it, the lights flickered and a noise echoed through the halls, a soft dragging sound. It was coming from the main atrium. We scrambled to get a hold of the guest hostel, but the landline was dead. Our phones, despite showing battery, wouldn't turn on. Something didn't want us reaching the outside world. We hurried back to the main floor, hearts pounding. The mannequins had moved again. This time they weren't behind the glass. They were in the open walkways. Some stood at the edges of the corridors, others in the center of the atrium. They were positioned as if they had just stopped mid-step, heads slightly turned, limbs awkwardly bent. The worst part, their hands were reaching forward, toward us. Then the clock struck midnight, the mannequins moved, Lisa screamed. Mark swore under his breath. Daniel grabbed a nearby trash can and threw it at the nearest mannequin. It toppled over, shattering into pieces. But before we could feel relief, the others began to move again, their stiff, jerky motions becoming faster, smoother. We ran. As we ran, the lights flickered wildly. The mannequins weren't running after us. They were twitching, spasming, their limbs bending in unnatural ways. Some of them were crawling, their plastic fingers scraping against the tile floors. We made it to an emergency exit. Locked. We pounded on the doors, screaming for help, but the outside world remained eerily quiet. It was as if the mall existed in its own isolated space. Desperate, Mark suggested we check the CCTV footage again, maybe find an emergency override. We sprinted back to the security room, barricading the door behind us. Mark rewound the footage to midnight. What we saw froze us. The mannequins had been watching us the whole time. Even when we thought they were standing still, they had been shifting, moving in minuscule increments. When the lights flickered, they changed positions entirely, as if each blackout was a missing frame in a nightmare. Lisa covered her mouth, stifling a sob. "We're not supposed to be here." Then the monitors turned to static. A voice, garbled and distorted, whispered through the speakers. "Turn around." We didn't turn around. We bolted. Desperate, we sprinted toward the main entrance, yanking at the locked doors. The mannequins were closing in, their featureless faces now tilted at unnatural angles. Their hands twitched. Their legs bent the wrong way. Then, suddenly, the lights shut off completely. In the dark, I felt hands brush against my arms, my back. I heard Lisa crying, Mark panting, Daniel cursing. And then the lights flickered back on. We were standing exactly where we had been when the security gates locked us in. The mall was silent. The mannequins were back in their original places, behind the display glass. It was as if nothing had happened, but the security gates were now open. We bolted. When we finally stumbled back to our hostel, pale-faced and shaking, the receptionist barely reacted. She just gave us a knowing look and slid a folded piece of paper across the desk. It had 2 words. "You're lucky." We never spoke about it again, we never looked back, and we never, ever stayed past closing time anywhere else. I used to think the wilderness was my escape. No crowds, no noise, no distractions. But that was before I camped in a place that didn't want me to leave, before I saw something that didn't walk away, before I realized it was watching me. I've been a solo camper for years. There's something about being alone in the woods that feels right. No honking cars, no endless notifications, just silence. But this time was different. A buddy of mine, a former park ranger, had warned me about this place. Strange occurrences, disappearances. He wouldn't say the word ghost, but I could tell he wanted to. I should have listened. Instead, I packed my gear, grabbed a few trail cameras, and told myself I'd be fine. I was. The first night was quiet, too quiet. The fire crackled. The stars burned like diamonds overhead. The air smelled of damp pine and rich earth, clean, untouched, perfect. I've always preferred solo camping. There's a certain peace in being out here alone, no traffic, no voices, no obligations, just me and the wilderness. But this place was different. I could feel it the moment I set up camp. At first, I blamed the silence. No crickets, no night birds, not even the distant howl of a coyote. Just the occasional snap of wood settling in the fire and the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. At least I thought it was the wind. Then I heard it. A rustling, soft, deliberate. Not the skitter of a squirrel, not the random shift of the underbrush. Something was moving, watching, waiting. I clicked on my flashlight and swept it across the trees. My breath fogged in the cold air as I scanned the darkness. Nothing, just endless black stretching between the trunks, swallowing the light. Still, the feeling stuck, the sensation of unseen eyes pressing against me. I forced a breath, zipped myself into my tent, and told myself it was nothing. I don't know what time I woke up. There was no noise, no sudden start, just an overwhelming sense of presence. I couldn't move, not even to twitch a finger. I knew what this was, sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, but this felt different. It wasn't my own body holding me down. It felt like something was pressing on my chest. Outside the thin fabric of my tent, a shadow passed. Tall, slow, lingering. A trick of the moonlight, I told myself. A shifting tree. But then it stopped, right outside. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, a deafening drum against the thick, unnatural silence. I couldn't turn my head, I couldn't even breathe right. Don't move, don't let it know you're awake. The shadow shifted again, stretching across the tent fabric. It bent down. A long, warped silhouette stretched across the nylon. I could feel it, the weight of its attention, not just looking, studying. Then, as suddenly as it came, it was gone. Morning brought no comfort, only the lingering grip of dread. I jolted upright, gasping for breath, my lungs burning as if I'd surfaced from drowning. My body was drenched in sweat, my shirt clinging to me, the thick air inside the tent pressing down like a weight. It was too warm, suffocating. With trembling hands, I unzipped the tent. A sharp gust of cold morning air rushed in, chilling the sweat on my skin. But the moment I stepped outside, my breath caught in my throat. Something had circled my tent. The earth was damp from last night's mist, the soil soft enough to preserve impressions. And there they were, footprints, deep, impossibly long. The span of each step too wide, too deliberate. These weren't mine. And yet no one else should have been out here. Heart pounding, I snatched my camera, my fingers stiff and clumsy as I scrolled through the footage. The screen flickered to life, showing my night, me by the fire, eating, speaking to the camera about the solitude of the trip. The hours stretched on in silence. Then at exactly 3:00 a.m., the footage glitched. For a full second, the screen went black. When it returned, something had changed. There, just beyond the fire's dying embers, stood a figure, tall, unmoving, just at the edge of the light. It did nothing, didn't shift, didn't breathe. It only stood there, watching. Seconds turned to minutes, minutes to hours. The figure never wavered, never made a sound. Then another glitch. The screen flickered, and in an instant it was gone. No footsteps leading in. No footsteps leading out. It hadn't walked away. It had simply ceased to be. I wasn't alone last night. And whatever had been here, it hadn't left. I should have packed up and left the moment I saw those footprints. And I told myself I would. The weight of unseen eyes pressed against my back, thick as the morning mist curling through the trees. My breath came too fast, shallow and uneven, as if my own body refused to believe I could truly escape. My fingers fumbled with the straps of my bag, slick with sweat despite the cold. The tent collapsed in a tangled mess. I didn't bother folding it, didn't care. I just needed to move. I hit the trail fast. Then faster. The towering trees loomed overhead, their skeletal branches reaching like outstretched fingers, black against the pale dawn sky. The underbrush crackled beneath my boots, but every sound felt swallowed by something larger, something watching, waiting. The further I went, the deeper the silence became, unnatural and smothering. Even the wind had stilled. Then I saw them, my footprints, already there. A strange, hollow pressure expanded in my chest, a creeping, slow-motion realization that turned my blood to ice. I skidded to a stop, the breath catching in my throat. The earth was damp, the soils soft enough to hold fresh imprints, imprints that matched mine exactly, stride for stride. I had been here before. I had never left. The trail had looped. My fingers trembled as I yanked the map from my pack, my pulse pounding so hard I could feel it in my skull. The inked lines swam before my eyes, twisting, shifting, as if the forest itself had rewritten the path while I wasn't looking. My compass needle twitched, spun, then stilled in the wrong direction. A soft crunch broke the silence. Footsteps. Not mine, not human, slow, deliberate. They came from just beyond the trees, from the depths where the shadows stretched long and impossibly dark. Each step landed with precision, too measured, too calculated to be an animal. They weren't approaching. They were waiting. A breath of cold, stale air brushed the back of my neck. My skin prickled. My stomach clenched in primal, unexplainable terror. I ran. The forest blurred into a smear of twisting bark and tangled roots, branches clawing at my arms, slashing across my legs like grasping hands. My breath came in ragged gasps, white puffs in the cold morning air. My backpack thumped against my spine, the weight a reminder of how real, how terrifyingly real this was. And the footsteps followed. Not stumbling. Not uncertain, they were fast, steady, almost patient. They weren't chasing me. They were herding me, guiding me, back to the clearing, back to my tent, back to where I was supposed to be. Panic surged, wild and all-consuming, my vision swimming as I pushed forward, lungs burning, legs screaming. Then, just as the dizziness threatened to pull me under, I saw it. Sunlight. Splintering through the trees, golden and hazy, painting long shadows across the dirt. Then I reached the road. I stopped so fast I nearly collapsed, my chest heaving, the ground tilting beneath my feet. It wasn't supposed to be there. I had hiked miles into the wilderness. I should have had hours left to walk, but there, impossibly close, was my car, parked exactly where I had left it. The sight of it, so normal, so solid, made my stomach twist with something almost worse than fear. I didn't question it, didn't stop to think. I sprinted, my hands fumbling with the keys, my vision blurring as the edges of the world seemed to press in. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of there, gravel spitting from my tires. I didn't look in the rearview mirror, because some part of me knew, if I did, I might see something standing at the tree line. For days, I tried to explain it away. Sleep deprivation, stress, a trick of the light, maybe even something I ate, some strange reaction, a fever dream brought on by exhaustion and panic. I told myself anything to keep the fear at bay. But the unease clung to me, wrapping around my thoughts like vines, pulling me back to that moment. Then, on the third night, unable to shake the feeling, I picked up my camera. My hands felt cold as I scrolled to the last recorded footage, my breath tight in my chest. The screen flickered to life, showing what I already remembered. My desperate flight through the trees, my erratic movements, the wild swings of the camera catching glimpses of the darkened forest. The footage was shaky, distorted, filled with my ragged breathing, the crunch of leaves and the pounding of my footsteps. But then the trees behind me. They were shifting, not swaying with the wind, moving, not in a way nature intended. It was subtle at first, like a warping effect, a distortion of space itself. Then I saw it clearly. The trunks weren't stationary. They weren't rooted. They were closing in, bending toward me as if drawn by some unseen force, their darkened forms pressing together, sealing off the path behind me. I stopped breathing. My pulse roared in my ears as I rewound, watched again and again, each time hopping I had imagined it. I hadn't. The forest had moved, like it had tried to keep me in. A sharp chill crawled up my spine, settling in my bones like ice. I don't know how I got out. I don't know what it wanted, what it was, or if it was ever really gone. All I know is this: if you ever find a trail that loops, where your own footprints are already waiting for you, turn around. And pray that something lets you go. I never imagined my honeymoon would turn into a nightmare. A luxury cruise, miles of endless blue stretching in every direction, the horizon swallowing the sky and sea in an unbroken embrace. The rhythmic lull of waves against the hull was almost hypnotic, a steady, hushed heartbeat beneath our feet. The salty breeze carried a sense of freedom, whispering through the open deck, teasing the edges of my collar, filling my lungs with the scent of adventure and something unnameable. It was supposed to be perfect, a week of pure bliss with Claire. No deadlines, no emails, no rushing to meet obligations. Just us, untethered from the world. We had spent years saving up for this, sacrificing small luxuries, skipping weekend getaways, holding on to the dream of this single, perfect week. A celebration of our love, untouched by stress, unshadowed by worry. The first night felt like stepping into a dream. Our cabin was pristine, the kind of untouched elegance reserved for catalog covers. White linens folded with crisp precision, warm golden light spilling from the wall sconces, casting soft halos on the polished wood. The air carried a subtle hint of citrus and salt, mingling with the faint hum of the ship's engine, steady as a heartbeat. A bottle of champagne waited in an ice bucket beside the bed, its glass sweating in slow, deliberate drips, like frozen tears slipping down a cheek. Claire's laughter filled the room, rich and carefree, as she playfully tossed a pillow at me. It hit my chest with a soft thud, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You're so sentimental, Daniel." She shook her head, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "It's just a cruise." But to me, it was more than that. It was the beginning of forever. At least, that's what I thought. I woke up groggy, the edges of my consciousness wrapped in a thick fog. My arm reached instinctively toward Claire's side of the bed, empty. I frowned. The sheets were cool beneath my fingertips, no lingering warmth. A strange unease curled in my stomach. Claire was always a slow riser, reluctant to leave the comfort of our bed, especially on vacation. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, my voice thick and groggy. "Claire!" Silence. And then I noticed it. The ship was too quiet. No distant chatter of passengers greeting the morning. No muffled clinking of silverware against porcelain drifting through the walls. Not even the soft hum of voices from the hall. Just an unnatural stillness pressing in from all sides, thick and suffocating. A slow prickle of anxiety traced its way up my spine. I swung my legs over the bed, my bare feet meeting the cold floor with a dull thud. Maybe I had overslept and Claire had gone ahead to breakfast. Maybe she just didn't want to wake me. But as I stepped toward the door, the uneasy feeling burrowed deeper. The hallway stretched before me, an empty corridor bathed in dim, flickering light. My breath hitched. Every cabin door, every single one, was slightly ajar. Not thrown open, not fully closed, but cracked just enough for darkness to spill through the gaps. As if someone had peeked inside. As if someone had been watching. My own door had been closed when I woke up. A shiver rolled through me. My fingers curled into fists. "Hello!" My voice felt too loud, swallowed instantly by the silence. No answer. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered again, casting long, shifting shadows across the carpet. The ship's engine still thrummed beneath my feet, steady but distant, the only proof that something, anything, was still functioning. I walked faster, my heart thudding against my ribs. Each step felt heavier, the silence pressing closer. Then I reached the dining hall. Everything was set for breakfast. Plates of untouched food lined the tables, eggs congealing under the dim lights, toast half-buttered, coffee cups still steaming faint tendrils into the air. The rich scent of syrup and butter lingered, but it felt wrong. Stale. Stagnant. My gaze locked onto a fork perched at the edge of a plate poised mid-bite. Someone had been here, had. The air grew thick, oppressive. My pulse roared in my ears, every breath shallow and uneven. Okay. This is some kind of prank, right? Claire, anyone? And then the intercom crackled to life. A burst of static, jagged and violent, tore through the silence. Then a voice, distorted, warped, dripping with something that made my blood run cold. "This is a distress call, but there is no escape." I stopped breathing. The lights flickered again, this time violently, plunging the room into brief bursts of darkness. The ship let out a groan, a deep, hollow sound like the tortured exhale of something old, something alive. This wasn't possible. This wasn't real. My body moved before my mind caught up. I turned on my heel and ran. No captain, no crew, no trace of life. The control room was empty. The air was thick with the sterile scent of metal and old machinery, tinged with something faintly musty, like damp fabric left to rot. The glow from the monitors cast eerie blue shadows along the walls, blinking softly in a rhythmic pulse. I scanned the control panels, expecting chaos, flashing alarms, frantic distress signals, anything to explain what the hell was happening. But there was nothing. Just the endless ocean on the screens. A black, rippling void stretching infinitely in every direction, swallowing the sky, merging with the horizon in a seamless abyss. The ship could have been drifting through space for all I knew. There were no stars, no landmarks, just water, just darkness. And then the intercom buzzed again. The sound made my skin prickle, a sharp burst of static breaking the oppressive silence. But this time something followed, a whisper, soft, wrong. "Daniel!" My breath caught in my throat. The voice had said my name. A slow, creeping dread wrapped itself around my ribs, squeezing. My pulse slammed against my temples, every beat heavy, unsteady. My mouth went dry. I turned sharply, my gaze darting around the empty room. The control panels, the monitors, the silent radio equipment, all of it felt like it was closing in, pressing against me. I wasn't alone. I couldn't be. My legs felt like lead as I staggered back from the console, my balance wavering. My fingers trembled as I yanked my phone from my pocket, my thumb fumbling for the screen. No signal, not even a flicker of connection, just an empty, mocking void. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. I was cut off. Completely. A sickening chill slithered down my spine. Every instinct screamed at me, move. Now, I needed to find Claire. Now. Night fell. Darkness swallowed the ship, seeping into every corner, thick and absolute. The small bedside lamp cast a sickly glow across the cabin, its light too dim, too fragile, like a dying ember in an ocean of black. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls, distorting, shifting when I wasn't looking. I had barricaded myself inside, shoving the dresser against the door, wedging a chair beneath the handle. It wasn't much, but it was something. My body was wound so tight with fear that every breath felt like a struggle. My muscles ached from the tension, my fingers locked in a trembling grip around my useless phone. I checked the screen again. Nothing. No bars, no messages, no way out. And Claire was still missing. My pulse hammered against my ribs. I clenched my jaw, forcing down the rising panic. I couldn't lose it, not now. But the ship, it felt different now. The silence had weight, a presence. It pressed against my skin, thick and suffocating, coiling around my throat like invisible fingers. The walls, God, the walls, they felt too close, too alive, their surface almost rippling in my peripheral vision. Breathing, watching, waiting, then knock, 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 slow, deliberate. The sound shattered the quiet like a gunshot. My breath hitched. My fingers clenched around the edge of the bed, knuckles aching. I forced myself to move, inching toward the door. A pause. "Daniel," Claire's voice, but not Claire. My stomach twisted violently, dread slamming into me like a physical force. The voice was wrong, syrupy sweet, drawn out like honey dripping from a spoon, but warped, stretched. "Open the door," the words slithered through the air, curling around me, sinking beneath my skin. My fingers hovered over the handle. My breath came shallow and fast. My heart, thundering now, pounded against my ribs so hard it hurt. Every nerve in my body screamed, "Don't, don't, don't." But then a sharp, white-hot pain exploded in my skull. A jagged electric shock that lanced behind my eyes sent my vision spinning into a tunnel of flickering darkness. My knees buckled. The floor tilted and I hit the ground. And the last thing I heard, before the world slipped away, was the sound of the door handle turning. I woke up to bright lights, harsh, sterile. A piercing white that made my skull throb, and voices, real voices, not the sickly sweet whispers, not the warped echoes slithering through the dark. The scent of antiseptic burned my nostrils, sharp and clinical, chasing away the salt and damp that had clung to my skin. A steady, rhythmic beep filled the air, keeping time with the dull ache in my chest. A hospital. I blinked against the glare, my vision struggling to focus. The world felt slow, like I was dragging myself through thick, invisible molasses. Then warmth, a tight, desperate grip around my hand. "Daniel, oh my God, you're awake." Claire, her voice trembled, breaking on my name. I turned my head, every movement heavy, sluggish. She sat beside me, her face pale, her cheeks streaked with dried tears. My throat was dry, raw. My words came out cracked. What happened?" Her expression twisted, relief, but beneath it something else, something dark. "You collapsed," she said, voice shaking. "The doctor said you had severe carbon monoxide poisoning. The ship had a leak. They evacuated everyone but you." She squeezed my hand tighter, like she was scared I'd disappear. "You weren't answering your phone. They found you unconscious in our cabin." My heart stuttered. Not real. The empty ship, the flickering lights. The doors cracked open, the whisper calling my name, the thing pretending to be Claire. A hallucination. A nightmare spun from oxygen-starved neurons, twisting reality into something monstrous. Claire hesitated. A flicker of something crossed her face. Uncertainty, fear. They said something weird. Her voice was quieter now, like she wasn't sure she wanted to say it aloud. "When they found you, you were standing at the door," she swallowed hard, "like you were about to open it." A slow, sickening chill crept through my veins. I tried to shake it off. Carbon monoxide poisoning could cause vivid hallucinations, paranoia, confusion. My mind had been unraveling in that room. That's all it was. I forced a weak chuckle. "Guess I was just trying to get out of there." Claire didn't laugh. Instead, she pulled something from the bedside table. My phone. My stomach clenched as she turned the screen toward me. A voice message. A single, grainy recording left at 3:17 a.m., the time they found me. I swallowed hard, my fingers trembling as I pressed play. Static, faint at first, then growing louder, crackling like a detuned radio. A voice, distorted, sickly sweet. "Daniel, open the door." I dropped the phone. The beeping of the heart monitor spiked as my pulse skyrocketed. Claire reached for me, her grip firm. "Daniel," she whispered, her eyes wide. "What the hell happened on that ship?" I didn't know how to answer. Because no matter how much I told myself it wasn't real, no matter how much science could explain it, I knew one thing for certain. Something had been on the other side of that door, and I had almost let it in. I don't know why we trusted the app so blindly. Maybe it was exhaustion from the long drive, or maybe we were too caught up in our excitement for the weekend getaway. Either way, that damned reroute changed everything. We had been planning this trip for months. A simple barcotter road trip to Batangas for a weekend of beach, cheap beer, and memories to drown out the stress of school and work. It was me, Paolo, Lion, Ray, and Vince, friends since high school, now juggling early adulthood but still holding on to our little traditions. We left Manila late, caught up in traffic, and by the time we hit the highway, it was already closed to midnight. Vince, ever the tech guy, had ways directing us. "There's a shortcut," he said, tapping his screen. "Saves us almost an hour." "Sounds good," Paolo muttered from the driver's seat, stifling a yawn. "I just want to get there already." Ray, the skeptic, leaned forward from the backseat. "Dude, I don't trust those shortcuts. Last time we took one, we ended up on a road barely wide enough for a tricycle." Lion, beside me, chuckled. "What's the worst that could happen? We hit a dead end and turn back. In hindsight, I wish that was all that happened." The shortcut started off fine. A detour off the main road led us through a provincial highway, the kind lined with trees and the occasional sorry store still lit up in the night. But then, the road started narrowing. The streetlights disappeared, swallowed by the thick darkness of the countryside. Vince frowned at his phone. "It still says this leads back to the main road. We just need to go through Barangay Santo Domingo." None of us had heard of it. Paolo slowed the car as the road turned rough, uneven. Potholes made the ride bumpy, and the trees on either side thickened. There were houses, but they were wrong. The first one we saw had no doors, only a yawning black entrance. Another had windows shattered inward, as if something had broken through from the outside. The air grew heavy, charged with an eerie stillness. "Where is everyone?" Lion whispered. Ray scoffed, though his voice was lower than before. Maybe they're just asleep, it's past midnight. But that wasn't it. Even the most remote barangays had signs of life. A dog barking, a distant radio, even just a flicker of movement from behind curtains. Here, there was nothing. Just the rustling of leaves and the hum of our own engine. We saw them. Figures. At the edge of the trees, just beyond the reach of our headlights, Lion let out a sharp breath. Did you see that? Paolo gripped the steering wheel tighter. Yeah, Vince turned, his face pale in the dim light of his phone. Maybe we should turn back. No, Paolo said. We've come this far. The app says it's just a few more kilometers. We pressed on, the silence stretching between us like a taut wire ready to snap. The figures didn't move, didn't step closer, but they were watching. I could feel it, an unsettling weight pressing against my chest. Then the road ended. A massive wooden barricade, old and splintered, blocked our path. Behind it, more abandoned houses loomed, their skeletal frames barely visible in the darkness. A single sign hung from the barricade, the letters faded and scratched, but still legible. No one returns. A sick feeling coiled in my stomach. Paolo, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Turn around. He didn't need convincing. He threw the car into reverse, but the moment the tires crunched against the gravel, the engine sputtered. The lights flickered. Then the car shut off completely, silence. Lion let out a shaky laugh, but it had no humor. That's not funny. Paolo turned the key. The engine coughed, struggled, but refused to start. Are you kidding me? Vince muttered, shaking his phone. No signal. Ray cursed. This is a joke, right? We didn't actually just get stranded in a fucking ghost town. Something moved outside. A slow, deliberate shift of shadow against shadow. Then the knocking started. Soft at first against the trunk of the car. Then another against the backseat window. A gentle tap. Tap, tap, my breath hitched. Who? A whisper, right outside my door. Open. My entire body locked up. I turned my head, my fingers digging into my thighs. Through the window I saw it, a face barely visible in the darkness, hollow eyes, lips too wide. Skin that didn't look right, as if it had been left soaking in water too long. I screamed. Paolo cursed and turned the key again, this time slamming his foot against the pedal. The engine roared to life, and without hesitation, he spun the wheel, tires kicking up dirt and gravel as we sped away from that barricade. But the road had changed. It twisted in ways that didn't make sense, curving back onto itself, leading us past the same abandoned houses again and again. The figures at the tree line moved now, stepping closer each time we passed, their outlines becoming clearer. Too tall, too thin. Their mouths smiling, Vince was shaking, gripping his phone like a lifeline. It's not letting us leave. It's not, then the baby cried. The sound was sudden, piercing, a wail of distress from somewhere in the darkness. It made every hair on my body stand on end. Don't stop, Ray said, his voice sharp. I wasn't planning to, Paolo hissed, his knuckles white on the wheel. But as we turned another impossible corner, the figures were closer. They stood in the middle of the road now, blocking our path, and they were grinning. The car shuddered. The lights flickered again, and then, just as suddenly, the road opened up. The trees parted, revealing the main highway in the distance. We didn't ask questions. Paolo floored it. The moment we hit the highway, the spell, or whatever it was, broke. The figures were gone. The suffocating pressure lifted. Even the radio crackled back to life as if nothing had happened. We didn't speak the rest of the drive. When we finally reached our destination, no one had the stomach for beer or celebration. We barely slept, haunted by what we had seen. It wasn't until the next morning that Vince dared check Waze again. The app was still open, the route displayed on the screen. Barangay Santo Domingo didn't exist. I've always enjoyed traveling alone. Something about it feels freeing. No schedules to follow, no one else's plans to consider. Just me, a rented car, and a well-reviewed Airbnb in a quiet town far from the city. This trip was no different. A much-needed break from the chaos of my day-to-day life. I arrived late in the evening. The sun had already set, casting the small town in a blanket of deep blue twilight. The house stood at the end of a quiet street, a rustic yet well-kept two-story home with warm porch lights glowing against the dark. I checked my phone. Text from Danilo. "Welcome, William. Hope the drive wasn't too rough. Make yourself at home. Let me know if you need anything." Seemed normal enough. I texted back. "Thanks, Danilo. Just arrived. House looks great." I entered the key code, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The air smelled of fresh wood polish. Soft yellow lights bathed the living room in a warm glow. The furniture was neat, the space cozy. A fireplace sat unlit against the far wall, above it a perfectly arranged row of books that looked untouched. I exhaled, relieved. The drive had been long, and all I wanted was to sleep. But then, a strange feeling crept up my spine. The house felt empty, not just in the way an unoccupied house does, but too empty. The silence pressed in from every corner. There were no signs of life. No family photos, no scattered belongings, no small details that made a place feel lived in. Everything was staged. Everything was too perfect. I shook off the unease and set my bags down, chalking it up to exhaustion. But before I could relax, my phone buzzed again. Text from Danilo. "Glad you like it. I'm nearby if you need anything." I frowned. My eyes flicked to the window. Outside, the town was silent. The streets empty, no cars, no pedestrians, no sign of anyone nearby. A chill slithered through me, but I pushed the thought aside. Maybe he just meant he lived in town. No big deal. I locked the front door, grabbed my bag, and headed upstairs. The second floor was just as pristine, almost too pristine. The bedroom had fresh sheets. The air smelled faintly of lavender. A single framed painting hung on the wall across from the bed. It was simple, almost forgettable. A landscape. A small house on a hill with a single dark window. I tried to ignore it. I showered, changed, and climbed into bed, my body aching for rest. But just as I closed my eyes, a noise. Faint. Just outside my window, I held my breath. Listened. At first, nothing. Then, soft footsteps on gravel, slow, unhurried, coming closer. I sat up, heart pounding. The curtains were drawn, but I could feel someone standing outside, waiting. I reached for my phone with shaking hands and opened the chat. Text to Danilo. "Hey, is someone outside?" The message sent. I stared at the screen, waiting for the typing bubble, nothing. Then, text from Danilo. "Don't open the door." A cold sweat broke out across my skin. My pulse pounded in my ears. The footsteps had stopped. I crept toward the window, carefully pulling the curtain back. The porch light flickered, casting faint, shifting shadows on the gravel driveway. But no one was there. The front door lock clicked. I spun around, my chest tightening. I had locked it. I was sure I had. A message appeared on my phone. Text from Danilo. "I mean it, William. Do not open the door." I backed away slowly, heart slamming against my ribs. My fingers hovered over my phone. Call the police, call someone. Before I could decide, another message came. Text from Danilo. "It's not me knocking." The air turned ice cold. A sharp, oppressive stillness filled the room as if the house itself was holding its breath. Then knock, knock, knock. The sound rattled through the walls, slow and deliberate. I clamped a hand over my mouth, suppressing a whimper. The knocking wasn't frantic, it wasn't aggressive, it was patient. I stared at my phone, the screen casting a dim glow in the darkness. Text from Danilo. "Don't let it in." Trembling, I backed toward the bed, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. I could hear something now, something beyond the knocking. A low, rhythmic whispering seeping through the cracks of the door. My breath hitched. It wasn't in any language I recognized. It was guttural. Wrong. Then, the whispering stopped. A new message appeared, text from Danilo. "It's inside." A shudder rolled through me. I turned slowly, the weight of something unseen pressing against my chest. The bedroom mirror was no longer reflecting the room as it was. Instead, it showed the bedroom door wide open, and in the doorway, a figure, watching me, its head tilted, eyes black pits of hunger and malice. A grin stretched too wide across its face, teeth like broken glass. Then my phone buzzed again. Text from Danilo. "Run!" I didn't hesitate, I bolted. Out of the bedroom, down the stairs, through the front door. I didn't stop until I reached my car, the engine roaring to life beneath my trembling hands. As I sped away, I risked one last glance in the rearview mirror. The figure stood on the porch, its black eyes locked onto mine. And just behind it, in the second-floor window, a shadowed shape loomed, watching. My phone buzzed one last time, text from unknown. "The house does not like to be empty." I didn't stop driving until I reached a small diner on the outskirts of town. My hands were shaking as I pulled into the empty parking lot. The neon sign buzzed dimly overhead, casting a sickly red glow over the pavement. Inside, the scent of coffee and fried food clung to the air. A handful of locals sat scattered across the diner, their conversations hushed as I stepped in. Their eyes flicked toward me, lingering just a little too long. I collapsed onto a stool at the counter, struggling to steady my breath. The man behind the register, an older guy with deep lines on his face, wiped his hands on a dish towel and eyed me carefully. "You all right, son?" His voice was low, measured. I swallowed hard. I wasn't sure how to even begin, but the words tumbled out anyway, about the Airbnb, the knocking, the messages from Danilo, the thing inside the house. The diner fell silent. The old man exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. A woman at the far end of the counter muttered something under her breath and crossed herself. Then, a man sitting near the jukebox leaned in, his voice grim. "You're not the first." A knot tightened in my stomach. "There've been others," he continued. "They rent that house. They leave in the middle of the night. Some don't leave at all." Another man, older with hollow eyes, spoke next. "The house was never meant to be lived in. It's waiting for something or someone." I stared at them, my mouth dry. The old man behind the counter sighed and poured me a cup of coffee, sliding it toward me with a knowing look. "You're lucky, kid," he said. "You got away." I gripped the counter, my breath hitching. "What about Danilo?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "The guy who rented me the place." The old man behind the register frowned. "Who?" "Danilo," I repeated, pulling out my phone and showing them the texts. "He sent me the booking details. He warned me not to open the door." The man nearest to me exchanged a glance with the others. Then he shook his head. "There's no Danilo." I stared at him, my blood turning to ice. The woman at the end of the counter finally spoke, her voice barely audible. "There never is." You hear about these things, but you never think it will happen to you. I was tired, I was distracted, and I was in a hurry. That's all it took. A second of carelessness and I almost disappeared. I slid into the backseat of a rideshare and my phone buzzed. Unknown number. "Don't get in, that's not me." That was the moment I realized I was in the wrong car. It had been a long day. The kind that drags you down, leaves you drained. The kind where the world feels just a little off-kilter, like you're moving in slow motion while everything else rushes past. I just wanted to get home. The bar's neon sign flickered above me, buzzing softly in the cold air. People milled about, laughing too loudly, their voices merging into a dull hum. My breath curled in the night air as I tapped my phone screen, ordering a rideshare. My driver, Evan, would arrive in 10 minutes. White sedan. License plate 7B4K23. A white sedan pulled to the curb. It looked right, but something felt wrong. The paint was scratched near the back bumper. The windows were tinted darker than usual. There was no rideshare sticker. The engine idled too long, like it wasn't expecting me to get in. I hesitated, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. My gut twisted. A small, nagging voice whispered in the back of my mind, "Wait. Check the plate. Check the app." But exhaustion won. I blamed my nerves on a long day. I climbed into the backseat, mumbling a tired greeting. The driver barely acknowledged me. He mumbled something under his breath. Half-finished words, an unfinished thought. Almost time for the next one. Then my phone buzzed. Evan rideshare app. I'm almost there, just 5 more minutes. A knot formed in my stomach. My hands started sweating. I looked at the driver. He was staring straight ahead. Tight grip on the wheel, not a word spoken. I wasn't in Evan's car. The world outside blurred as we moved. My mind screamed at me to say something to get out, but my throat felt tight. My breath came shallow. I glanced at the dashboard. No phone mount, no rideshare sticker. The radio was off. The screen was blank. The city lights faded behind us. We weren't heading toward my apartment. We were going somewhere else. The air inside the car was freezing. The leather seats felt damp, almost clammy. A faint, rotten smell lingered, not strong, but enough to make my stomach turn. The kind of scent that clings, stale and sour. On the floor, something glinted in the dim light. A child's bracelet, an old scarf, items left behind. My pulse pounded. I cleared my throat. Hey, I think there's been a mistake. The driver spoke for the first time. No mistake. His voice was flat, mechanical. I forced a laugh. Okay, well, you can just drop me off here. He didn't respond. The car sped up. I glanced at the rearview mirror, my breath caught in my throat. His reflection didn't match his movements. The whisper came again, curling around the silence like fingers tightening around my throat. Not from the driver, not from outside, from the seat beneath me. It wasn't words, not really. Just fragmented, overlapping murmurs, shifting and stretching like distant voices played on a warped cassette tape. One moment an urgent whisper, the next a breathy giggle, wet and cold. The cold pressed against my back. The leather didn't just feel damp, it pulsed, like something slumbering beneath it. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Stay calm. Do not let him know you know. Who was texting me? How were they watching? I checked my phone, 1 bar of service. My fingers fumbled as I tried calling someone. Anyone. The car veered off the main road onto a darkened side street. No streetlights, no traffic, just endless, twisting pavement leading into shadows. The hum of the tires against the road seemed louder, almost deafening, like whispers growing into a chant. I focused on the road. A stop sign loomed ahead. The car slowed. Another message appeared. Unknown number. Open the door at the next stop sign. Run. I gripped the handle, readied myself. As the car stopped, I slammed my shoulder against the door. The lock clicked. It opened. I threw myself onto the pavement and rolled, scraping my arms and knees. My heart hammered as I scrambled to my feet and ran, legs burning, lungs heaving. I heard the car door open, heavy footsteps, then a whisper, right in my ear. You were almost ours. I ran, my lungs burned, my legs ached, but the road stretched, endless and unfamiliar. My steps felt slow, as if the asphalt was soft, pulling me down. The gas station was right there, so close, but the lights flickered, dimming every time I got nearer. I pushed forward, desperate, feeling my own scream lodged in my throat. Behind me, the footsteps stopped, not because he gave up, because a car passed by, its headlights catching the driver's face. For a split second, I saw his reflection in the window. It wasn't human. When I finally stumbled into the gas station, the clerk looked up, eyes widening at my state. I must have looked like hell, disheveled, scraped up, shaking. You okay? He asked. I nodded, still catching my breath. Can I use your phone? He pushed it toward me. I dialed the police, my fingers trembling. The white sedan was gone. When the officers arrived, they checked the security cameras. The footage showed me running, falling onto the pavement, getting up. But there was no car, no driver, just me. I've never been one to pick up hitchhikers. My parents always warned me about it, and horror stories on the internet only reinforced the fear. But that night, on a desolate stretch of highway, something about the man standing in the glow of our headlights made us stop. Maybe it was his frantic waving or the sheer desperation in his eyes. Or maybe we just weren't thinking straight. It was me, my best friend Lucas, and my girlfriend Anna. We had just finished a weekend camping trip up in the mountains, and we were on our way home, exhausted but in good spirits. The road was empty, surrounded by dense trees on both sides, and the occasional flickering streetlight was the only thing breaking the darkness. We hadn't seen another car in miles. The man on the side of the road looked out of place. He was wearing a tattered hoodie, jeans caked in dried mud, and his face was pale, almost sickly. He looked shaken, like something terrible had just happened. As we slowed to a stop, he ran up to the passenger side, his breath fogging up the window. "Please," he said, voice hoarse. "I just need to get to town. Someone is after me." Anna and I exchanged a glance. Lucas, who was driving, hesitated for only a moment before unlocking the doors. The man climbed in quickly, slamming the door shut behind him as if afraid something would reach in after him. "Thank you," he muttered, hands trembling as he pulled his hood tighter over his head. "No problem, man," Lucas said, pressing on the gas. "We're heading toward town anyway. You good?" The man nodded but said nothing for a long moment. I turned to get a better look at him, but he kept his head down, staring at his lap. The silence in the car grew thick, broken only by the soft hum of the tires against the pavement. Then he spoke. "You shouldn't have stopped." A cold chill ran down my spine. I forced a laugh, trying to shake the unease creeping in. "Why's that?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted his head just enough for me to see his face in the dim light of the dashboard. His eyes were hollow, dark circles underneath them like he hadn't slept in days. But it wasn't just his appearance that unnerved me. It was what he said next. "I know you, Mark." My stomach twisted. My name had never come up. I hadn't introduced myself. My hands clenched into fists. "What did you say?" "And you, Lucas," he continued, voice low. "Anna." My heart started pounding. I turned to Anna, who was stiff in her seat, her breathing shallow. Lucas gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white. "How do you know our names?" Lucas demanded. The man let out a shaky breath. "I don't know, I just do." A heavy silence fell over the car, suffocating and thick. The road stretched on endlessly ahead, swallowed by the darkness. Every instinct in my body screamed that something was very, very wrong. Then the man spoke again, and his voice was barely a whisper. "I saw you all before, in a dream." Lucas scoffed, but it was forced. "Yeah, that's real comforting, man." The hitchhiker didn't react. He just kept staring straight ahead, his fingers twitching in his lap. "In the dream, we were driving, just like this." I swallowed hard, dread curling in my stomach. "And what happened?" He hesitated. "We crashed." The words hit like a gut punch. The car suddenly felt too small, the air too thin. My mind raced, trying to find some rational explanation. Maybe he was just some unhinged drifter messing with us. Maybe he had overheard our names earlier, though I knew that wasn't possible. I looked at Lucas, but he kept his eyes on the road, jaw clenched. Anna was gripping the edge of her seat, her knuckles bloodless. None of us spoke. Then I saw it. The headlights illuminated something just up ahead, a bend in the road, sharper than it should have been. And beyond that, nothing. A sheer drop into darkness. "Lucas!" The man lunged forward, grabbing the wheel. The car jerked violently as Lucas fought for control. Tires screeched, the scent of burning rubber filling the air as the vehicle skidded sideways. We spun once, twice, and then we stopped. Inches from the edge, my breath came in ragged gasps. My heart slammed against my ribs. Anna was sobbing, hands clamped over her mouth. Lucas sat frozen, gripping the wheel so tightly I thought it might snap. The hitchhiker let go of the wheel and slumped back into his seat. "This is where we crashed," he murmured. "In the dream." No one said a word. Slowly, Lucas reversed, carefully maneuvering us back onto the road. He didn't look at the hitchhiker. None of us did. A few miles later, we pulled into a gas station. The second we stopped, the man opened the door and stepped out. "Wait," I called after him. What are you?" He paused, looking back at me with an expression I couldn't place. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I think I was meant to stop you." With that, he turned and disappeared into the night. None of us spoke for a long time after that. We just sat there, trying to catch our breath, trying to convince ourselves it had all been some bizarre coincidence. But deep down, I knew better. We never should have stopped. Every town has that one house, The one kids dare each other to step onto the porch of. The one with stories so old no one remembers how they started. Ours was the Holloway house. It stood at the edge of town, its wooden frame blackened with rot, windows gaping like empty eye sockets. No one had lived there for decades. At least, that's what we were told. But on a dare, my friends and I decided to take a picture in front of it. A harmless joke. That was before we saw the photo. It was supposed to be just another Friday night. Jason, my best friend since 3rd grade, had picked me up in his battered Toyota, our other friends, Matt and Lisa, crammed into the backseat. We had spent the evening at the arcade, burning through quarters and laughing too loudly. But as the night stretched on, our conversations turned to something else. The Holloway house. People say if you knock on the door, you hear someone knock back, Lisa said, tying her blonde hair into a ponytail. She was always the skeptic, rolling her eyes at ghost stories, but she was the one who suggested we go. Jason grinned, eyes glinting in the dim light of the car. Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen? Matt, the quietest among us, sighed but didn't protest. I hesitated. There was something about the Holloway house that always unsettled me. Maybe it was the way birds never perched on its roof or how even in the brightest daylight, its shadows seemed too deep. But I wasn't about to be the one to back out. The air smelled of damp leaves and earth as we walked up the overgrown path. The house loomed above us, its wooden frame creaking softly as though breathing. No lights, Matt muttered. Not even streetlights reach here. Jason pulled out his phone and aimed it at the house. All right, everybody squeeze in. Let's get proof we were here. We huddled together, grinning, the house a dark silhouette behind us. Jason snapped the picture, checked his phone, and frowned. Guys, what the hell? He turned the screen toward us. In the doorway, where no one had been standing, was a figure. It was faint, almost translucent, but unmistakable. A man, grinning widely, his lips stretched too far across his face. Lisa snatched the phone. That's gotta be a trick of the light. Then explain why his eyes are looking right at us, Jason whispered. Silence. Then Matt spoke, his voice barely audible. We need to go. We bolted back to the car, laughing nervously, telling ourselves it had to be a glitch, a digital smudge. Jason tried taking another picture from inside the car. Nothing, just us. See, it was nothing, Lisa said, though her fingers gripped her seatbelt too tightly. But as we drove away, Jason's phone buzzed, a new notification. Photo saved to album, he hadn't taken another picture. With shaking hands, he opened his gallery. The same photo, but the man in the doorway was closer now, his grin wider, his eyes darker. We didn't speak for the rest of the ride. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, that smile. I kept telling myself it was a trick, an elaborate prank. But deep down, I knew better. Morning didn't bring any comfort. Jason called me the second the sun was up. Check your phone. I did, and my stomach dropped. The photo had been sent to me. I hadn't saved it. Jason hadn't sent it. But there it was, staring at me from my gallery. And the man, he was even closer now, as if stepping through the doorway. We met at Lisa's house, piling onto her couch, our phones on the table like ticking bombs. Jason deleted the photo first. Lisa and Matt followed. I hesitated. My hands trembled as I pressed the button. Are you sure you want to delete? I tapped yes. The photo disappeared. A second later, my phone buzzed. Photo saved to album. I flung my phone across the room. Lisa tried to rationalize it. Maybe our phones were hacked. Maybe it was an app glitch. But Jason wasn't convinced. I had a dream last night, he muttered, rubbing his temples. I was standing at the Holloway house at the front door. It opened and someone was waiting inside. Me too, Matt whispered. Except in mine, I walked in. My throat went dry. Did you see his face? Jason swallowed. No, but I heard him laugh. Lisa stood abruptly. This is insane. It's just a house, just a stupid picture. But her voice wavered. We decided to go back. Maybe if we took another picture, we'd see nothing and we could all move on. The Holloway house looked the same as before, silent, waiting. The air was unnaturally still. We stood in the same spot, hearts pounding, and Jason lifted his phone. He snapped the picture, checked the screen, his face drained of color. The man wasn't in the doorway anymore. He was standing right behind us. We ran. We didn't stop until we were back at Jason's car, gasping for breath. The photo sat on his screen, the man's smile stretching wider than any human's should. We deleted it, over and over. It always came back. That night, I locked my doors, pulled my curtains tight. My phone buzzed once. I didn't want to look, but I did. A message. "I'm almost there." Attached was a photo, my bedroom window, and in the reflection, that smile. It started as the perfect getaway. A secluded beachfront rental, far from the city, where my friends and I could unwind for a few days. The pictures online showed a pristine shoreline, golden sand, and a charming wooden house with a wraparound porch. It was exactly what we needed. We arrived in the afternoon, the sun casting a warm glow over the ocean. The house was even more beautiful in person, but the moment we stepped out of the car, something felt off. The air was thick, the kind of heavy humidity that clung to your skin, but it wasn't just that. The beach was empty, no tourists, no locals, just miles of untouched sand. A small fishing village was nestled at the edge of the shore, but the people there didn't welcome us with the usual curiosity. Instead, they watched us silently from their doorways, their expressions unreadable. As we unloaded our bags, an elderly man approached us. His face was weathered, his hands calloused from years of work. He hesitated before speaking, his voice low and urgent. "You shouldn't stay here." We exchanged confused glances. "Why?" I asked. He glanced toward the house, then back at us. "Leave before sundown. That's when they come." A chill ran through me. "Who?" The old man didn't answer. He simply shook his head and turned back toward the village. My friends, of course, laughed it off. "Classic creepy old man warning," Jason said, rolling his eyes. Probably just trying to scare the tourists. I wanted to believe that, but as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the air grew even heavier. The waves seemed louder, crashing against the shore with unnatural force. The wind picked up, whispering through the wooden slats of the house like hushed voices. As we started cooking dinner on the porch, the tension eased slightly. The aroma of grilled fish and roasted vegetables filled the air, mixing with the salty breeze. We were laughing about something when a small ball bounced onto the deck, rolling to a stop near Laura's feet. We turned to see a little boy, maybe 6 or 7, standing at the edge of the sand, staring at us with wide, dark eyes. "Hey there, buddy," Laura said gently, picking up the ball. "This yours?" The boy nodded but didn't move closer. There was something odd about the way he watched us, like he was both curious and afraid. "What's your name?" I asked. Before he could answer, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Emilio." A woman hurried down from the village, her expression a mix of panic and urgency. She grabbed the boy's hand and pulled him back. "You shouldn't be here," she told him firmly, casting us a wary glance. "Come inside. Now." Emilio clutched his ball but didn't argue. As he was led away, he looked back at us, his small face pale under the glow of the setting sun. Just before they disappeared into one of the huts, I heard the woman whisper something under her breath. A prayer. We tried to enjoy the evening, playing music and drinking wine, but the atmosphere inside the house felt wrong. The walls creaked as if shifting, the shadows stretching unnaturally long under the dim light. Then, just as we were settling in for the night, it started, scratching at the windows. Soft at first, then more insistent. A slow, deliberate sound, like nails dragging against glass. We all froze. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered. Jason stood up, peering outside. "Probably just a tree branch." "There are no trees," I said, my voice barely audible. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. Then came the knocking. 3 precise knocks, slow, deliberate. Maybe it's the old man, Laura suggested, but her voice wavered. Jason, always the brave one, moved toward the door. I'll check. No, I blurted. Don't. He ignored me, flipping the deadbolt and yanking the door open. Nothing. Just darkness and the sound of the waves. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the water. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs too long, its head tilted as if listening. It had no discernible face, just a smooth, featureless void where its eyes should be. As I stared, it raised a single hand and pointed at us. My stomach lurched. Close the door, now. Jason slammed it shut, bolting the lock. What the hell was that? The knocking resumed, but now it was at the back door. Then the windows. Then the walls. A chorus of tapping, knocking, scraping. It surrounded us, and then, whispers, faint, almost melodic, in a language none of us recognized. Sarah clutched my arm. This isn't real. This can't be real. I remembered the old man's words. Leave before sundown. We need to go. Jason shook his head. It's probably some kind of prank. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The village had warned us. The beach was empty for a reason. Then, a sharp, piercing wail filled the air, like the cry of something inhuman. The windows rattled, the lights flickered, and suddenly the walls themselves seemed to breathe, pulsing with a life of their own. We ran. The doors burst open on their own, the wind howling around us like voices calling us back. Shapes moved in the dark, figures darting between the trees, chasing us, always just beyond the reach of the headlights. We didn't stop until the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon. As soon as the light touched the house, the knocking stopped. The whispers faded. The figures vanished. Shaking, we turned back one last time. The old man stood by the village's edge, watching us, his expression unreadable. He had been there all night. Later that night, I searched online for information about the area. Buried in old folklore forums and archived news articles, I found mentions of the Watchers of the Tide, a legend passed down among the villagers. The spirits of those who had drowned, cursed to roam the shore at night, searching for others to join them. The last post I read sent a shiver down my spine. If they knock, do not answer. If they whisper, do not listen. And above all, never stay past sundown. The red-eye flight from Los Angeles to New York was supposed to be the start of a much-needed vacation. I had been working non-stop for months, and my best friend Larry insisted I take some time off. A smooth, overnight journey across the country. No turbulence, no delays, just the hum of the engines lulling us to sleep. But as I sit in my seat now, waiting for the doors to open and passengers to disembark, I realize something is very, very wrong. The man in row 23 is still sitting there. The attendants are moving up and down the aisle, ushering passengers out, but no one seems to notice him. He sits perfectly still, his hands folded on his lap, eyes vacant. I steal another glance, my stomach knotting. No one should still be seated. And yet he remains. I hadn't paid much attention to him at first. When I boarded, I was too exhausted to care about my surroundings. I was seated in row 21, an aisle seat with a couple beside me. Emily and David, they had introduced themselves before the plane took off. We exchanged the usual pleasantries, where we were from, what we did for a living. Earlier that day, I had lunch with Larry before heading to the airport. He had been the one to push me into taking this trip. James, you need this more than you think, Larry said, leaning back in his chair. You've been working yourself into the ground. I swear you look like a ghost. I sighed, stirring my coffee absent-mindedly. I don't know, man. Maybe I just feel like there's too much to do. Larry shook his head. Nope, no excuses. You need to reset. Enjoy the city, take in the sights. And don't spend the whole trip worrying about work, all right? I chuckled. All right, you win, Larry smirked. Damn right I do. But as the hours passed on the plane, I found my gaze drifting toward row 23. It was directly behind mine, across the aisle. A single man sat there, alone. He wore a gray hoodie, the hood pulled low over his forehead. His posture was rigid, his face half obscured in shadow. He never moved, never shifted in his seat, never even got up to use the restroom. And then, at some point during the flight, I realized something else. No one else ever looked at him. The flight had been eerily quiet. The usual murmurs and occasional coughs were there, but something felt off. The lights had dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of the emergency strips along the floor. At one point, I got up to stretch my legs. As I passed row 23, I slowed slightly, glancing at the man. He sat with his hands folded neatly on his lap, his fingers long and thin. The way his hood cast a shadow over his face sent a shiver down my spine. I continued to the back of the plane, stopping near the galley where a flight attendant was pouring a cup of coffee. I hesitated before speaking. "Hey, the guy in row 23, is he all right? He hasn't moved the entire flight." The flight attendant gave me a blank stare. "Row 23. She repeated, as if the words themselves were foreign. I nodded. "Yeah, the man sitting there." Her frown deepened. "Sir, row 23 is empty." A slow, cold sensation crawled up my spine. I turned my head, peering past the curtain that separated us from the cabin. From where we stood, I could see my row, row 21. The couple beside me, the seats ahead, the aisles stretching further. Row 23 was empty. I stumbled back to my seat, my heart hammering. The man was there, I had seen him. For the rest of the flight, I kept my eyes forward, trying to ignore the nagging sensation that something wasn't right. I forced myself to engage in idle conversation with Emily and David. I checked my phone, though there was no signal. I closed my eyes, but I couldn't sleep. When the pilot announced our descent, I finally turned around again. The man was still sitting there, still unmoving, still unnoticed by everyone else. And now, as the passengers file out and the flight attendants prepare for cleanup, he is still there. I hesitate, then grab an attendant's sleeve. "That man. Row 23, he's still there." The attendant gives me a tired look, then follows my gaze. When she sees the row, she pales. "Sir, there's no one in row 23. My breath catches. "What do you mean? I see him right there, sitting still." She looks again, then shakes her head. "Sir, we don't have a row 23. Her words feel like ice against my skin. I whip around, looking for myself. My eyes dart past the rows. Row 21. Row 22, then row 24. There is no row 23, but the man is still there, sitting, watching, waiting. The last thing I see before I turn to run is his head slowly turning toward me. Hours later, safely in my hotel room, I still can't shake the chill in my bones. My hands tremble as I pull out my phone, my curiosity getting the better of me. I type in the flight number, searching for anything unusual. A news article pops up. My stomach drops. 30 years ago, Flight 417 crashed just before reaching New York. Most of the passengers were recovered, except for one, a man who was never found. And in the attached flight manifest, my eyes lock onto a name, a passenger who had been assigned to row 23. We should have never taken that path. The sky bled as the sun melted behind the mountains, casting long, spindly shadows over the village. Nestled between the peaks and an ancient forest, the place felt untouched, too still, too preserved, like a relic of a time long past. Melissa and I stood at its heart, fresh off our honeymoon high, cameras slung around our necks, backpacks pressing against our shoulders. No tourist traps, no crowded beaches, just something raw, something real. Near the market's edge, under a sagging tarp, an old man watched us. Deep wrinkles etched his face, his gaze distant, like he was remembering something he wished he could forget. "Do not take the forest path after dark," he said, voice rough as dry leaves. "You won't come out the other side." Melissa shifted beside me, intrigued but unfazed. "Why, is there an animal or something?" The old man hesitated. "No," he murmured, his fingers curling into a tight fist. "You will walk, and you will keep walking. And you will never stop." I chuckled, squeezing Melissa's hand. "Creepy, I like it." I should have listened. I should have noticed the way his eyes flickered toward the trees, how his shoulders tensed as if resisting the urge to pull us back. But I didn't. The wooden sign at the entrance was old, its carvings splintered, softened by years of wind and rain. Someone had translated the words beneath the curling script. "Disturb the sacred ground and you shall walk forever." Melissa had nudged my arm, grinning. "The locals say this is the most beautiful trail in the region. Look at this view." She wasn't wrong. Sunlight poured through the canopy like liquid gold, catching in the leaves, spilling across the moss-covered path. Wildflowers, violet, deep crimson, eerie shades of blue bloomed along the edges. Somewhere in the distance, water rushed, a soft hum threading through the stillness. It felt untouched, sacred. "The locals also said never to enter," I murmured, tracing my fingers over the carved wood. Melissa scoffed. "Folklore, babe, just some legend." But I caught the way her fingers flexed against her backpack strap, the way her gaze flickered back toward the village, toward the old man who had watched us leave, his eyes dark with something that looked an awful lot like pity. I should have listened. Because once we crossed the threshold, the path was no longer ours to leave. The path wound between towering pines, their branches clawing at the sky. The village was gone, swallowed by the thickening woods. The last streaks of twilight flickered between the trunks, shadows stretching too long, too thin. The air was wrong, too thick, too quiet, no birds, no insects, just the crunch of our boots and the whisper of shifting leaves. Melissa's fingers tightened around mine. "Do you think he was just trying to scare us?" she asked, voice barely above the hush of the wind. "Probably," I said, but unease prickled at the back of my skull. We walked and walked. The trees pressed closer, the path narrowing. I checked my watch, 20 minutes, then 30. The village should have been closer by now. Then Melissa stopped. "Josh," she whispered. I turned, but she wasn't looking at me. Her gaze was locked on the path ahead, where two figures stood. No, not figures, us. A man and a woman, hands intertwined, backpacks slung over their shoulders, cameras hanging from their necks, frozen in place, watching. My breath hitched. Melissa's nails dug into my skin. Then they moved, they turned, stepped forward. And so did we. I didn't mean to. My legs just moved. One step, then another, like a mirror. Melissa whimpered, her body trembled. "Josh, we have to stop." I tried, I fought it. But my foot lifted, stepped forward. And so did the figures ahead. The world blurred. The trees stretched taller, the path folding in on itself, stretching infinitely forward. The figures ahead, our reflections, moved faster. And so did we. We were walking, and we couldn't stop. Panic tightened in my chest. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. The trees had no end. The path spiraled forward, a tunnel without an exit. I couldn't remember where we had started. There was no beginning, no end. Melissa sobbed. "Josh, please." I grabbed her, held her against me. My breath came ragged. My mind screamed to stop, to turn, to run, but our feet kept moving. Then I heard it, a whisper, low, crawling through the trees like wind through hollow bones. "Keep walking." The figures ahead, our copies, smiled. Their lips parted and they spoke. "You will never stop." We fought it. Melissa clung to my arm and I planted my feet into the dirt, forcing my body to disobey whatever was controlling us. Then something changed. Melissa gasped. The trees moved. Their trunks shuddered, shifting inward, tightening the space around us. Their branches stretched downward like gnarled fingers reaching for us. The dirt path beneath our feet pulsed as if something alive crawled beneath it. "Josh," Melissa choked out, and I turned hands. Not ours, not human. They jutted out from the bark of the trees, long and withered, pale fingers curling toward us. Some looked fresh, pink with life. Others were blackened, skeletal, frozen in the moment of their last desperate reach. One of them twitched. A whimper escaped Melissa's lips. She wasn't breathing. "Run," I said. She didn't hesitate. We bolted down the path, our shadows stretching in the dim light of our flashlight beams. The air was thick, wrong, like pushing through water. I noticed it, the third shadow. At first it blended with ours, stretching across the dirt like an extension of our bodies. But as we ran, it grew taller, disproportionate, unnatural. Its head was crooked at an unnatural angle. Its arms too long, fingers splayed wide. And then it moved. I didn't dare look back. The whispers returned, growing louder, merging with the sound of rushing wind. Not an echo, not our voices, something else. It spoke in fragmented, warped syllables. Some words were ours, twisted, repeated back in a voice that wasn't quite right. Josh, Melissa, stop walking, don't leave us. We are you. I felt Melissa's hand yank away from mine. I spun around, she wasn't there. Panic surged through me. Melissa! The darkness swallowed her. Then I heard it, footsteps behind me, not hers. I turned just in time to see a figure emerge from the trees. Melissa, but not Melissa. Her face was wrong, her eyes weren't hers. Her lips curled into a smile too wide, too knowing. You will never leave, she whispered. I ran. I don't remember how, but I found her, the real Melissa, clutching my arm, sobbing. The village lay ahead, its lights flickering in the distance. But behind us, just beyond the tree line, our shadows still stood. 1 week later. The hospital room is quiet except for the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. The air smells of antiseptic, too clean, too artificial, yet beneath it lingers something else. Faint but unmistakable, damp earth, rotting leaves, the scent of that forest. I squeeze Melissa's hand, careful, as if she might vanish if I press too hard. It's warm, real, but there's no response. Melissa, please. My voice is hoarse, cracking from days of pleading. Nothing. Her eyes are open, but they don't see me. They don't focus. They don't react. She breathes. The machines say she's alive, but Melissa isn't here anymore. It started the morning after we left the village. We didn't talk about the forest. Not on the way back, not in the car, not even in bed that night. It felt like if we ignored it, it couldn't be real, but something was off. Melissa didn't sleep. She sat up in bed, staring at the wall, not blinking. When I touched her shoulder, she turned slowly, almost deliberately, and smiled. But it wasn't her smile. Babe, are you okay? Yeah, she said, too flat, too distant. And then, the next morning, she collapsed. The doctors ran every test. MRI, CT scan, blood work, nothing, no brain damage, no stroke, no explanation. It's a persistent vegetative state, one of them told me. She's breathing on her own, her heart's strong, but there's no response to stimuli. So what do? I asked, desperate. We wait, he said, wait, like she might just snap out of it, like this is something that happens, but I know better. That scent is still in the room. The faintest trace of damp, rotting wood and old moss. And at night, when the hospital is quiet, when I sit beside her in the dim glow of the monitors, I swear sometimes her fingers twitch. Not random muscle spasms, not unconscious movement, something deliberate, like she's trying to hold my hand, like she's trying to tell me something, or worse, like something else is learning how to be her. And now, I remember, the sign before we entered the forest. Disturb the sacred ground, and you shall walk forever. We should have never taken that road. A single, cracked road stretches through a vast, empty desert. The headlights of our van cut through the suffocating darkness, swallowing the miles ahead. The wind howls, rattling the windows like bony fingers scraping against the glass. I should have stopped them. I should have listened to the warning. But no one ever thinks these things will happen to them, not until it's too late. The road that wasn't on the map, we weren't even supposed to be here. This trip was meant to be our last adventure before life pulled us in different directions. After college, everything just drifted. We stopped seeing each other as often, caught up in jobs, responsibilities, things that didn't exist when we were just kids sneaking out at night to sit under neon gas station lights and talk about someday. Anthony had been the one to suggest it. One last road trip, just like old times. The 5 of us together again. Anthony, the reckless one, always chasing the next thrill. Eden, the cynic, laughing at every urban legend but secretly writing them down in her journal. Mara, the heart of the group, always balancing the chaos with warmth. Mara, my best friend since childhood, the quiet one who always saw more than she let on, and me. Yuki. I was the cautious one, the one who always had a bad feeling, the one who double-checked the locks and kept an eye on the exits. But even I ignored my instincts that night. We were supposed to stick to the highway, but Anthony insisted he knew a shortcut. Cuts through the desert, shaves off at least 2 hours, he said, flashing that overconfident grin. I remember the way the gas station clerk looked at us when we asked for directions. He hesitated just for a second before shaking his head. "Don't take the old road," he muttered. "It's not right." Eden had laughed, flipping her hair over her shoulder. "Come on, what's the worst that could happen? We save time and get to the rental before sunrise." Mara nudged me playfully. "Yuki, tell them they're being dumb." I should have. I wanted to, but I didn't want to be that person, the one who kills the vibe, so I said nothing. And we took the road. The moment the tires hit the cracked asphalt, the GPS flickered, then went black. Mara shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "That's weird." Anthony just smirked. "It's just a dead zone, relax." But I couldn't relax. Because as we drove deeper, something about the road felt off. The darkness here was different, thicker, heavier. The headlights barely cut through it, like the night itself was swallowing the light. The further we went, the quieter it became. The radio fizzled into static. The wind outside stopped howling, and then the sign appeared. A rusted, half-buried road sign on the side of the road, its paint peeling away. Only 2 words remained legible: no return. I should have told them to turn around, but it was already too late. The first mistake was taking the shortcut. The second was not turning back. The third was realizing too late that we had never been alone. The van rattled as it rolled over the cracked, uneven road, headlights barely cutting through the shifting desert ahead. The wind howled outside, kicking up sand that scratched against the windows like nails against glass. I shifted in my seat, gripping the worn leather armrest. "Something about this isn't right. Lola, are we sure this is even a road?" My voice came out steadier than I felt. "Feels like we're driving straight into nowhere." Anthony grinned from behind the wheel. "That's the fun part." The van jolted over a pothole, sending everyone lurching. "Real fun, man. Real fun," Ryan muttered, shaking his head. A flicker. The headlights dimmed for half a second, the engine sputtering as if something had reached inside and squeezed. But then, just as quickly, it smoothed out again, the hum of the tires steady on the fractured pavement. No one else seemed to notice, but I did. The first sign that something was wrong wasn't the broken road. It was the silence. Not from us, we were still cracking jokes, filling the space with nervous laughter. No, I mean outside, the wind had died completely. No insects. No rustling of dry desert brush. Just nothing. The van rolled past an old, weathered sign, nearly buried in the sand. The faded paint peeled at the edges, but the words were still clear enough under the glow of the headlights. "Camino del Olvido, turn back." Eden laughed, but it was a little too tight. "That's not ominous at all." Anthony just scoffed. "Probably just some old ghost story crap." But as we drove past, something moved just beyond the headlights. A shadow, too fast, too long-limbed, and definitely not human. We thought if we could just get gas, we'd be fine. That's what we told ourselves. That's what we clung to as we trudged down the cracked road, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Then we saw it, a gas station. It stood just off the road, washed in the sickly yellow glow of a single flickering light. The windows were blacked out, the sign above the door long faded, as if the place had been rotting here for decades. But something about it felt wrong, not just abandoned. Like it had never been real to begin with. A heavy silence swallowed the air as we stepped inside. It was the kind of quiet that made my ears ring, like the world had been muffled, like we were stepping into something we weren't supposed to. The air was thick, heavy. It clung to my skin, sinking into my lungs like I was inhaling something that wasn't meant for me. Then I saw the walls, carvings, hundreds of them, symbols I didn't recognize etched deep into the wood. But there were also names, rows and rows of names. Mara's breath hitched. "Guys," her voice was barely above a whisper. "These are names." I stepped closer, my pulse hammering in my throat. The carvings were old, some barely legible beneath the layers of dust. But near the bottom, freshly cut into the wood, Yuki, Mara, Lola, Ryan, Eden, Anthony. The air in the room shifted. And from somewhere deep in the station, something moved. She was just behind me. I swear she was. But when I turned, Lola was gone. My breath hitched. The others skidded to a stop beside me, their chests rising and falling with panic. The gas station loomed in the distance, its single, flickering light still buzzing against the night. The van was just ahead, waiting. But Lola, she wasn't here. Lola! My voice barely made it past my lips. My hands were shaking. I turned in frantic circles, scanning the dark, the endless stretch of cracked asphalt and sand. Lola! The desert swallowed the sound. Anthony grabbed my shoulder, his fingers digging in like he was grounding himself as much as me. Where the hell did she go? She was right here, man, right here. Ryan was already running back toward the station, his sneakers kicking up dust. Lola, he screamed, his voice cracking. Lola, say something. The wind picked up, curling around us like cold fingers. Then a whisper, faint, too soft to be real, but I heard it. And so did they. The first time we ended up back at the gas station, we thought we'd made a wrong turn. The second time, the laughter stopped. The third time, Eden was gone. She had been staring out the window, chewing on her thumbnail, watching the dark shapes of the desert roll by. I remember glancing at her, just for a second, just long enough to say, "You okay?" She didn't answer. I turned my head for half a breath, just to check the road, and when I looked back, her seat was empty, no sound, no door opening, no sign she'd ever been there at all. Ryan swore under his breath, twisting around in his seat. "She's messing with us." His voice was tight, forced. She's gotta be." Anthony slammed the brakes. The van skidded on the loose gravel, rocking us forward. "Eden," he called, his voice hoarse. "If this is a joke, it's not funny." The desert answered with silence. Ryan was shaking his head, muttering to himself when he grabbed the door handle. "I need to piss," he grumbled, shoving the door open. "And I swear if she jumps out at me, I'm leaving her ass here." He stepped outside. The door slammed shut. I don't know why, but my chest tightened. Something felt wrong, more wrong than before. "Ryan," I called. Just hurry, all right?" He didn't answer. A few seconds passed, then a minute. "Ryan." Anthony leaned over the seat, peering out the window. He reached for the headlights, clicking them on. They cast long, harsh beams over the cracked asphalt, stretching into the desert. Ryan wasn't there. I threw open my door without thinking, cold air biting at my skin. "Ryan!" My voice echoed, swallowed instantly by the vast emptiness. The desert stretched in all directions, open and uncaring. Where the hell did he go? Mara grabbed my arm, nails digging into my sleeve. "We shouldn't be out here," she whispered. "We need to." She was gone, just like that. 1 second she was clutching me, breath hot against my shoulder, and then I was holding empty air. My heart slammed against my ribs. "Mara!" My voice cracked, silence, a wave of nausea hit me. My knees locked. I turned slowly, my breath ragged, scanning the darkness. The van's headlights flickered. Something moved. A shape. A figure. Standing just beyond the light, barely visible. Tall. Too tall. Its limbs were stretched too long, its body angled unnaturally, like it had forgotten how to hold itself together. It didn't move toward me. It only smiled. My legs kicked into motion before my brain could catch up. I ran. Hard. My feet slipped on the loose ground, lungs burning, the cold air stabbing at my skin. I don't remember falling, don't remember crawling, don't remember the moment I left the road behind. I only remember the truck headlights cutting through the dawn. The driver was older, his weathered face lined with exhaustion as he squinted down at me, eyes wary, like he wasn't sure I was real. "You came from the old road?" he asked, voice careful. I nodded, barely able to breathe. His fingers tightened on the wheel. "Kid!" he hesitated, his jaw tensing. Then quieter, almost like he was afraid to say it out loud. "No one ever comes back from there." My stomach twisted. I turned back. The desert stretched out behind me, endless and still. The road was gone. The Airbnb listing had looked perfect. A quiet, rustic cabin in the middle of the woods, just far enough from the city for a peaceful getaway. The pictures showed a cozy living room with a stone fireplace, a well-stocked kitchen, and a wraparound porch that overlooked a thick forest. It was the kind of place that promised relaxation, a retreat from the noise of daily life. None of us noticed the discrepancy in the photos at first. It wasn't until we arrived that something felt off. The host, a quiet woman named Deanne, met us in the driveway. She was polite but strangely distant, giving us only the briefest tour of the cabin before handing over the keys. "Enjoy your stay," she said, her eyes lingering a second too long on each of us before she left. Maria, my girlfriend, shrugged. "She's just awkward. Not everyone's a social butterfly." Jake, my best friend, laughed. "I don't know, man. She looked at us like she was trying to memorize our faces." I brushed it off. We unpacked, cracked open some beers, and settled in for a weekend of hiking, board games, and absolute quiet. That first night, nothing strange happened, except for the door. I found it by accident while looking for extra blankets in the closet. The floorboard creaked under my foot, and I noticed a small metal handle embedded in the wood, nearly invisible under the dim lighting. It was a door, more like a hatch, built seamlessly into the floor. "Hey, guys, come look at this," I called out. Maria and Jake wandered over, peering down at the hatch. "The host never mentioned a basement," Maria murmured. "Probably just storage," Jake guessed. "Or maybe where they keep the cleaning supplies." I tugged at the handle, expecting resistance, but the hatch lifted easily, revealing a set of wooden stairs leading into darkness. A cold, damp draft wafted up from below, carrying a scent I couldn't quite place, something earthy, stale. And faintly metallic, Maria shivered. "Nope, not doing this, close it." But Jake, ever the curious one, had already turned on his phone's flashlight and was halfway down the steps. "Just a quick look," he said. "If it's just storage, we can pretend we never saw it." I sighed and followed him. Maria groaned but didn't want to stay upstairs alone, so she came after us. The stairs creaked beneath our weight, and the air grew colder with every step. At the bottom was a room. The walls were made of stone, rough and uneven, as if they had been carved directly from the earth. Wooden beams supported the low ceiling, and a single, ancient-looking chair sat in the middle of the room. Chains hung from the walls, rusted but unmistakably meant for restraint. Then there was the smell. Stronger down here, like damp soil mixed with something rotten. "Guys," Maria's voice trembled, "I don't think we should be here." Jake exhaled sharply. "This is like some serial killer dungeon. What the hell, man?" Something rustled behind us. We all froze. The sound was faint, but it was there, something shifting in the darkness beyond the reach of our flashlights. A dragging noise, slow and deliberate, like nails scraping across stone. "Let's go," I said, already turning back toward the stairs. Maria was shaking. Jake hesitated, his phone's light bouncing off the damp walls before finally nodding. Yeah, okay." We climbed the stairs in silence, shutting the hatch firmly behind us. Maria immediately grabbed a chair and placed it over the door. "Just in case," she whispered. None of us slept well that night. Every creak of the house made us jump. Every gust of wind outside sounded like something moving just beyond our sight. By morning, we decided to leave. Jake was the first to step outside and stopped dead in his tracks. "Guys," he said slowly, "where are our tire tracks?" The gravel driveway, which had clearly shown the marks of our arrival the day before, was now completely undisturbed. It was like we had never driven in at all. Maria grabbed her phone and tried calling Deanne, but there was no service. I tried pulling up the GPS, but the signal was dead. "We just need to get to the main road," I said, trying to stay calm. "Worst case, we walk until we get a signal." We packed up quickly and got into the car. Jake turned the key, the engine sputtered. He tried again. Nothing. The car was completely unresponsive. A faint sound reached us from inside the cabin. A creak, like a door slowly opening. Then a soft thud. Maria grabbed my arm. "The hatch!" We didn't wait. We sprinted out of the car and down the gravel road, not daring to look back. The trees were thick, the air heavy with moisture. Our footsteps pounded against the dirt path as we ran, lungs burning. Then up ahead we saw a figure. A man standing completely still in the middle of the road. not moving, not blinking. We skidded to a stop. He was wearing a button-up shirt and slacks, but something was wrong with his posture. His head tilted slightly, too stiff, too unnatural. Then his mouth opened, it stretched wider than it should have. And he let out a sound. Not a scream, not a word, but something deep and guttural, like the echo of a voice lost to time. The ground beneath us trembled. Maria grabbed my hand and we turned, running blindly through the trees. The forest closed in around us, branches clawing at our clothes. I don't know how long we ran, but eventually we stumbled onto a paved road. A car passed by, a real car with real people inside. We waved them down, breathless and wild-eyed. The driver hesitated but eventually let us in. He took us to the nearest gas station, where we tried to explain what had happened. When the police arrived, they drove back with us to the cabin. It wasn't there. The clearing where it should have been was empty, overgrown with weeds and brambles, like nothing had stood there in decades. The road we had taken to get there. Gone. Maria, Jake, and I didn't speak for a long time after that. It was supposed to be a perfect family outing. My parents had planned the trip weeks in advance. My little sister, Lily, had been excited since the moment she heard we were going. Even I was looking forward to it. Roller coasters, carnival food, and the electric thrill of a theme park at night. Whispering Pines Amusement Park. It wasn't one of the big chains, just a smaller, family-run park nestled deep in the woods. But it had charm, the kind of place that felt like stepping back in time, with hand-painted signs and classic rides. The moment we arrived, we were greeted by flashing lights, laughter, and the intoxicating smell of fried food. For most of the day, it was everything we'd hoped for. We rode the coasters, ate cotton candy, and played ring toss until our arms ached. It wasn't until we stopped for a break near the bumper cars that something shifted. An older employee, his uniform faded, his expression tight, walked past us, then hesitated. He turned back, glancing at my parents. "You're a family of 4, he asked. My dad nodded. "Yeah, why?" The man looked uneasy. "Listen, I know this is gonna sound weird, but I need you to be out of here before 5. I frowned. "The park closes at 10. His eyes flicked toward the setting sun. "For most people." A cold prickle ran down my spine. "Sir, is something wrong?" My mom asked, glancing at her watch. It was 4:45. He hesitated, then shook his head. "Just get out before dark." And with that, he walked off, disappearing into the crowd. We laughed it off at first. Maybe it was just some weird inside joke among employees. But as we made our way toward the exit, something didn't sit right. My dad, ever the curious one, wanted to stay just a little longer. "Come on, one more ride," he grinned. "It's just superstition." So we stayed. By 5:15 p.m., the crowds thinned. By 6 o'clock, families with small children had all but vanished. By 7 o'clock, only a handful of guests remained. By 7:30 p.m., I realized we hadn't seen another person in nearly 20 minutes. And then the music changed. The cheerful, looping carnival music suddenly stuttered. The speakers crackled and the tune slowed, warping into something off-key. The neon lights flickered. Lily squeezed my hand. "Alex, I don't like this." The air felt heavier, like the whole park had exhaled, waiting for something to move. My dad tried to shake it off. "Let's just..." Then the Ferris wheel started moving. It had been still for nearly an hour. Empty, abandoned. But now it creaked to life, the rusted cart swaying in the eerie glow of the dimming lights, and someone was in it. A dark figure, seated at the very top, unmoving. Lily whimpered. My mom grabbed my dad's arm. "We need to go, now." We turned toward the exit. It was gated shut behind us. The carousel flickered to life, spinning slowly. The wooden horses, chipped and faded, bobbed up and down, their painted eyes suddenly too lifelike. A voice whispered through the speakers. "The park is now closed. Please stay inside." It wasn't a pre-recorded message. It was watching us. Then came the laughter, not the kind of laughter you hear in theme parks. The delighted squeals of children, the carefree chuckles of families. No, this was different, wrong. It came from all directions. From the empty rides, from the closed concession stands, from the dark pathways leading deeper into the park. Shadows shifted. Figures moved between the stalls, just beyond the reach of the flickering lights. One of them stepped forward. A mascot. The bear from the prize booth. Its fur, once bright and inviting, was now faded and stained. Its oversized head tilted unnaturally, empty black eyes staring at us. Its mouth moved. "You shouldn't be here," Lily screamed. We ran. The shadows chased us, darting between booths and rides. My dad yanked at the emergency exit gate, but it wouldn't budge. The chains that had been rusted and loose just hours ago were now tight, unbreakable. "Over there," my mom shouted. We sprinted toward the funhouse. The doors flung open as we neared, as if welcoming us inside. We had no choice. The mirrors stretched endlessly, reflecting our fear. But there was something else in the glass, not us, something behind us. The reflections twisted. The mascot bear was there, but its reflection was different. Its mouth stretched too wide, revealing rows of glistening teeth. It raised a hand, but not in a wave. It knocked. A hollow, bone-deep sound echoed through the funhouse. Knock, 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 the mirrors shattered. We ran out through a side exit, gasping as we tumbled onto the pavement outside. My mom protectively embraced Lily, shielding her as best as she could. My dad gripped my hand tightly, his knuckles white as he held me close. "Stay with me, Alex," he murmured, voice strained, and suddenly, the park was silent again. The lights were off. The rides were still. The Ferris wheel empty. The gate stood open as if it had never been locked at all. We didn't look back as we ran for the car. My dad fumbled with the keys, the engine roaring to life. We peeled out of the lot, leaving the nightmare behind. But as we turned onto the main road, I made the mistake of looking in the side mirror. The entrance gates were closed again. I've always been a solo traveler, drawn to the unbeaten path, the hidden places that don't exist on any tourist map. Maybe it was the escape I craved, an antidote to the dull routine of city life. Or maybe, deep down, I was chasing something else, something I couldn't name. My name is Jericho. 32, freelance photographer, restless drifter. I spent my 20s hopping from one country to the next, collecting stories, faces, and fragments of lives that weren't mine. Adventure was my livelihood, but if I'm being honest, it was also my distraction. Anything to keep moving, to keep from feeling like I was standing still. This time, I found something I wasn't supposed to. As I checked into the hotel the day before, the receptionist, a wiry man with salt-and-pepper hair and a lopsided grin, handed me my room key and made idle conversation. "You're heading up into the mountains, huh?" He whistled low, shaking his head. "Hope you don't run into any of those villages." I paused, raising a brow. "Those villages?" He leaned on the counter, smirking. "Ah, local legend. Sometimes travelers wander off the main trails and end up in places that aren't supposed to be there. Villages that weren't on the map yesterday, but poof, there they are, lanterns glowing, people smiling real nice. Course, if you're smart, you don't stay the night." I chuckled. "And if you do?" His grin widened. "Then you might wake up in the middle of the woods, wondering where the hell the village went." He wiggled his fingers theatrically. "Ooh, spooky, right?" I laughed, shaking my head. "Sounds like a good horror story." He shrugged. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just the mountains playing tricks on people. Thin air does weird things to the brain." At the time, I had rolled my eyes, humoring him. Just another folk tale, a bit of local color, something to keep tourists entertained. Now, standing in the middle of the endless trees, my footprints the only proof I had ever been anywhere at all, I couldn't stop hearing his voice. "Then you might wake up in the middle of the woods, wondering where the hell the village went." And for the first time since this nightmare began, I realized he hadn't been joking. I was deep in the mountains, my map showing nothing but dense forest ahead. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the late afternoon light bled through the trees in golden streaks. It should have been peaceful, but there was a strange weight in the air, a silence that didn't feel natural. The usual sounds of the forest, chirping birds, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, had faded into an eerie stillness. Then, through the trees, I saw it, a village bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. It wasn't on my map. It looked ancient, mud-brick houses, narrow cobblestone paths, and lanterns lit despite the last hints of daylight. No electricity lines, no cars, no signs of modern life. A nostalgic beauty clung to it, as if time had refused to move forward here. And yet, as I stood at the entrance, something deep in my gut twisted. It wasn't fear, not yet. More like a whisper of unease, a quiet warning at the back of my mind. The villagers noticed me instantly. Dressed in faded, old-fashioned clothes, they watched as I walked in. Some smiled politely, but their eyes held something else. Something like pity. A child, no older than 8, tugged at his mother's sleeve and whispered something while staring at me. His mother hushed him quickly, casting me a glance that sent a cold prickle down my spine. I passed through what looked like a small market. Wooden stalls lined the path, displaying fresh produce, woven fabrics, and hand-carved trinkets. But something was off. No one exchanged money. There were no registers, no coins changing hands. The villagers traded in silent agreement, as though money was a concept that had never existed here. "You must leave before sunrise," a man murmured as he passed by, his grip tightening on the basket he carried. I almost laughed. Maybe it was a religious thing. A festival or an old custom meant to keep strangers away. Then an old woman beckoned me into her home, her expression solemn. Against my better judgment, I followed. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt it, a shift in the air, like the world outside had grown heavier. A thick, oppressive stillness settled over the room. "This place, it only exists when the sun sets," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising wind outside. "When the light comes, so does the forgetting." A legend. A ghost story, maybe. Something meant to scare outsiders, but then she placed a hand over mine. Her fingers were ice cold. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I swore I could hear something pacing outside my door. Not footsteps, something heavier. Something dragging. In the dim glow of the candlelight, I spotted an old mirror in the corner of the room. Its surface was coated in dust, but for a split second I thought I saw movement in it. Not my reflection, but the room behind me, warped and ancient. A distant humming echoed through the walls, low and rhythmic, like a chant. Then the sound of something being dragged just outside the door, and just before dawn, a terrible silence fell over everything. When I stepped outside, the village was gone. Not just empty, gone. No houses, no cobblestone paths, just an endless stretch of trees. My footprints in the dirt, the only proof I had ever been there. I ran, retracing my steps 100 times. But the path I had taken, it wasn't there anymore. As I wandered deeper into the forest, strange remnants surfaced, half-buried cobblestones, a child's doll, the lingering scent of burning wood despite no fire in sight. And then I saw them. My own footprints, not leading away, but looping back impossibly to where I stood. A whisper in the wind called my name. Laughter, distant and hollow, curled through the trees. By the time I stumbled out of the forest, my legs ached with every step, my head throbbed with exhaustion, and my throat was raw from shouting into the empty woods. My breath came in ragged gasps, my pulse hammering in my ears. The world beyond the trees blurred into a haze of headlights and distant chatter. Civilization. The air was different here. Thicker, warmer, alive with the distant hum of traffic. Ahead, past the tree line, a small roadside inn stood beneath the glow of flickering neon lights. I barely remembered walking through the door. The scent of old wood and brewed coffee settled around me as I leaned against the front desk, struggling to steady my breath. The receptionist, a wiry man with tired eyes, looked up from his newspaper, his brow furrowed. "Back already," I hesitated. "Already," he nodded toward the guest book, flipping it around so I could see. My name was there, clear as day, but the date next to it, yesterday. I gripped the edge of the counter, my pulse hammering in my ears. That wasn't possible. I had spent the night in that village. I had seen those people desperate for proof. I fumbled for my phone and pulled up my gallery. My hands shook as I scrolled through the photos. Blurry shots of cobblestone paths, flickering lanterns, the faint outline of a woman's face. But as I stared, the images darkened, pixelated, then disappeared one by one until nothing remained. A cold weight settled in my stomach. The receptionist chuckled, oblivious to my panic. "Let me guess, you took the old path into the mountains?" He shook his head, tapping his pen against the desk. "Locals say people see all kinds of strange things up there. Vanishing towns, lost travelers, weird dreams. Classic folklore." I swallowed hard, forcing a weak laugh. "Yeah, folklore." My gaze drifted to the large mirror hanging on the wall behind him, its glass smudged with dust. I almost turned away, then the dust shifted as if something had brushed against the other side. And for a split second, I saw it, the village, not a memory, not a trick of the mind. It was still there, lanterns glowing, figures standing in the streets, watching. A breath caught in my throat. I blinked. The mirror showed what the world no longer did. And somehow, I knew. I had left something behind. The storm came out of nowhere. One moment, the road was clear, our path lit by the occasional street lamp. The next, we were caught in a torrential downpour, the wind howling so fiercely that we could barely hear each other. Rain lashed against our car, reducing visibility to almost nothing. We had no choice but to pull over. I was with my friends, Victor, Jesse, and Dylan, on a road trip through a quiet countryside route. We had taken a detour to avoid the highway traffic, but now we were stuck in the middle of nowhere with no signal and an angry storm outside. Then, through the rain-streaked windshield, we saw it. An old emergency shelter sign pointing toward a narrow, overgrown path. With no better option, we decided to check it out. The shelter was a squat, concrete structure, half buried into the hillside like a bunker. The entrance was a rusted metal door slightly ajar, as if someone had just gone inside. A dim light flickered within. Something about it felt wrong. "This place looks abandoned," Jessie muttered, hugging her soaked jacket around herself. "Are we sure it's safe?" "We don't have much of a choice," Dylan said, pushing the door open further. The heavy scent of damp earth and something metallic filled my nose. Inside, the shelter was eerily clean. Wooden benches lined the walls and a few candles flickered on a metal table. At first, it seemed empty. Then we saw them, several people sitting motionless on the benches. They were dressed in plain, dark clothes, their faces oddly expressionless. None of them acknowledged our arrival. Victor cleared his throat. Hey, sorry to intrude, just trying to get out of the storm." No one responded. We shuffled in awkwardly, dripping water onto the concrete floor. I tried to get a better look at the others in the shelter. Something about them felt off. Their posture was unnaturally stiff, their eyes too wide, too unblinking. They seemed to be breathing, but their chests barely moved. Jessie leaned toward me. "Something's wrong with them." I nodded. The way they sat, perfectly still, was unsettling. It felt like they weren't just ignoring us. It felt like they were waiting. Victor whispered, "Let's just dry off and leave when the rain dies down." But the storm outside only got worse. The wind rattled the metal door, and when I glanced at the small, grimy window, I swore I saw something moving in the rain. A dark figure watching. We tried to settle in, avoiding the unmoving strangers. Victor checked his phone. Still no signal. I decided to explore a little. The shelter wasn't large, but something about the walls looked strange, like they had been repainted in some areas. And then there were the symbols carved lightly into the concrete. Circles, lines, strange geometric patterns. Jessie grabbed my sleeve. "Look at the candles." I turned. The candles flickered, but the flames weren't reacting to any air movement. They burned straight upward, steady, unnatural. Dylan tried to strike up a conversation with one of the silent people. "So, how long have you been here?" No answer. Then a man in the farthest corner turned his head toward us, slow and mechanical, as if he had just remembered we existed. His lips curled into an unnatural smile. As long as we need to be. A shiver ran down my spine. We exchanged uneasy glances. Something wasn't right. Victor motioned toward the door. Maybe we should head back to the car. Jesse and Dylan nodded immediately. But when we turned to leave, the door wasn't open anymore. It was shut. Locked. I grabbed the handle and pulled. It wouldn't budge. I turned back toward the room. The strangers were still in their seats, but they were closer. I didn't see them move, but they were now inches closer to us than before. The candle flames grew taller, casting eerie shadows on the walls. And then the clock in the room, which had been stuck at 11:47 p.m. since we arrived, ticked once. Just once. Panic settled in. "What the hell is happening?" Dylan whispered. Victor banged on the door. "Hey, open up." A soft laugh echoed from the seated figures. Jessie grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin. "The window, check the window." I turned to the grimy glass, wiping away the condensation. My heart stopped. The storm outside was gone, but so was our car. So was the road. Outside the shelter was nothing but endless black. Not night, not darkness, just nothing. My breath hitched. "This isn't real." One of the figures stood. It was the man who had spoken earlier. He smiled again, his expression too wide. "You shouldn't have come here." The walls seemed to close in. The symbols on the concrete shimmered. The other figures finally moved, standing in unison, their limbs jerky like puppets. They weren't human, I was sure of it now. Victor grabbed a bench and swung it at the door, trying to break it down. It didn't even splinter. Dylan clawed at the walls, screaming. The man, if he was even a man, sighed. "You weren't meant to find this place, not yet." I took a step back, trembling. "Then what is this place?" The man tilted his head. "A waiting room." The candles blew out all at once. For a brief second, everything went black. My ears rang. My breath caught in my throat. I felt weightless, like I was falling. Then, suddenly, I was outside. The four of us stood in the rain, our car exactly where we left it. The storm raged on like nothing had happened. But the shelter was gone. Not abandoned, not ruined, just gone, like it had never existed. Jessie gasped, clutching my arm. "Did that just—" Dylan turned, pointing at something. There, nailed to a nearby tree, was a single, weathered sign. "Emergency shelter, keep out."